So we said, you know what, let's reach out to the Cannabis Control Commission because we have a moral obligation. We just saw that there was just no way possible that any SC was going to get ahead of their cash burn, and they would be rendered bankrupt within 6 months from our analysis. So we started pitching the commissioners, and I put forth an economic theory of mine at the time that, listen, none of the dispensaries were willing to engage in negotiations, non-predatory negotiations with social equity participants, and they need to be a little bit more inspired. So how about we actually create a wholesale model of which that would allow social equity participants to be able to purchase from cultivators directly and mark it up accordingly and keep the spread. And I said, listen, once you actually have that model and create another front for brick and mortar retailers, they already have to compete against other brick and mortars. And now let's create another model called wholesale delivery. Perhaps they are going to be a little bit more inspired to engage with social equity. I get the independent dispensaries may not have the margins to give, but there are a whole host of fully integrateds in this space that do have the margins. However, what we found out is that many of them prefer to own it outright. And so what we found is that they were willing to wait out the exclusivity period at that time, which was 2 years. So we also pushed for, you know what, let's put even more pressure on them and inspire them even more. And let's extend this exclusivity period. And thankfully, the commissioners agreed with our analysis, agreed with our economic thesis, along with Morris and Chris as well, and Devin. And they adopted pretty much everything that we suggested. And in my opinion, it's probably one of the greatest victories in social equity history in terms of the entire country and what we've been able to accomplish. And one last thing, because I want everybody else to speak. When we talk about social equity, one thing that really bothers me the most is that the commissioners really gave a valiant effort with the courier or limited delivery license. But it seems as though we are always the ones who are rendered to having to either be attached to the hip of retail, which was the courier model, or had to be rendered to having this ultra thin margin business. And we will be the ones that had to be forced to have to try to operate with razor thin margins. And I thought it was a great step forward in terms of equity that we now have a license that we can participate in this market and have a chance to create generational wealth for ourselves and our families, just like any other license.
Yep. That's great. So, and Rico, I know you're listening to this, and I know there are still issues in LA, and I guess the question I'm going to throw out is, can the rest of the country learn from what Massachusetts just instituted over the last week or so, and perhaps set an example? Because I know that's something that Hoffman has always talked about. He says, I really want to get it right, and he's the commissioner in Massachusetts.
This is the time they set a great example.
Yep. So Rico, what do you think? Can LA learn something from this?
What do I think about it is, we'll see. I'm the most objective person on any of this stuff, and that's why I don't get like emotionally hung up on any of these things that happen like right now, because they told us 2 months ago here in Los Angeles that the next 200 licenses are all going to social equity. And then what happened just 2 weeks ago in the middle of the night, DCR, Department of Cannabis Regulation, opened up the cap on licenses for delivery. And what a lot of people don't understand about delivery and why delivery is so important is major cities, Boston included, but major cities like Los Angeles, that is pretty much the only path to generational wealth for Black or brown operators. Like that is the only path. And here's why. COVID-19, if it hasn't told you anything else, like, ain't nobody need these brick and mortars. Like they're paying for all this land, all this other shit like that they're building up, and you're gonna go bankrupt off of that. And so here in Los Angeles, where they really messed up is 2 years and 11 months ago. That's when they opened up social equity licensing. and they made people pay for rent. 2 years, 11 months later, they still don't have operating licenses.
Right.
So
That
a lot
sounds
of the
very familiar to
That's
what
the
went
vacuum
on.
cleaner that sucks the capital
Right,
dry.
and
Right? We've got
That's what happened here.
right locally. We've got Chauncey Spencer. He has been holding a space for thousands of dollars a month, and it's been bleeding them dry.
Right. So here's what I'm getting at here, though, is they're opening up all the licenses until 2025, and they're all going to be social equity. Huge win, right? And then just 2 months later, they lifted off the cap. And guess what? Like now it doesn't matter. Like there's no cap on delivery licenses that you can buy under one business name. So what that means is like whatever large Canadian company, whatever publicly traded large company in the cannabis industry comes out and bids top for the delivery spot, whatever that license is, they can buy as many as they want. And so that company has just become a shell company for Uber, for whatever like large logistic company is. And me being, see, I got my glasses on today. Me being the data nerd that I am, why is Uber so damn valuable? Data, logistics.
Right.
That is everything. So if you are going to pull the rug up out of somebody, like right after you gave it to them, like, oh yeah, this is the closest thing that we're going to get to reparations. Now you're ripping the rug out from under them. That is worse than anything. And so this is what I'm saying, like, congratulations on your victory right now, brother, but like, we'll see.
Well,
right.
hey, Todd,
Go ahead, bring someone in, David.
let's pull
Go ahead.
Todd up. So, Todd, how do you think,
guys.
based upon what's gone on the past week, what's your perception of is this a valuable license class? And
were
how
they
is this
fair?
going to impact brick and mortar?
Right.
So, I mean, I think first you got to congratulate Chris and Aaron. I mean, they single-handedly pretty much created an industry and hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars of revenue from their kitchen table. And I think that alone deserves a round of appreciation from the entire industry, as well as taxpayers of the state of Massachusetts are going to start collecting more tax revenue off their efforts. So I think they deserve a round of applause. I think the new license is very, very investable, and cannapreneurs very excited to get into that space with the right operator. We've spoken to a couple of people on this call a few times and hopefully get in business with a couple of them. And it's good. Whatever. I don't really have an opinion on the before or after of the what license is better than the other. Obviously, the first license was garbage, which is why no one tried to get it. But the recent one is fine. It's good. We can work with the regulations the way they are. I don't think people always have this online delivery thing about brick and mortar. It's going to destroy brick and mortar. Amazon has destroyed brick and mortar. I think the two work well hand in hand. There are still people who like to go to the stores. I think part of the problem with Massachusetts dispensaries is they look like banks. If you go to dispensaries in California, they're experiences. And I think the early stages in cannabis, you can get away with that brick and mortar. But as we build out the state, as other states become legal, your dispensary has to stand out. Is it Starbucks or is it a small little coffee drive-through? What is your dispensary experience like? And does that draw extra people in? So brick and mortar is not going away. They'll have to adapt to it or, embrace delivery on their own or hire a delivery operator to come in with them. But brick and mortar is going to be around. The good operators are going to thrive. The poor ones obviously are going to suffer, but that's capitalism, right? That's the system we work in. So, but we are very excited for the space. Yeah.
Todd, a question. Sorry, that's a send out from Cyprus. Had to show love. Can we all in the room agree that cannabis is medicine?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So answer this question for me. When you have a nick, a ache, a bruise, or whatever, do you go to the Advil store?
Do I go to the Advil store?
Well, you go to the store to get Advil.
Right. Yeah. I know where he's going with this. This is fascinating.
But if I need a prescription,
right.
I think the correct analogy is if I need a prescription, I go to a pharmacy because I need a prescription for cannabis. So the right analogy is, do I go to?
Finish my part of it. All right. So look at the data. Like I don't bring the drama, I bring the data. Look at how much of CVS, Walgreens, all of their business is going to home delivery and ordering online and not going in the shop. That's where America is going. Like, is what I'm saying. Like I don't go off of emotion. Yeah. I go off of just the straight number.
Yeah.
Like less and less people are getting their money.
Yeah. I agree with you completely, and I think what I said was that those retailers that embrace delivery, right? Those retailers who are good operators, embrace delivery, incorporate it into their model, will be very successful. Those who shun it or fight it for whatever insane reason, they're going to suffer. They're going to struggle. So we're bringing 2 dispensaries to market ourselves. We're going to bring a bunch more, and we are going to have delivery at every single location. We would love to have a drive-through at every single location. Convenience is not something to fight. Convenience is something to embrace. And the more convenient you make purchases from your dispensary, whether it be drive-through, delivery, or in person, whether it be ana machines which do it touchless, or whether it be a bud tender, you embrace all of them to expand your business. You can't solely do one or ignore the others. I think it's a whole theory and a whole process in which you do it.
Yeah.
So do you guys have consumption laws?
Todd's audio on his phone is very difficult to hear, so we're gonna.
All right, I'm at a soccer field.
Okay, no, there it is. I think it's maybe the wind was hitting it.
Yeah, but it was difficult to hear you.
Did
ahead,
Chris
David.
just join us?
I'm here.
Hey, Chris. We were singing your praises, man. You should have been on a few minutes earlier.
I heard Todd say some very kind words. But yeah, no, glad to be here. I guess should I do an introduction? Grant also joined right after me.
Yep.
Okay, sure. So as you guys already know, my name is Chris, the co-founder of Your Green Package, cannabis delivery company looking to base itself here in Massachusetts. Besides Your Green Package, I'm also the president of the Massachusetts Cannabis Association for Delivery. So as you guys already know, MCAD has been very involved in kind of the new regulation changes that have come to delivery. And besides MCAD, I'm also the VP of operations at Plymouth Armor Group. Plymouth Armor Group is the largest cash transporter in the state of Massachusetts. So I recently joined their team and helped them run operations.
Great.
Wow, great.
Cool. You must be thrilled with what happened this week.
Yeah, I think it's a great win for the little guy.
There you go. Look at the smile.
Yeah, so it's a win. Obviously we didn't get everything that we wanted, but I think it's politics and that's fair game. And I think we'll continue to fight for those things and continue to fight for equity moving forward. But I think overall, someone put it to me. I think David, I think you put it to me very nicely. Not that we're just a bunch of nobodies, but I work out of my bedroom, and living room, and MCAT was paid from the a blue Bank of America travel awards card, and we kind of just showed up during the middle of COVID, and I think we've been able to put an impressive amount of organization to the advocacy efforts in Massachusetts, and the results show for themselves. So it's not just me, Aaron. I mean Morris Partee, Grant Smith, Janelle Goins, Devin Alexander, Nikki John, David Hinton. They've all been instrumental in really pushing the agenda forward for social equity. So all the work couldn't have been done without them. And so, I think what happened over the last 2 months, is a really huge win for the grassroots effort. And overall, I think when people talk about delivery and retail working together, I really look forward to those opportunities. And I think a lot of other SEs that you do. But yeah, we're going to keep fighting for social equity, keep trying to move the bar forward. And so yes, I'm pretty happy with things that happened over the last 2 weeks.
That's great.
That is good. So Rico, your reaction again, I got to ask, I mean, do you think now that you've heard some of these testimonies and some sound bites, if you will, some input from some of the local Massachusetts people, do you think that the rest of the country can learn from what happened here in Massachusetts?
Like I said, I've been in this game like way too long to get excited or get too upset about anything. Like I think it's a great victory right now, but I'm like, we'll see. Like we will see. Like you open up like a cannabis legalization, and you try to push out the people who built this industry, and that's what continues to happen like time and time again in this country. And I think what we're seeing right now, especially in Los Angeles, where social equity actually born, is this is turned into 40 acres and a mule. And I think like the further you look down the chain of command legally, Just like, look at that, man. They qualified $10 million to go towards social equity applicants to every qualified jurisdiction here in California. Last year, what people didn't read in the fine print is it's all discretionary funding. Every last penny of that went to police overtime. Like, they write loopholes into these laws and they say that, oh yeah, I did my part. Oh yeah, oh, better luck next time. Like, no, we're going to prison. We're going to straight jail. We get pulled over when we shouldn't be pulled over. And that's not me just saying that from an emotional place, because it has been me. That's me showing the data that supports that, right? And so if the data is supporting this, in time after time after time, these legislators have given us a little bit, and then they take it all back again, and then they give it to people who are more melanin deficient, if you will. they give it to them, and they give them a better opportunity. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I want to talk about. Why is this happening? I'm not saying, like, I'm no longer at a point where I'm just like yelling and all mad. And I'm an activist. I've been an activist like for years upon years, but I'm past the point where I'm in the streets like tearing shit up. Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm going to ask the questions like, what is the thought process that goes behind that? Like, in mainstream America, if everything's going this way, like, why are you not giving jobs to these people? Or why are you not giving opportunities to these people that are going to shoot a duck, right? Are you going to shoot in front of the duck where the duck is going? Or are you going to we're going to have this where we're already moving forward? And so those are the kind of conversations that I love having, just to hear where people, what their thoughts on that, because there's no right or wrong answer. There's only different points of view. Right. And I'm never going to like admonish somebody because they think this, they think that. Like, no, just like tell me what brings you to that thought process, because that's what I'd love to hear and to get from people. If you're optimistic, awesome. If you're pessimistic, great. Like let's talk about why. And that's what I'm all about, is just like exploring those conversations and just like going to the data. Well, the data tells us this. Like, is that the right thing to do? Like, like historically, how many times has the government followed through with stuff they're supposed to give us?
Great perspective, right? Rico. Great perspective, and I know that you've done it. You've been there. You've gone through it, and I also know that you've got to run. You're up against the clock out there in the Pacific time zone.
Knox Doctor, check it. Real quick. Check us out Thursday, the 29th. Canivision, Canivision, and we have the Knox Doctors. We have they're going to be first, and then we have Happy Monkey out of New York. They're going to be up second, and then I have Cedric Haynes from Weed Maps. He is their director of public outreach, public policy, and much love, Jimmy. This is all great, and that's all I'm doing is getting these conversations going, because we need to have these conversations as a strong community, strong cannabis community, because if we do not have people from the right side, from the left side, we have this open dialogue, like, these big overseers are going to come through and they're going to wipe us all out, period. So it doesn't matter if you're white, black, brown, or in between, like, come through in the middle. And remember, when there's no place else to turn, you got to turn up, brother. Let's go.
That's right. Rico Lamitte from Canivision. October 29th, Thursday, is when he does his big kind of launch, and we look forward to hearing from him in the future as well. We continue our discussion here in the David Rabinovitz Call-In Cannabis Show. And David, you get to pick the next contestant on the Green Rush with Pro Cannabis Media. Go ahead.
I think we have Grant. We haven't heard from Grant, so let me go to the chat board for a moment.
Oh, right? The chat board, yeah.
So does this panel think that the ice cream truck model would eventually be allowed? Grant, you follow the regulations probably as close to anybody. You do a great job when there's a meeting broadcasting it and streaming it over Facebook, providing commentary, so you're pretty up to date on this. And I think there was actually discussion on Tuesday about the ice cream truck model. Can you take a minute, explain to everybody what the difference is between the current model in Massachusetts, what the ice cream truck model means, and your view of whether you think that could happen in Massachusetts?
Yeah, thank you for the kind words, David, and for having me. I think this is an important panel. So the first important thing to recognize is, like you all were talking about earlier, there's two different types of adult use delivery in Massachusetts: the courier model and the delivery operator model, which is more akin to purchasing products at warehouse, storing it in a vault, and delivering it directly. An ice cream truck model is something that's not allowed in Massachusetts, but is allowed in California. That's where, so in Massachusetts, you can only have 2 warehouses or 2 vaults if you're a delivery operator. And an ice cream truck model would be where you predict where your orders are going to be, preload your vehicles, and send them out into the state. Massachusetts does not allow that, and the commissioners were unanimous in their decision about not allowing that because they worried it would lead to monopolization. So to make the two license cap for delivery operators have weight and mean something, they banned the ice cream truck model. Do I think it will ever come to Massachusetts? No, because of what it did to California, and our regulators tend to always be on guard against monopolization. So no, I don't think we'll see it here.
There you go. And by the way, Grant, thank you for your contributions to Weed Talk News this week. And we will be running this week's edition of Weed Talk News at the conclusion of this show, if we ever do conclude this show. Because we may just talk forever.
Thank you for having me, Jimmy. I enjoyed that conversation. I think it ties in nicely to what we're talking about here, too. So,
absolutely. Well, you know what? And it goes back to what Rico said. We're trying to give a voice to the industry. And I think the realities are that the industry really doesn't feel like they've had a voice for a long time. Am I right?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're trying to give a voice to a lot of the people who are not big talking heads in the industry.
Right. That's running
so that
MSOs and what have you.
Right, which you know, this is the crew that's trying to get licensed and actually run small to mid-sized businesses.
Right, which is where the law originally wanted to help them, but then reality came in, and the host security agreement was so crushing, and still is in this state. Go ahead.
Has anybody had any experience with municipalities and how welcoming or cautious they are with respect to these new home delivery models?
Aaron, you want to take that one?
I like it. You should be doing it.
Sure. Okay, yeah, sure.
No, I just grab it.
Yeah, for the particular town that we're going to be out of, I actually had conversation with them last week. A certain collective of marijuana entities has been attempting to preemptively poison the well of many towns by feeding them monopolistic and protectionistic talking points on why wholesale delivery would be absolutely catastrophic for the municipalities. And actually, they've been able to, quote unquote, garner the support of municipality associations. I apologize as I'm trying to not get sued by saying specific organizations or entities out there. Hopefully you guys connect the dots with what I'm trying to say here. But these entities operate in a, okay, you know what? I'm gonna be politically incorrect. They act like they're members of the Godfathers and that they are essentially a form of Illuminati or the 5 families of the Godfather, as they sit around a conference table and divide up amongst themselves how the actual market and economics of marijuana within the state of Massachusetts is going to be divided up amongst themselves. So naturally, they feel that wholesale delivery is a complete and utter threat to their brick and mortar business model. So what they have decided to do is engage in a form of gangster-like mentality and actual approach to try to either delay the wholesale model or kill it. And actually the kill option is the one that they prefer. So they have gone about enlisting certain state representatives, actually going to and talking to municipalities, putting the word like Amazon in their head as you're going to destroy the entire market. It's a completely and utter false narrative, and it shows an utter lack of respect for social equity. And all I see it as a group of individuals who lack foresight in that it is only natural what is happening in our economy right now. If you can't step outside your door and look at your neighbor's doorsteps and see that there's just piles of Amazon packages, You are an idiot business operator for not understanding that delivery is in fact coming. So that if you do not embrace it, you will be a dinosaur and you will be rendered just like the brick and mortar retailers when the .com era actually began. And fortunately, I was on Wall Street at that time, and I'm old enough. The rest of you guys look like you're too young for this. I saw this happening. And if you're not embracing this, and this is what Todd was talking about, from a pure investment standpoint, if you're not embracing this, if you're not willing to give on your margins so that you can actually compete, then you are going to be doomed. But the problem is there is an overall mantra amongst this collective that they have adopted the JP Morgan philosophy of avoid competition at all costs. So therefore, they will try to kill this in its entirety. And my objective will be, I'm taking it personal. And I do not appreciate the condescendence of tone that's been taken with many SCs in the predatory offers that have been made to them. And I'm going to do everything I can to make life difficult for them. And I'm going to try to enlist every other social equity, and I will try to raise them money. I will do whatever it takes to get as many social equity and economic empowerment participants in this market. And we need to be respected, and we are not going to be rendered to a razor-thin career. I apologize for my soliloquy, but you can see the emotion in me right now, and it just utterly pisses me off. And I've worked with Grant, Chris, and Morris, and David, and you know how I feel about this. I never wanted to be an advocate, but when I saw what was happening to SEs, it just, for lack of a better term, just pissed me off. And I'm still continuing to this day to be pissed off after what has transpired over the past 2 weeks during the open public comment period, and what I've seen the behavior of many operators in this space, and their collective is utterly disgusting. And at a very minimum, they have an absolute bias to social equity participants.
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry, I called it for what it.
Can I ask a question, Aaron? Is the reason they want to kill the wholesale delivery model because they would be able to take over the limited delivery model if there was no competition? I'm just trying to wrap my head around this.
Thank you for that softball question there, Grant. I really appreciate it. Absolutely and utterly true. And I will give you examples. Every SC has contacted me and given me the terms of their agreements, have told me everything. I won't call the word collusion out there, but there is absolute consistency in the level of predatory offers that are being offered out there. And what I've always heard from many of them is that they want to run out the clock for the exclusivity period, because once the exclusivity period ends, they can then own delivery in its entirety. And so all I am seeing here, and the data is there, the examples are there, of which I have forwarded to the CCC, and I hope it blows up every one of their operations for what they have tried to do with 9.9%. We want half of your board seats for 9.9%. Get out of here. We're not going to give you any monetary compensation for the 9.9%. We'll help you with your ACA. We'll grab your hand. We'll introduce you to the town administrator. Give me a break. No. Sorry for the soliloquy.
No. Hey,
Okay.
Aaron, I love how passionate he is.
Yep.
Who do you want to bring in?
I think somebody was about to make a comment.
So as someone who both invests and operates, I look at it a little bit differently. If they don't want to embrace delivery, as someone who's going to embrace it, both as an investment and in my own dispensaries, I say, great, let them not embrace it. Let them try and stand in the way of it. It's going to steamroll them, and they'll be looking back 3 years and they'll say, oh my God, what did we do? I will happily give up 5-6% margin points versus $1 million or $2 a year in delivery. So
thank you, Todd. You are actually a minority in the Massachusetts industry, and I've already looked you up. I know your background. I've been on Wall Street for many, many years, so I understand what you're doing, and you see the bigger picture in this. So I can see why you will embrace this, but there are many other here
The
who
only
don't have the foresight that you have.
The only comment I make, and I think the only part we might disagree on is, when you're making the investment into any business, whether social equity or not, it's a significant financial commitment on whoever's helping you back that business. If they're limited to 9.9% ownership, sometimes you may be bringing $1 million plus to this deal, right? $1.5 million, depending on what you're building out or how big you're going. Board seats aren't necessarily a way of control. It's more a way of mentoring and just keeping track of what's going on and being able to help. If something, because if we're being honest, a lot of social equity candidates don't have connections. They don't have the business background. This may be their first business for a lot of people.
Right.
So as an investor, if I'm coming in and I'm bringing you $1 million to open your business, I just want to be able to monitor it. And if I see something going off the rails, I may, or my board members may notice it before you do, and we can correct it so we don't get into bigger trouble later. I look at board seats as mentorism and just be able to keep track of it and to help the entrepreneurs succeed, because I'm not backing you if I don't believe you in the first place. Right? I'm not giving you $1 million to open a business if I think, hey, you know what, maybe he'll do it. I mean, I've spoken, I'll be honest, totally transparent. I've spoken to Chris on this phone. We would back Chris in a heartbeat. Chris is going to succeed whether Cannapreneur backs him or not, because he just has his stuff together, to say it nicely, and he's going to be successful because he's got that drive, determination. He's a smart person. But that being said, maybe he hasn't run a business, and there's things that happen in business that unless you've been in the guts of it, unless you've been doing it, you might not realize it's happening until it's too late to fix. And I think having board seats is a way to kind of help that and steer that ship in the right direction when it starts going off. So that's, I think, the only place we kind of disagree. And as far as them trying to ban regulation and stuff, I mean, that trade's gone. Let them stand in the way, let them ignore it, let them try and do it. And the rest of us just going to roll right past them in a couple of years. So I look at it, someone's always trying to wreck my business every day, whether they're trying to compete with me, do a better job, build a better dispensary, do delivery, stop, whatever they're trying to do. Someone's always trying to take my business. This is just another way they're doing it. And if they want to do it in a dumb way like this, God bless them. Let them do it. And the rest of us, we'll just roll.
I can agree with you on that, Todd, and I really do appreciate it. I agree with almost 99% of what you're saying. The only point that we disagree on is I agree. A lot of SCs tend to have their friends and family as the board members, and as somebody who has been on countless number of boards,
I agree. That's stupid. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah,
a board should be people who can add value. Not exactly. I agree. A real board adds value. A real board adds value. It's not a place to plop mom or dad or your cousin for an extra 10 grand a year in salary. If that's the case, that's not a board. That's just 5 guys want to hang out and have beer every Friday night once a month, right? That's not a board of directors. A real board adds value. Would
you say though that I'm hearing a number of entities who are requiring 9.9%, but they want half the board seats. And as you and I both know, a board is run by consensus, and that if someone half the board seats, all I need is to essentially sway one more board member, and I effectively have a form of control over that social equity participant's business. Now, I'm not saying that someone is not entitled to half the board seats, but in all my years of private equity, I've never seen many cases of half the board seats for 9.9%. That usually requires a lot more equity ownership at that level of indirect control. And, I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I'm just seeing that as something that's really rampant.
So,
now.
So my honest opinion is that this is probably a whole nother show at the whole 9.9% cap and how that ends up creating this issue, right? That creates that issue because, again, if I'm bringing all the capital to build your business for you, I have shareholders, right? And whoever's investing has share. I'm not investing this is not coming out of my pocket. This is shareholder money. Mm-hmm. I have a responsibility to monitor that investment. And sometimes the rules create these issues. The rules create, every action has an unintended consequence. And I think this is one of the unintended consequences of that. I mean,
can I clear something? Can I clear
Yeah.
something up here? Because I think we might
Yeah.
be operating on a misconception. The 9.9% is not a cap on ownership for non-SEs or EEs. The 9.9% is the limit at which your ownership counts towards your cap. So you can go into a relationship with an EE or an SE and own up to 49% of their company, but the second you will go over that 9.9% threshold, that counts against your retail cap.
Right. You're right. And I agree. And I think that 9.9% for 3 licenses, I think it's a stupid rule and needs to go away because that actually creates this issue. Because right now, I mean, I want to have 20 dispensaries in Massachusetts. I want to have 2 or 3 delivery licenses, but I can't own a certain percentage more than those. So again, I have shareholders. I can't say we just gave this person $1 million for 9.9%. Oh, by the way, we have no way to monitor the company whatsoever. That's not a statement many investors are going to want to hear, right? They're going to hear, what do you mean? So if this guy decides to do A, B, and C and runs it into the ground, our money's gone. That's a bad decision on my part, right? And again, I look at board seats as mentorship, direction. I don't look at this as a place to plop a cousin to earn money because that doesn't help my investment, right? Having my neighbor on a board of directors who has no business knowledge at all, that does not help my investment at all. So that's maybe it's different outlooks of different companies, different people, but that's how we look at it at Cannapreneur. Is that we're building something big by partnering with entrepreneurs, not taking over their business, not running it for them, but helping them run it themselves. And that's how we can do it, is through board participation if we can't own over X amount. So, it's a regulatory creation of some of these issues that people are trying to solve. And I will grant you, many are trying to solve it disingenuously. But for those that aren't, it does create funding issues. It does create sort of issues with what you can and can't do. And I believe that we would get a lot more social equity funding if we kind of relax that a little bit. The money will come into the space because people want to invest in the space. We want to be in there, but there are times where you look at a deal and you say, I would love to do this, but the way this is structured, I can't make this investment.
At what cost, though? Look what happened in Pennsylvania, right? They didn't have that structure with the 3 license limit, and a litany of companies got rolled up into a small number. It's the same thing as Bell Telecom consolidating after they tried to break them up.
Right. So I think maybe there's a happy spot between 9.9% complete ownership. Maybe 25%, maybe 30%. That makes the economics of the investment that much better and wouldn't require some of the other triggers people are trying to put in to watch it. But I think there's a happy middle. I think 9.9% is grossly too low. It really is. But I think 60% is probably too high. There's a happy middle there that will both incentivize investment, help returns for shareholders, and kind of not eliminate, but reduce some of the tricky stuff that's going on.
Yeah, I would say I think a lot can be done at 9.9%. If you're just looking at the valuation of these delivery companies, I mean, if you're saying, hey, for 9.9%, the valuation is $5 million, that is going to be what, like $500K? I think at that point with $500K, most people in the state of Massachusetts can go ahead and start a delivery company. I think in terms of control,
if you're going to warehouse it, though, I don't know. If you're going to build a decent sized warehouse, depending on your deal, but I mean, if you're going to build a dispensaries like Vault, and you're going to have 4, 5, 6, 10 trucks. I mean, 500,000, and then you're looking at 250 just to stock your Vault, right? If you're going to do a lot of warehouse stuff. So I think the number ends up being much higher than that. But I agree. Depending on the valuation, 9.9% is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, one of my goals is to provide SCs and Es with resources. So one of the first initiatives I'm working on at Plymouth Armor Group, and they have 10 vehicles. I've seen their vehicles. They're very well built for delivery. And to provide vehicles to SCs and EEs. And so if any SE needs a vehicle, they'll go to Plymouth Armor Group and say, well, I need like 5 vehicles, and we would provide them. And we would, and pretty much I'm building that leasing program. So the vehicle issue, there's not really a big cost to get a vehicle. Getting a vehicle, I think, if you're trying to do it by yourself, it's hard. But in the state of Massachusetts, there's resources out there to, make that easier. When it comes to, other factors, I think there's definitely, things that could be negotiated that makes these easier. I mean, with LeafLink, LeafLink is a B2B platform to purchase cannabis. They have LeafLink Financial. You can buy things on credit. So you can extend the runway of the business in multiple different ways so that, that money can go a lot further. I mean, if you're looking at it in the worst case scenario, then yes, you will need more money, but you can if you're a smart business person, you will be able to flex the money to make that runway longer. And I think that's really important in terms of if people are providing mentorship and things like that. Like those things need to be done, and those things are key. And those are some of the things that we're also trying to deliver through MCAT. Is like, hey, you log in. There's this portal. Here's your banking resources. Here's how you get your vehicles. Here's how you get your insurance. Because starting a delivery company isn't rocket science. It's not it's not like I think there's levels to business, right? I have an investment property down in Providence. I think that's like a level 1 business. Level 2 business is like opening a restaurant, running a delivery company, opening a laundromat. And level 3, I say you're opening a fund, you're starting a tech company, and so on and so forth. And I think, people sometimes treat running a delivery company as like a level 3 business. I'm not building an app. This is just, you have all the software. You get your on fleet, you get your iHeart Jane, you get your system set up, and if you can read and write, it's literally is playing a game. And so I think we shouldn't exaggerate how challenging it is, because I've had people tell me, well, Chris, we want 49% of your company for an HCA. And I'm just like, well, I know how to read and write. I can go and get an HCA myself. It's not rocket science. I'm working with Vicente Cedarberg, one of the top cannabis law firms. They've been extremely helpful. You can sit down and write. You can Google how to write SOPs. I think it's just, each business needs to be evaluated uniquely and individually. And I think, investors in the situation should not treat cannabis as rocket science. It's really very simple. And I think the people that are going to be successful in the space are people that move quickly, are scrappy, and simply know the regulations. And the people who kind of want to say, well, I want to open a retailer and have golden doors and golden closets and spend millions and millions of dollars for their build out, then good luck. But the industry is changing, and if you just decide not to work with delivery, well, that's your choice. But there will be dispensaries that do decide to work. So, and that's kind of my soliloquy.
I gotta disagree a little bit here. As somebody who has raised money, started multi-location medical practices, sold them off to private equity, if you underestimate the complexity of last mile delivery, you're going to be out of business. I take our business, for example. I'm not taking anything for granted. Our director of logistics has 38 years in logistics, last mile delivery, worked for Colgate, all the big people running their entire Northeast corridor. And it's those nuances, in my belief, is what's going to differentiate you from the average delivery company that may or not think that it's not rocket science. But the fact of the matter is, if you plan on being big in this space, which exactly we plan on being, you have to take account for those nuances, because those nuances account for basis points. And every nuance that I acquire is another basis point of margin that I'm going to get. And so I really want SCs to understand that this is business. And so you're going to have to adapt. And I agree, there's, you don't want to overthink it. But you have to understand that there's a certain level of game theory here, and you have to understand what the other competitors may or may not be bringing to the table. And so that you're going to have to seek out that level of complexity and understanding of the subtle nuances of delivery in order to get that competitive edge, especially once this becomes a little bit more saturated. But I do believe...
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. If it was easy, you and I wouldn't exist.
Hey, Todd. Hey, Todd. I got to interrupt here. I've got a big mouth and a loud mouth, so I get to do this. First of all, Todd, what's the score of the game?
It's 2-0. We're down.
Thank you. You're going to rally in the second half. Look, I made Aaron
problem is
laugh.
I'm a coach and I'm not coaching right now, so I think that might be part of the problem.
All right, David has a question for Todd, and then we're going to get a response from everybody in the forum, and then we're going to have to wrap up this forum because we do have another call at 5:30.
Right.
I know that.
Fine.
So Todd, just a quick question, totally unrelated to what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
But what shows do you have on your calendar between now and the end of the year?
What shows?
Yeah, what shows?
Cannabis shows, conferences,
webinars.
In-person conferences. I don't think they're doing anything this year.
Right.
I would enjoy being on this several more times.
Yep.
And we probably have some self-produced webinars that we're doing. We're doing one in November about the health and positive societal impacts of legalizing cannabis in your state. Because the data right now is overwhelming on that. So that's our next one in November.
It's all about data. Everybody, I can't tell you how many times I've heard that. Data, data, data. I know you have
It's the only way to disprove the lies our government's telling us about cannabis. So facts.
Well, that's
just give them the
true.
facts. Facts become hard to overrun.
Fact check, right? We need that fact check.
Absolutely.
Go
Very
ahead.
quickly.
All right,
we're
hang
going
on.
to do a plug.
Go ahead, David.
Right? We're going to do a plug. We had one of our guests that, because of the energy of melding Rico into this panel, who we kicked one of our guests out. But we had Frank Siegel from Burns and Levinson who was going to join us. The 29th of this month, they have their 4th annual conference in Boston. It's being held virtually this year. They also have a Capital Connection program, which they're now just starting. They were great about reaching out and talking to us about the social equity program. A lot of social equity applicants have applied for it, and I would urge anybody who's within earshot. It's a great conference to go to. I've seen great content the past years. Steve Hoffman will be giving one of the addresses there, the chairman of the Mass Cannabis
Frank,
Control
I
Commission.
believe, Frank is going to interview Steve Hoffman, which he has done in the past.
Right.
And I did enjoy that last year as well. But I will say this about Frank. They're both great guys, Scott and Frank. Next Friday, we'll ask them if they'd like to join us, and we'll give them a whole 30 minutes. Is that accurate? Is that a good mulligan?
We can do whatever. I just want to make sure, if you're out there, this is really a very good conference. The tickets are very inexpensive, and there's pitch competition that I believe you'll be able to see some of. So
check it out. Burns
I feel
and
bad
Levinson.
that they got squeezed out today.
You've learned a very valuable lesson, though, David, and we can talk about that after the show.
So we've got about
All right.
2.5 minutes. If anybody wants to give, limited to about 20 seconds. So, Aaron, you're out of that. But
Morris gets the prize. Morris gets the prize. I want to hear more from Morris, okay?
You've been patient. Any comments, closing comments from anybody?
Sure. I have a couple things to add to this amazing conversation. One is, in thinking about what changes will or will not come additionally to the Massachusetts market, one thing that the commissioners have said very clearly, this is the last set of changes for a long time. They've done basically one every year for 3 years. They're kind of sick and tired of it. They knew they had to put in so much work to be, to fix, things and adjust things. This is the last adjustment for potentially years. Yeah, so congrats again to MCAD, Aaron, and Chris and Devin for these changes, because this is how it's going to be for many, many years.
This is what's going to stand social equity up in Massachusetts.
That's right. And I'm hoping the rest of the country learns something from the Bay State, because I think that that was always the intent of the Cannabis Control Commission from the very beginning. And unfortunately, whenever you do anything for the first time, like perhaps putting 7 or 8 people in a chat room and actually talking and trying to understand what everybody was saying. But I got to tell you, I had the best time because I didn't say anything and I learned quite a bit. And our guest is already on hold, so we're going to say goodbye to everybody.
We're going to say, let's wave to Aaron's son.
Aaron's son is here. Hey, it's like he needs a talent fee because he's had plenty of airtime.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi.
You taking care of your dad while your mom's away this weekend?
Yeah.
I hear you guys are going to have a great time tonight. I heard ice cream, pizza, and it's videos till midnight.
Oh, Lord help me. Lord help me. I need to know better.
Lord help all the parents of young children out there who have had to deal with this entire situation over the last 6 or 7 months, because I have so much respect for people.
Hey, everybody, Todd, thank you. Chris, Grant, Morris, and obviously Aaron. I always enjoy working with you and having you on. You make me look good.
There you go. And the best part here is we already have our next guest lined up, ready to go. I see her name on the hold section. And as soon as we can, we'll get Maya Roffler in here. She is with Canna One. One of the things you brought up and one of the things I heard was the fact that all these conventions obviously have had to pivot and go everything virtual. And Maya is with us. Yes, hi Maya.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, how are you? Well, it's been quite an hour. Actually an hour and a half so far. And we so appreciate you joining us here and for today, because we do want to give you an opportunity to talk about your Canna One conference and expos and the Canna Grow event that's coming up this coming week, correct?
Yep, we're 1 week away. We're less than 1 week away. We're so excited. Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Canna One. You guys have been in the expo business, and of course you've had to pivot because of COVID and turn everything virtual. How are these conferences going?
Yeah, isn't that kind of the name of the game? So just to kind of go back and give kind of like a 30,000 foot view of who Canna One is, we are a live B2B trade show company, and we were kind of going all over the country. Our last live event was in Illinois. It was in Chicago when everything got legalized there. That was super exciting. What a fun, energetic event that was. And we had so many events planned for 2020, but 2020 had something else planned for us. So, the owner and founder of the company, she's been in trade shows and healthcare and so many different things for over 20 years, close to 25 years now. I've been in events for over 11, 12 years now as well. So we really put our heads together and said, we've got to pivot. We've got to get ahead of this back in March. And we decided to take all of our shows virtual. Our first show that was virtual was actually last month. We decided to do something a little bit different than some of our competitors. We decided to, instead of having like a focus, like going to Las Vegas virtually or going to California virtually, we decided to do niche shows. So last month we did our show called Canna Cosmo, which focused more on CBD and hemp and really the beauty industry. And it went over really well, so well that we're actually having a second show in February. So that's amazing. So it's doing great because it allows an opportunity for people to attend that couldn't normally attend. So we're seeing higher numbers than we did before, but it's about people really understanding the platform. There's different challenges with it. So our show coming up this month has a different focus, a different niche. It's our Canna Grow series, and it's focusing on cultivation, this particular show.
One thing I learned this week about cultivation is the seed world. I had no idea that the seed world was really an unregulated part of this industry, and there's a million people out there selling seeds, and are there seed people coming to your Grow conference? I guess is my question, Maya.
Yeah, they will be there, and I'm with you. So I am an expert in trade shows. I'm an expert in virtual now. I became one because of this, but right. I was not an expert in the cultivation side. I'm learning along with, a lot of the people that come to our show, and I did not know about the seed market like you. So I'm learning that too, but yes, we'll see some of those people there for sure.
Yeah, and we talked to some guys that are right in the middle of it, and we're actually releasing that interview on Monday as part of our In the Weeds podcast series. But I am fascinated with the fact that they can sell like 10 seeds for like $500, and then you really don't even know if the seeds are going to work until you germinate them between two Bounty towels. By the way, the quicker picker-upper is the best towels to germinate seeds. Did you know that, David?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
About the quicker picker-upper?
He did. Fold them in a paper towel and put them near the sun, keep them moist.
Look at that. He's so far more advanced than I am when it comes to this industry in so many ways.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? I'm looking at the Canna One description here. Yeah. And, I'm looking at the different entities that make up the cannabis universe. We're talking dispensary owners, growers, suppliers, investors, medical professionals, university researchers, consultants, government regulators, legal counsel, entrepreneurs, and then the big category, other ancillary-based businesses. But after what we just had over the last hour, this should be an open forum for social equity people, because they're not in the business yet. They just are trying to get in the business, and a lot of these laws are set up to include them. And here's, you know, a whole list here, Maya, and I'd love to see you guys kind of take charge of that and open it up for social equity applicants for at least one show or something. What do you think?
So yeah, so we have that covered as well. Our next show, because again, our model was to not stay within the markets. We wanted to be different and get out of the box and do niche. So our next show coming up to close out 2020 is in November. It's November 17th and 18th, and we're calling it Cannivest. But this is our Cannivest USA, and this really focuses on exactly what you were talking about, really focusing on investors, people who want to learn how to invest, people who know nothing about it, or people who know a whole lot and want to know more. And we're going to have a lot of interesting people there. This is our domestic one, though. We do have our Cannivest Europe. That'll be in 2021, because as you guys probably know, it's an entirely different market here domestically than it is over in Europe, but it is popular to invest over there as well. It's just different. So we'll have experts from both areas of the world, but we did want to segment it. So I definitely encourage people to attend the Cannivest show. I'm really excited about that because I don't know as much as I would like to know about investing. And I think we'll see a really interesting crowd there. It'll be a little bit different than the cultivation, but I think we'll see a lot of crossover with people wanting to know how to grow and then also how to invest. This is a really smart time to invest in cannabis.
Well, let's ask our financial guy, David Rabinovitz, about that, because I agree with Maya in that because the market is down and valuations are down, it is a good time to get in, especially with a hopeful change in the decriminalization possibility in the United States. So is it, David, a good time to invest or not?
You got to pick the stocks. If you're going to go into the public market, which is really different than what we've been talking about today,
right?
I think there's some great stocks out there. And I think that depending upon which administration wins, if it's the administration that's going to decriminalize marijuana, I see the stocks starting to rocket upward. Right. That's going to... It won't be legal yet, but it'll be decriminalized. So that will give a lot of access. That's going to do away with 280E. It's going to give access to banking. It'll
Stop right there. That's two huge wins for the whole movement. And I know a lot of the cannabis advocates out there don't think it goes far enough. And yet I'm like saying, wait a second, just start the business and then make changes beyond. Because once people start understanding the product and reading more about it and listening to the science and researchers that are dictating this movement, they're going to be more enlightened about this product, and there'll be more opportunities for either social equity applicants or anybody else in this business that wants to get into it. People want to get into it.
But I think the Cannivest event sounds like a great idea, because now you have the ability to bring investors to private investment opportunities.
Right.
And that's where you can get some really outsized returns, because when you invest in a company when it's at ground zero or pre-revenue, and they put it together and the company succeeds, you have a higher degree of risk than someone who can say, we're already running. A Curaleaf, Trulieve, Cresco Lab, AYR. I mean, those guys are up and running. But you latch on to a small operator, you can get very outsized returns.
Yeah. Hey, Maya, is there a Shark Tank kind of competition at all, a part of the Cannivest?
Are you reading my mind? I was just about to talk about this. So
I have, after all, anyways, I have ESPN, you know? I mean, I really do. I'm sorry. Sorry. That's an old line.
I love it.
It's an old line, but it's an obvious question, so I'm not going to take credit. But go ahead. Tell us what your plans are.
Yeah, so we're really excited. And I love that, you're a financial guy. That's amazing. I feel like this is the right conversation. I know this is the right conversation to be having with you guys. You're the talker, right? Right,
exactly.
I got it. It works for you guys.
Come on.
It works for you guys.
Yes, it does.
But no, definitely. I think that is what is so important about this event, the Cannivest event, and what makes it really special. All of our events have a special element to them, and that's what is important to us because each audience is different. But with Cannivest, we have something called the pitch kind of like the Shark Tank element. So some of our, up and comers will be able to pitch, and investors can actually invest in their companies at this event, which is really, really exciting and unique. And
Uh-oh.
Oh,
It's that internet thing.
I, as you can tell, am
You're frozen on us, Maya. It happens sometimes with these Zoom
okay.
calls.
Let me know when I'm back.
You're back.
You're back.
You're back.
Okay.
so just rewind about 30 or 40 seconds.
Yeah.
You telling us about the pitch competition.
Sure. So yes, this is something I'm really passionate about. I think it's amazing. These individuals or companies will be able to come to Canivest. It's called The Pitch, and it's like Shark Tank, as you were saying. They'll be able to come and pitch their already existing companies so investors can invest in them, or maybe it's just an idea and there's thoughts around it, a business plan, and they can get funding. So lots of opportunity for individuals wanting to start a company or have a small company like you guys were mentioning already, and you can kind of get in on the ground floor and support them and potentially make quite a bit of money helping these amazing companies get off the ground.
Tell us about two things. One is, if we want to attend, what's the process? What's the cost? How do we sign up? And if for the entrepreneurs that are out there that are salivating for the opportunity to pitch, because we just finished a pitch class with the social equity crowd, and we've got another one coming up soon. So if somebody wants to get in on the pitch, what do they need to do? And if somebody wants to attend, what do they have to do?
Fabulous. So,
see, I asked the fabulous question.
Of course you did.
Yes, fabulous. So, okay, a couple things. So if you guys want to attend our show next week, it's coming up in a week, which is crazy, the Canna Grow. So if you're our cultivation people, you can actually redeem a completely complimentary ticket because you're listening to this amazing show and podcast. So you'll go to canna1.com/free Canna Grow, and I'll make sure I send the links to you guys as well so you can post them. Absolutely. So you'll go there to redeem your ticket, and you'll just mention this podcast and show. And then if you want to attend our Canivest show, which is November 17th and 18th, just to remind you guys, we will send the link for that as well for you to post, but you'll go to canna1.com/free Canivest to redeem your ticket for listening to this podcast too.
How do we spell Canna One?
It's CANNAONE.
Okay, so make sure when you visit the site,
you spell it right.
You spell it right.
That's a good point.
Spell it right.
That's a very good point. Hey, Maya Roffler, I really appreciate you taking the time. I told you I'd give you an opportunity to talk a little bit and tell just a little bit about your shows. And we certainly wish you the best of luck in it. And again, I think I gave you David's number. So when it comes to the Canivest show, this is definitely someone you could absolutely reach out to. And absolutely. I know he would be a great addition to the lineup, as they say.
Absolutely. We would love to have you. And thank you guys so much for having me. And we can't wait to see you guys there.
All right. Well, thank you, Maya Roffler, the Executive Director of Innovation for Canna One, and a great opportunity. David, you have a whole bunch of social equity people on your Rolodex and in your database, and she's giving opportunities right at you. So I have that all written down. I'll share that with you.
We'll get that blasted out to everybody.
Blasted out, and that's a great thing. And she was great too. Again, apologies to Burns and Levinson. Frank Siegel and Scott Moskal, who head up their cannabis division. They are doing the State of the Industry Conference on Thursday, October 29th. Happens to coincide with the launch of Canivision as well. So that Thursday, the 29th, is a big day. And you can find out more about it at Burns and Levinson's website. I'm going out on a limb here.
Yes.
Okay. And
great event.
Right. Now I'm going to kind of sit back a little bit and give you my impressions of that incredible hour forum, maybe even hour and a half forum that we had, that you put all your friends in there and contacts you have. And I mean, I was fascinated by that. I learned a lot of things, but one of the things I definitely will stick in my mind is the importance and the role of a board of directors or advisors. What is the difference between a board of directors and a board of advisors?
So your advisors are giving you advice.
I figured that one out,
Right.
but that's a good one to start with.
The way corporate governance works
Yep.
is a for-profit entity, whether
Yep.
it's a limited liability company or a corporation,
Yep.
has owners.
Yep.
And the owners, typically the investors, the owners, they will have a group that will oversee the business for them.
Okay.
That's the board of directors. Now, limited liability companies, by their structure, typically don't have boards, but many operating agreements try to mimic the corporate structure, and they put a board in place. So the board actually, when you have a board, the board has authority.
Gotcha.
When you have advisors, they just give you a lot of hopefully really good advice that you can take or not take.
So the board of directors is far more attached to the money side of things, and perhaps even if you invest in a company, does that automatically get you on the board of directors? Not necessarily, I know that.
No. It doesn't automatically get you on, but in smaller type deals, often the investor will say, I'll give you the money, but I want a seat on the board. Now, here's something else to bear in mind. Let's say you've got a 51% owner,
Yep.
you've got a 9% owner, and two 20s.
Oh, it sounds like this is a
Right?
social
So
equity
you got,
thing.
right, you got 4 players, right?
Yep.
Typically you'll have an odd number. Each director has the same vote. The owners will vote the directors based upon how much ownership the owners have.
Yep.
But once the directors are seated, they each have equal votes.
Gotcha. Who makes the budget? Who comes up with the cost of doing business and then dictates the goals, the projections? Because I've always been a
So
W-2
the
guy.
board will hire officers to run the company,
Yep.
technically speaking.
Yep.
And then the officers the president presides over the corporation, and the president has certain right-hand men or women. That could be a chief financial officer who will prepare the budget.
Yep.
The president will typically set the strategic direction, have final say over budgets and that sort of thing. And then high-level issues go to the board.
Right. And I do know this from my past experience. You can actually move from an LLC to an INC.
Yes.
And it's relatively simple to do. You
Sure.
file
It's just
papers.
reorganization.
It's just a reorganization.
Right.
Now, isn't these are the basics of doing business and creating a business. When you look at the MSOs out there, the people, the companies that are controlling a lot of the dispensaries, I'm thinking Curaleaf. I'm thinking, they're the biggest one. We might as well use them. And I know that in the past, they restructure their who owns each license wherever they are. There's always restructuring going on as far as a business operation. Correct or not necessarily? Or it depends
Not necessarily,
because it's a
but-
public company or a private company.
So bear a few things in mind.
Yeah.
If you would like to have an adult use license in Massachusetts,
Yep.
first requirement, you have to organize a Massachusetts for-profit business entity.
Gotcha.
So that's likely going to be an LLC or a corporation,
Yep.
which means if you are a multi-state operator domiciled in another state
Yep.
and you're organized someplace, you can't hold a license in Massachusetts. So you form a local LLC or a local corporation, and that entity holds the license. So the multi-state operators, depending upon the state rules, probably have multiple corporations underneath them.
Right, and they some of those corporations can be operating, not necessarily licensees, but operating companies. A company like a landlord who would own property would hire a management company to manage their properties.
Sure.
Same kind of structure in cannabis, right?
Sure.
So when I see some of the fines that are given out by some of these regulatory entities that get upset when they're not told that there's reorganization of ownership, whoever holds that license, I mean, that's the kind of thing that just goes right over my head, because I was like, I don't get it. So they can restructure their business on the fly without being acquired or anything like that. They
Yeah.
just, or what are you saying? No? Am I crazy? It's okay if I am.
You're not crazy. It's
Okay.
just more complicated than we ought to talk about here.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
But if we ever do a show on corporate governance, it could be fascinating. We'll get all the nerds on.
Well, look, Enrico was he said he was a nerd, and I'm like, this guy's one of the
He's
coolest.
a data nerd, right?
He's a data nerd, and of course, data has value, right?
Sure.
And the data is what a lot of people are willing to pay advertising dollars for or marketing dollars for, because that dictates where they put their money.
Sure. Think
Yes?
about this. Coca-Cola announced either yesterday or today
Mm-hmm.
they're going to discontinue 200 brands. Nearly half of the brands in their lineup they're getting rid of.
Why is that? That's an
Because
obvious
they
question.
realized half the brands in their lineup. Now, that doesn't mean that it sells half the product, but half the brands in their lineup contribute 1% of their profit.
Well, then obviously that's a good, smart business decision if it's
So
right.
you think about all the worry you get rid of by wiping away all those smaller brands. Tab, right? The original diet soda. I don't know the last time I've had a Tab. It was decades and decades ago. A lot of the brands are outside the U.S. But if you don't have good data, you can't make those decisions. And you can step back and say, we're not Coca-Cola. If you're going to run a home delivery operation, you need to know, are the products turning quickly? Am I getting them in and getting them out? Because when you make an investment in inventory, right, if it doesn't turn over quickly, that's money that you're not being able to keep regenerating new profits on. Right? You're tying up your capital in it. So that's the same whether you're a product manufacturer, a cultivator. You're a cultivator, you may need to look and say, are all the strains or varietals, cultivars, are they all generating good action for me? Or you may look and say, you know what, we're just going to have a limited number of strains, and we have 1 or 2 specials, kind of like anybody who's in New England knows pumpkin spice. We're in that season now, right? It'll all go away come November. But if you don't have good data, you can't get to that.
Right, and I'm really understanding now the value of data, and in fact, it definitely lends itself to a great discussion about the impact of social media companies on our world right now, and how they can dictate and control the data based on the content that they're sharing that's dictated by search behaviors of humans. I mean, this is the thing about social media, and I don't know, I always plug the Social Dilemma documentary on Netflix. It's a fascinating watch. It kind of explains what's been going on in this country over the last few years with social media. And look, I totally get it. We're live streaming in social media right now. It allows access to citizens that I hope are more responsible with what they share with others, but it also opens the door with a lot of hate speech. And I wonder, because of that fine line between Facebook and YouTube deciding what is going to be censored and what is not, and how do you balance that in a free society with the First Amendment? And I did write a blog about this, but it disappeared into cyberland. We don't need to get into that. But I really am starting to understand the value of data and why these companies, especially the social media companies out there, value it so much. I know you're taking a look at the chat room.
Yep.
I don't know if anything's in there you want to share. I do have an idea, now that we've used this chat room monitor in the studio, about how we might actually enlarge that so that we could see it. But this is the first time we've really been able to engage with what's going on with people that are watching out there and who they are. And I found out, I think it was the last show we did, we got a guy from South Africa who was watching, which was kind of cool. He was
I told you I have reach.
Right. No, I know you have reach. It wasn't your show, just for the record, David. Okay. Anyway, infused beverages is something that's evolving.
Big.
Right?
There are a number of people in the market who are, several businesses who are getting going. I moderated a virtual host community outreach meeting this past week for a company that's going to make beverages.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people working on the science of how do you make sure that you can suspend the CBD or the THC in the beverage without it coming apart. That's way over my pay grade. But
oh, please! I don't want to have anything to do with science.
We have a couple of people in the social equity program who are interested in starting beverage companies, and there's even more predictors that when we put THC into a beverage, that it's going to take a really big bite out of alcohol. That the 19 to 25-year-olds are not as attached to alcohol as maybe the 19 to 25-year-olds were when we were younger.
Well, that was a long time ago, David, as you know, and
just a year after Prohibition.
This
right?
about a year after. You're just 1937, wise guy. Look, this has been a different type of show. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Okay, we usually like to control the flow of the program, and the technical glitch that started it off, which, by the way, is technology, and it's a pain in the ass. We all have to deal with it, right? It's out of our control. I got to give credit to our studio director here, who I know likes everything in order. And sometimes when you do live streaming or live television,
With me.
with anybody, trust me, look, I go back to the days at New England Cable News. One of the funniest things that ever happened, they have robotic cameras now. So they're taking away the studio camera person's job, and they've turned it into a joystick operation with 2 or 3 robotic cameras. Well, what happens with technology sometimes is those robots get like a fuse blown or something, and they go for Bluey, and they attack the set. And it was one of the funniest videos on the top 100 videos of all time. Mike Adams was the host of the show, which he was kind of irreverent anyway, and that made it onto one of the funniest television bloopers of all time. And
Really?
Again, what I'm trying to explain is
You'll have to send me that clip.
live. It's all over the internet. Live streaming. There's no do-overs. We just try to figure it out as we go along. And Dan, you did a great job doing that. I was kind of keeping an eye on both the preview and the program that was going on back here, and we did the absolute best we could, learning on the fly, because that's what we're trying to do. We are learning. This is all new to us. A cannabis talk show? Are you kidding me? Not in a million years did I ever expect to host a cannabis talk show. I was a sports guy, but we're doing it, and I appreciate the passion, the knowledge that you bring to this cause and to this show. So I thank you for that. A reminder that on Mondays, we do Medicinal Mondays, and we've already got a couple of really good guests lined up. The green nurse, Sherry Tutkus, did a great job last week. We don't know if she's coming back on, but I can tell you that we, Pro Cannabis Media, will be carrying and streaming their programs on our Twitch channel and our PCM network, which is growing. And that means that that's being added to the Vote Pro podcast guys, and also the Emerald Media group that does their monthly webinars. So I'm soliciting people that we think are worthy of our network to share your content with us. And if you're interested in that, you can certainly contact me at either info@Pro Cannabis Media, or, hey, what a shock, it's Jimmy at Pro Cannabis Media. And by all means, let me know about your show or your podcast. And if you think it's good enough, by all means, send it to us. We'll look at it. And we are also willing to consult with you and help you deal with it, the live things and also the post-production opportunities as well. So I'm filling here, but I definitely want to thank David Rabinovitz for coming in. Next week, we'll do this again.
We'll do it again. So.
And I think what we've learned, just so you know, is an open forum on social equity may be really good if we control the room a little bit more. Is that fair enough?
Sure.
Because it was fun to listen to.
It was good. I think we need to put a little bit more structure, but we don't want to control it too much. That's how we got all the great discussion, right?
And they loved it. I know that they loved it because and again, even Rico Lamitte from Canivision, he was talking about giving a voice.
Well, we do social equity. We'll have to bring Rico back. I'm sure he'll have some good things to say.
We know he'll have plenty to say, and that's Canivision. But coming up after this live stream, we are queued, ready to go, Dan. We will have this week's Weed Talk News with Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net and myself. We do that every week here on Pro Cannabis Media. We also have a new In the Weeds interview that I did with the Seed guys, and I want to tell you, it was really fascinating, and that will be run on Monday after our live in-studio show, which is Medicinal Mondays. On Wednesday, Professional Weed Wednesdays, and on Fridays, The Business of Cannabis, The Green Rush, with David Rabinovitz. So, for everybody,
thanks for tuning in. If you're part of the social equity crowd, we'll see you on Sunday morning when we're doing the training, not on this broadcast.
Right.
Next Wednesday, hopefully I'll see a lot of you next Thursday at the Burns and Levinson virtual event, and we'll be back next Friday at 4.
There you go. So for everybody here in the Pro Cannabis Media family, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Every week, or most weeks anyway, Kurt and I get together to give you our spin on the cannabis news of the week and throw in a few comments. This week, Kurt, there were a lot of little stories. As we all know, the clock is ticking down on the presidential election in under 2 weeks.
It's going to be interesting as more and more people start to bring up the word cannabis and voting, and the states start to put it out there. And we all know the POTUS does not want the cannabis crowd showing up on, was it November 6th, because he feels that does not help his chances at re-election.
Especially if it was November 3rd, Kurt.
So there you go.
All right, not sure if you saw this one, Kurt, but President Trump's campaign told the pro-cannabis group in Mississippi to cease and desist using his name as a supporter of that state's medical marijuana initiative.
Yeah, but think about the size of the bongs these guys had to have to take the Republican POTUS and use him and his likeness and image and quotes in their campaign to get medical marijuana passed, not in Oregon, not in California, but Mississippi. Huge bongs on those guys, and probably deserve to cease and desist at some point.
Absolutely, and we still hope and think polling is saying that that actually is a very much of a toss-up medical marijuana question on that ballot. So we'll have to see what happens on Election Day or after. In the meantime, let's go to Deborah Borchardt in New York for our Green Market Report. Deborah?
Thanks, guys. This week, the Flower Corporation said it was buying Terrace Global in a deal valued at $63 million. Together, the two companies have a strong balance sheet with more than $31 million in combined cash and marketable securities. Companies look like they are having no problem raising capital in the marketplace these days. This week, Harvest Health and Recreation said it entered into an agreement with 8 Capital, who will purchase on a bought deal basis 13 million units of the company at a price of roughly $2.26 per unit. This will bring gross proceeds to Harvest of roughly $30 million. Planet 13 upsized a previously announced offering of units earlier this week. The Vegas Superstore company said it was raising $20 million with selling 4.7 million units at the price of $4.30 per unit. That's in Canadian. The new deal is now 5.825 million units at the same price. It's going to bring them about $24 million instead. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchardt with the Green Market Report for Weed Talk News.
Back to the ballot box now, and a few weeks ago, the state Supreme Court of Nebraska took the cannabis question off the ballot when a judge ruled that the question was just too confusing. Now, in Montana, there was actually another challenge to that state's ballot question on legality, and that state's Supreme Court denied and dismissed that lawsuit that would have stricken the question from the ballot. So, Kurt, this is, of course, all these little last-ditch efforts to keep voter turnout down. It's not working.
No, definitely not. If you're putting cannabis on the ballot, people want to vote. And right now it has obviously a lot of support among Democrats and a majority support among Republicans. And we're going to get to a point where everyone's going to need the tax dollars, regardless of your belief in the plant. So it's going to have to start paying for a few things. So I think you're going to see it have a very good November 3rd, Jimmy.
And for some reason, the Republicans in Washington, D.C. don't understand that the word cannabis and jobs are actually synonymous. And even though they are keeping score on those COVID relief bills that have gotten stalled in our nation's capital. And you know what, Kurt? At some point, they have to understand that this is not going away, is it?
No, and you bring up a good point. You know, I think we're at about 250,000 jobs, give or take, certainly not counting the gray or black markets. Full legalization could put that to 500,000 easily. And there are going to be well-paying jobs. It's not just going to be bud tenders. It's going to be accountants. It's going to be CPAs. It's going to be lawyers. So again, we need revenue. We need jobs. And this has held up so well during COVID. Why not continue the momentum?
And I do really think that there's going to be a lot of jobs in the research arena as well, because they want to study this product and see its benefits, or things that perhaps they might find that they are finally negative. But this plant has been certainly looked at and researched and tested for a long time by the substance abuse community. I think there's something like 30,000 studies that have been done on cannabis, and they are still looking for a reason, a negative reason, to stop the movement. Well, it looks like the adult use question in New Jersey will pass, as polls are now reporting a 3-1 in favor of that initiative. And other states that are voting, like Montana, are also polling in favor of passing. In the meantime, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has legalization of adult use of cannabis in his budget items for 2021. So, Kurt, having New York and New Jersey markets open up, along with Little Vermont, it means there's going to be a lot of attention in cannabis on the East Coast.
Yeah, and it's a good thing. If you saw Biden's tax plan for citizens, especially of New Jersey and New York, it was over 60%. You know, 50 Cent made some news this week by saying he's going to support Trump just based on the tax plan. And again, it plays right into that. Everybody's going to want a piece of the puzzle. There's going to be a little bit of tax revenue for the federal government, the state level. It's coming. It's coming on the East Coast. It's coming in the heartland, and obviously the West Coast already has it. So let's hope for a good November push.
Indeed. And back here in Massachusetts, it was a historic week as the Cannabis Control Commission outlined the new rules related to the delivery licenses that are finally going to give an opportunity to social equity applicants. Freelance reporter Grant Smith Ellis was at that meeting, and he reports on the details. Grant?
The Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission finalized its format for adult use delivery after 3 years. Like I mentioned, there will be 2 different types of delivery operations: an Uber Eats style courier that can pick up orders at retail price from brick and mortar dispensaries and deliver them, or a different model called the delivery marijuana delivery operator model, where those companies can purchase products at wholesale from cultivators and manufacturers, stored in a secure vault, deliver it directly. Those companies and the couriers are limited to 2 total licenses per entity to avoid any monopolization concerns. And on top of that, the priority period for these licenses will be for 3 years, during which only economic empowerment and social equity applicants, those most harmed by the war on drugs, will be able to run these delivery licenses. They need to be 51% owner controlled by an EE or an SE during that period, which is excellent as well.
That's a great description of the 2 different licenses. As we said on cannabis.net, that got a lot of attention here in Massachusetts. It is the Golden Goose license to steal. The SC and EE applicants have a 3-year head start to establish a basically moving dispensary or dispensary on wheels that can deliver, buy at wholesale, sell at retail. Some pushback from those people were that I shouldn't say that. I don't understand that the expenses are the same. But in the end, I would very much think those licenses will be in very high demand.
Indeed. And needless to say, this is the biggest win for social equity and economic empowerment advocates since adult use was passed in the Bay State 2016.
Absolutely. And you also heard about the second license where now dispensaries will be able to use that Uber Eats model to have deliveries. I don't know how that's going to work, how much you can take away from a dispensary. Let's say you charge $2. What are you going to charge the delivery? $3 to $4. There's going to be some sort of ceiling before a client's going to call the SC or EE applicant service instead. So they're going to be a little boxed in on their margins from those SC and EE applicants' license.
I think in a lot of ways it's a victory for social equity as a concept and for social equity and economic empowerment applicants, because the original format for delivery licenses was just an Uber Eats format. And in that format, the delivery company has to give all of the profits on every transaction to the brick and mortar dispensary and then charge a delivery fee. because of the addition of the wholesale model, the marijuana delivery operator model, it actually allows these equity companies to build a fiscally sustainable business. And the modeling that was done by some of the equity applicants during the process of developing these regulations demonstrated that without the wholesale model, every equity delivery company would have been out of business within 12 months, which is terribly dangerous.
One state that just opened up their adult use market is the great state of Maine. A new reporter for Weed Talk News is our friend from Weed Buds Radio, Rye Russell. He has our Maine cannabis report. Rye?
Your Maine man here, Rye Russell from Weed Buds Radio, with your Maine cannabis report for Weed Talk News. This week, let's start with the numbers. After 4 long years of waiting, Maine finally opened its doors on October 9th to the adult use market. Retail shops were allowed to start selling flower along with other products to anyone over the age of 21 with a valid form of identification. At the close of Maine's first full weekend, sales for the 9 licensed retailers participating in this opening topped $250,000, bringing in around $25,000 for the state. Not everything is rainbows and unicorns in the Pine Tree State. Nope. 2 small Maine businesses are now suing Maine's Department of Administrative and Financial Affairs, the department tasked with oversight of Maine's cannabis market. The lawsuit alleges that the department failed to follow state law in illegally awarded out-of-state firms licenses to participate in the adult use market. Opposition to this lawsuit states that Maine law violates constitutional rights and will be fiercely challenging these allegations. Also named in this lawsuit is out-of-state companies such as Theory Wellness, Cannabis Cured Cultivation, Mainly Baked, Northland Botanicals, joined by a few others. And rounding out our main report today, we are still seeing major setbacks in the supply chain driving up the price for Maine's recreational sales debut. Due to low supply and lack of testing facilities, we are seeing wholesale prices reaching upwards of over $4,000. With over 430 applicants in the process, we're seeing much enthusiasm for this anticipated and growing market. Thank you for tuning in to your Maine Cannabis Report. I'm Rye Russell from Weed Buds Radio, reporting for Weed Talk News.
Here's a few more news notes around the United States. Harborside of California acquired a majority stake in FGW Haight. That's a dispensary in San Francisco. Harborside is a publicly traded company on the Canadian Stock Exchange. Meanwhile, Nevada's Cannabis Compliance Board is starting to fine licensees who have broken that state's compliance laws. The Nevada Medical Group is facing a fine of $255,000 because they discovered 6 employees who were working with expired licenses. The fine is one thing, but the commission might actually pull their license. Now, Kurt, that's a little extreme, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it's an overreaction to the public wanting to have strict regulations, especially with cannabis on the road and going to appointments and being delivered. Sounds like it's a little aggressive, but maybe they're trying to make an example out of the first person. And guess what? There won't be any expired license for the next 5 years in that state. They'll make sure everybody's caught up to date.
Absolutely, and check those licenses and those expiration dates twice. Well, now it's time for the DC Report with Phil Adams from our friends at the Vote Pro podcast out of our nation's capital. Phil?
Hi, I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast, and this is the Weed Talk News DC Report. Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Kamala Harris has reaffirmed her support for decriminalizing cannabis. Harris said that if she and Joe Biden are elected, decriminalization would be a priority for their administration. During her run for the nomination, Harris was an outspoken advocate for full legalization, a policy not supported by Joe Biden. Since joining the ticket, Harris has scaled back her calls for legalization. At a recent virtual town hall event, however, Harris sought to reassure reform advocates that more significant change would be forthcoming, saying, quote, "This is no time for half-stepping." A coalition of state and local cannabis regulators are demanding that U.S. House representatives make passing a marijuana legalization bill a priority after the election. In a letter to House leaders, the group of regulators supported by the Drug Policy Alliance said that the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act represents a solution for reforming failed cannabis policies and correcting widespread injustice. They urge leaders to pass the MORE Act when it comes up for a vote. In more news from just beyond the Beltway, the Commonwealth of Virginia may soon be following the lead of neighboring Maryland in banning warrantless searches and seizures prompted solely by the odor of marijuana. The Virginia House and Senate have both approved measures to prohibit such searches by law enforcement officers. Governor Ralph Northam is expected to sign the prohibition into law. Supporters believe this will significantly reduce unnecessary interactions between police and otherwise law-abiding Virginians. That's the Weed Talk News DC report for this week. I'm Phil Adams, reminding you to turn out and vote pro-pot.
One more note from the social equity front here in the Bay State of Massachusetts. We want to give a shout out to Caroline Frankel from Caroline's Cannabis in Uxbridge. They are expanding their storefront over the weekend, and more space means more weed and, of course, more social distancing. That's Caroline's, the first social equity licensee in Massachusetts. Kurt, a great success story.
Yeah, and it's also that a lot of people outside of Mass don't know about the blue laws. We weren't able to buy liquor here until 10 years ago, not even, as far as on a Sunday. So to have cannabis sales and have her be able to open and be open on a Sunday is certainly a step in the right direction for progress.
And Caroline's is a friend of Snoop Dogg. You remember when he stopped by that dispensary, I believe it was, who knows if it was 2020 or 2019. I don't even know what day it is anymore. Do you remember that?
Yeah, no, it was kind of funny since for those that don't know, it's not near Boston. It's more on very much on the New York border. So not an easy trek. Snoop went out of his way to get there. It wasn't just a stop in from the airport. So kudos to Caroline as well.
And I think Kurt's going to have a little geography lesson. Uxbridge is right in the middle of the state. It's closer to Rhode Island than it is to New York. But that's okay.
I would say that's a little closer to not near Boston. So for Snoop to have to get there, where's he going into? Worcester Springfield International Airport?
Exactly right. I think that's what it was. Anyway, the bottom line is Uxbridge is out there and in business, and Caroline's is the place to go. Certainly a tourist destination, and that's where Snoop Dogg was over the last year, and I think that's a great story. But anyway, that'll do it for this week's Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, Cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And today I am honored to be joined by the CEO of Green Flower. His name is Max Simon. He's also the founder of Green Flower, green-flower.com. Did I get that right, Max?
That's right.
And thank you so much for making the effort to come out and talk to us today. You know, I think you've heard me tell this story before. When I got my medical card in 2013 here in Massachusetts, I loved the videos that I found on YouTube that were produced by your company because, first of all, they were highly produced. Second of all, they were educational, deeply educational. And I also got to find out a little bit more about Steve D'Angelo and finally got to meet him too. So I was a big fan of Green Flower. And you've done a great job with that company since 2014. Does it feel that long?
Longer. It's been an amazing 6 years, but a challenging one. Amazing and challenging. That's how I would describe the cannabis industry.
Never a dull moment, a lot smaller than you think. And now the two coasts are getting smaller and smaller with a few legal states in between. And of course, the news of the week is that Vermont now turns into the 11th state in the union that you can actually buy adult use cannabis. And that was a big deal because it was the first time a legislature actually got the legalization done. Another historic event.
I think you can pretty much say that this cannabis train will not be stopped moving forward.
Yeah, and the future is quite bright, I believe, if things fall the right way, in my particular case, in the national election coming up in a few weeks. Have you ever seen has there ever been a more dysfunctional time in the United States of America as far as politics and government goes?
Not in my lifetime. It's chaos. It's so bad. I just actually feel like paying attention to it only hurts our mental health. And so I think at this point politically, everybody's likely very clear where they fall. And I wish everybody would just stop talking about it, and then everybody could vote and we could decide what the next chapter is going to look like. But it's quite messy right now.
Absolutely. And I've got my ballot at home. I got it in the mail. I'll be filling it out and bringing it to the town hall probably the first of next week. So you are absolutely right about that. Max, can you take me through a little bit of your model and the journey that Green Flower has been on? You are all about education, and that is something that, as a teacher and a coach for many, many years, I too believe that's the biggest factor in moving this green wave forward. Is the more we educate people, the more people understand the qualities of this plant.
Yeah, so Green Flower is largely recognized as the leader in cannabis education. And that is because we started very early in 2014. And it came from my long, deep background of cannabis, actually. I've been in two worlds my whole life, actually. I've been a closeted cannabis consumer my whole life because I have pretty severe ADHD. And even though I never would have told you up until about 6 years ago that it was my medicine, in hindsight, I realized my whole life I've actually been using cannabis medicinally, and I've been a cannabis consumer my whole life. And on the other side, I've always been in digital education. I helped build Deepak Chopra's company, who's a famous spiritual thought leader, and we were able to reach hundreds of millions of people and really change the stigma around meditation. And so I have a background in using technology and online mediums to get education and information out there into the world in very large ways. And so we started in 2014 to educate the world about cannabis, and have largely stayed on that mission, even though we've zigzagged a few times as a business. But today I'm really grateful to announce that we've got these great business lines that are really successful. We have a channel at green-flower.com where we have tens of thousands of people learning about cannabis every day through our thousands of hours of online cannabis courses. And we have certificate programs that people can take in order to get a certificate in different areas of cannabis, like medical cannabis or extraction or business or patient care. We have 12 of them. And that parlayed into us working inside of cannabis companies. We're now the preeminent training company for cannabis organizations to train their staff. And that's because we have this big library and this great technology that also covers things like compliance and safety and quality control and standards of operating. in retail, in cultivation, in labs, and in laboratories, medical cultivation, and in retail. And then as those curriculums developed, they got so robust that we started approaching colleges. And I'm really honored to say now that we have 8 university partnerships as of today with schools like UC Riverside, University of San Diego, Florida Atlantic University, Northern Michigan University, and many others throughout the country. We're expecting to triple that number just by 2021, where we're actually the engine that powers their cannabis curriculums through higher ed. And so we run the technology and the marketing and the instruction, and the school brings, the accreditation and the student base and the credibility to the table. So really nice partnerships. And that means that we're, educating the world in all these different facets simultaneously, and have built a really exciting business on top of all that.
Absolutely. And isn't it amazing during this COVID time, this pandemic, that online education has become more necessary and more popular, and you're sitting there with an expanding curriculum in a new industry that is just taking off. It's growing exponentially, I guess is a good way to look at it. And congrats on continuing to expand into the college arena. How many hours per course, or how is it structured as far as accreditation goes? Because I know with most colleges, you have to take a certain amount of hours, course hours, in order to get college credits. Is that how yours is set up?
Yeah, so all of the college programs are 405 hours. They're 6-month programs. They go through 3 different courses. Each course is 135 hours. And they're really beautiful programs because there's online content, there's reading and manuals that people get, there's offline projects, there's forums for people to interact, there's homework assignments and projects for people to complete, and then there's, of course, the exams to get the certificate of completions. And so they're really robust programs that people are getting a ton of value from. And because we have these college relationships, it's also allowed us to set up these partnerships with companies around the country so that those companies, as they're growing and expanding, can be hiring our graduates and have these nice pipelines into kind of guaranteed workforces. And so I think the most exciting part of the cannabis industry, from my standpoint, is the insane amount of job growth, and the fact that, not only was cannabis deemed essential, not only is legalization continuing, but this is all happening while it's still federally legal and a Schedule I substance. We don't have banking. So once those barriers knock down, which should happen here shortly, we're going to see a job growth explosion that is literally unparalleled. It'll be the fastest job growth in an industry in many, many decades. And we know that because it's already in the top 4 right now, even with all these barriers. And so, I just feel very excited that higher education is embracing the reality that this is a field that requires specialized talent. Specialized talent is typically trained through higher education, and we have the ability to partner with those institutions to be able to really bring those programs to market overnight.
That's fantastic. Can you talk a little bit about your sommelier certificate? I think you're borrowing a phrase from the wine industry, and it certainly makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because a sommelier is a master of which wine is the best on the menu, or can talk about all different types of wine. I'm guessing the same thing goes with different strains of cannabis.
So it turns out that the term sommelier is a fair use term. It's not trademarked, but it was originally designed as something to signify, wine aficionados and wine experts. And so that infrastructure of, hundreds of years of wine training to create masters in cannabis wine was well established. And we realized in the cannabis industry that you had this really unfortunate experience of millions of people getting wrong, incorrect, made up guidance from people that were literally using inaccurate terminology, didn't have any standardized training, didn't have any ways of systematically interacting with customers, and quite frankly, at the deepest level, don't even have any real understanding of what quality products mean. And so it's not even been announced yet. We just started to tease that this was coming, called the Ganjier. And the Ganjier—
I saw the picture with everybody going, shh.
Yeah, so it was 2 years in development. We started in 2018. All the photos and everything you took happened well before COVID, which shows you how long we've been working on this. And we aggregated 18 of the most experienced cannabis experts that we knew in 2 levels of understanding, quality and service. And we got together for 2 years of time, and they collectively put in over 8,000 hours of contribution to come up with the most comprehensive curriculum for training somebody on cannabis quality and cannabis assessment. We created a tool called the SAP, the Systematic Assessment Protocol, which is a systematic tool for accurately grading the quality of cannabis flower and concentrates. And then we designed the customer interaction protocol, something that people can use to engage with customers in a systematic way to provide the highest level of service, all while training people to develop their palates, develop their level of understanding of aromas and terpene profiles, and ability to communicate that using standard terminology and lexicology. And so it's a really exciting thing that's been years and years and years in the making. And the response thus far has been just overwhelmingly positive. And so people can find out more about that at ganjier.com.
Ganjier.com. I love that. Can we go back in time a little bit to April of 2018? Probably not something you like to talk about, but I believe around the same time that I posted my first podcast, and I found out that YouTube had purged its site of all cannabis-related content. How disappointing and how upset were you when that happened?
Well, it was just shocking because I can understand at least when they are purging the site because there are people that are talking about cannabis products, and consuming cannabis products can be against different rules. And that was their kind of argument. But we were a pure education company. We hadn't taken any advertising dollars. We weren't selling any products. We weren't even recommending any products. And so it's the equivalent of somebody taking down a hunting video because they don't like hunting, or somebody taking down a cooking video, or somebody taking down a makeup video, where it's educational and informational and was completely a form of pure censorship, to be quite honest with you. And so it's irritating and it's frustrating, and it shows you how far we have to go. But one of the greatest benefits I had of being so early with Deepak Chopra is that I distinctly and vaguely remember when I would get literal death threats from different religious right groups telling us that yoga was spreading the devil's work, or that meditation was invoking Satan. And it reminded me that even though people have very strong reactions to things when they have strong beliefs, it doesn't mean that those beliefs will stay, because after years of work and time, every part of the equation turned out to be untrue, and now the world meditates. And so I just see these things as more bumps, inevitable speed bumps on the path to changing global consciousness. And, you get frustrated for a sec, you take a deep breath and you keep going.
There you go. Now, on your YouTube, on your LinkedIn profile, you list yourself as a mindset architect. Can you define what that is?
Yeah, I have a personal love and a passion for understanding how we can optimize our potential in this lifetime. I find it so unusual that people don't realize this is the only lifetime we have. We, not to say that there may not be more lifetimes or something else, but this is it. This is our shot. And so I am a ferocious student of understanding how I can make sure that in this lifetime, I squeeze the most value, I deliver the most value, I experience the most value, I contribute the most deeply. And as I've gone down that path, I've realized that it's your mindset that controls and navigates every part of the decisions you make, and how you show up, and how you feel, and how you communicate, and what you spend your time on, and who you are in the world. And so for myself, I've become a mastery level practitioner of mindset to really make sure that the way I'm looking at the world is optimized in every way. And then I oftentimes will work with people, whether it's, in teaching environments or coaching environments, to help them shape their mindsets in a way that help them do the same.
There you go. Well said. And there is this mind-body connection too that you wave the flag a lot. It has a lot to do, I believe, with the plant. Your also your commitment to meditation, your background on that. The plant was put on this earth by God for a purpose. Can you explain what you think that purpose truly is for people?
Well, I like to just understand some of the mechanics before I get too philosophical, which is that cannabis is one of the most bioactive plants on the earth. There's actually not many other plants on planet Earth that produce as many chemical compounds, the concentration of chemical compounds, the diversity of chemical compounds, the rigor of those compounds than the cannabis plant. And so let's just fundamentally look at the fact that that in itself is special, that this plant is the most bioactive plant that exists on planet Earth. But then when you realize that the diversity of those compounds interacts with the human physiology in quite special and harmonious ways, that endocannabinoid system helps us generate states of homeostasis, helps us improve mechanic systems like digestion and sleep, helps do things like elevate mood, helps balance hormonal imbalances. There's all these mechanical things that the compounds actually do inside of the body. And then you add into the fact that it's incredibly fast growing. You add into the fact that it can grow in enormous proportions in enormous different climates and environments. You add into the fact that those compounds can be extracted and put into a myriad of different substances and consumed in a whole myriad of different ways. And that same plant, packaged in these different modalities, has radically different benefits on society, from, creative and inspirational down to relaxing or sleep inducing, to pain relieving, to, the non-psychoactive components of pain relief and inflammation. And so, I could just keep talking about all these facts. And at a certain point, just the rational person goes, that's pretty impressive, right? But the problem is that just people don't know the facts. That's what education is they're missing the valid, credible information. But the more you know about it, the more you kind of can't help but feel excited by its potential, because it touches healthcare, it touches industry, it touches agriculture, it touches legal and compliance and policy, it touches banking, it touches spirituality, it touches everything. And so, yeah, I feel like the facts communicate what a beautiful plant this is. And like many, I feel, just a little bit honored that I get to play some role in helping other people get the value of it as well.
Well, that's the educator in you. That's the person who wants to give back the knowledge that you've accumulated and make an impact on the world, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
One last thing about business lessons. I'm always looking for business lessons that someone like yourself, who's a CEO, you've built a company, a viable company over the last 6 years. And there's a phrase I use a lot that is adapt and improvise. How important is that when you're building a business?
I always tell people pretty upfront that this cannabis business, this is actually my 6th business. And this has been the hardest business I've ever done by a huge margin, by a factor of 100. And I think that's important because as much passion and excitement there's a lot of obstacles and challenges and roadblocks in this industry that are very difficult. And for us, we have zigzagged and adjusted and pivoted and, changed courses way, way, way more times than I would have liked. But it's partially because the industry is changing so fast. And when we had originally started, we didn't have plans to be a B2B training company. It wasn't part of our vision or infrastructure. But the industry started growing so fast. The need for trained, educated, credible workforce became stronger and stronger. And there was a bigger and bigger opportunity expanding day by day. And so we moved into that space to take advantage of something that we thought we could do really well, and it's been great. And I could say that with higher education, and I could say that with the certificates, and there's all these areas. And so It's great. It's a great challenge. It's a tremendous challenge. But I think in cannabis, if you're not adaptable and flexible and open-minded and curious, you're just not going to make it in this space because everything keeps changing and evolving so fast, and you have to be willing to adapt with it.
There you go. Fantastic. Max Simon, CEO of green-flower.com. And the new group is Ganjier. What's that?
Ganjier.com. It's GANJIER.com.
There you go. He's Max Simon from Green Flower. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two
Hi, everyone. Welcome to a very special edition of Weed Talk Now. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net, your one-stop shopping spot online for cannabis news, information, and videos.
And we are very proud to be having our videos now on Cannabis.net. And we thank Kurt Dalton for that honor. And tonight, speaking of honors, we are honored to have three gentlemen who all in the cannabis industry respect and look up to. One, of course, is Kurt's really good friend, Bruce Linton. Tell me a little bit about Bruce Linton, Kurt.
For those that don't know, he would be on the Mount Rushmore of cannabis business. Ex-CEO of Canopy Growth, received over $5 billion from Constellation Brands. He really brought legitimacy to this niche. He led the way for Canopy and bringing this entire stock market to its heights. And currently, he is involved, I think, with 5 different companies. We'll have to ask him, including MindMed, psychedelic medicines, and mushrooms. So he is constantly having his finger in a lot of pots and hearing a lot of things. So I'm looking forward to see what he says.
And alongside Bruce Linton will be Joe Lasardi, the CEO of Curaleaf, a multi-state operator that is actually right here in Massachusetts, where their world headquarters is. And they are the true MSO, the multi-state operator. And Joe is someone who oversees a very large company, has grown this company, and we really look forward to talking to both of them. And then after we're done with Bruce and with Joe, who are we going to talk to, Kurt?
Favorite Wall Street Journal of Cannabis editor Chris Walsh of MJ Biz Daily. We're going to find out what's going on with the show in the fall. What is he hearing in the industry? When is this going to turn around? And is COVID actually good for the industry? Will it force or push legalization forward? So we get to talk to him.
And we will have all of that. But let's get this thing started now. Well, we're back. Here we are again. Weed Talk Now is the show. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. Joining me in the Zoom room here is Bruce Linton to my left. Joe Lasardi from Curaleaf is below me, and Kurt Dalton, you are diagonal from me from Cannabis.net. Thank you guys for joining us. And what else did you have to do besides hang out for another day in your house anyway? So I appreciate that.
It also it gave me a chance to think about what T-shirt to wear. And
if you want to show it off the top, Bruce, feel
right
free.
there.
There it is, Cannabis.net.
The glory days of Jamaica.
And the story of that goes that when Bruce was on one of our shows earlier, I was wearing a Legals T-shirt, the Legal Seafood Fish, and he thought that was a really cool shirt. Look, Kurt's actually going to hold it up. Roger Berkowitz is a friend, and he presented that to us when he came on our show back in September, and of course, Bruce liked it, so he's like, I want one of those. So I carried it to MJ Biz in Las Vegas and gave it off to Bruce, and he was very happy, and I am too. And Bruce, you said you're getting a lot of good feedback from that.
Every time I wear it, I don't know if you could tell when Kurt held it up, but the leaf is formed with a bunch of fish.
Oh yeah, so yeah, let me get a little better look here. Sorry.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, and so it is one of those shirts that everybody thinks is like all the rest, and then they realize, and on the back, turn it around, Kurt, so people can see that it's from
Legal Seafoods.
Legal Seafood.
So the whole formation of the fish to the leaf makes a lot of sense. And I thought it's very clever.
It was clever, and it was all part of a ad campaign that Legal Seafoods did in the fall. That was one of the reasons why Roger came on the show, is explain why they were using the 420 code to get your attention. And it aired just before every Celtics game, so I was watching it all the time in the fall. Let's start, Joe, if you don't mind. Let's start with you. Hang on a second, and we don't need her. That's interesting. But anyway, let's start with you, Joe, and get your reaction to what has been everybody uses the word unprecedented. None of us have ever gone through anything like this in our lifetime as far as the COVID-19. As a CEO of a company, not just medical, but also recreational, how difficult has this time been for you and Curaleaf?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly been difficult. We've had to adjust our business on the fly and do a lot of things that we're not accustomed to doing. But, I have to say that, having looked back on the last couple of weeks, that, I'm incredibly proud of the team and how they've responded. And I think that actually, the fact that we're essential in every state we operate in is a huge validation for our business. So, net, I think that the recognition that cannabis belongs is part of our society for good is a positive step for the industry. Regulators across the country are letting us do things like online ordering, curbside pickup. They're relaxing rules on hiring, a lot of stuff that frankly was unnecessary. So my hope is that as we come through this, some of those things will become a permanent feature of our business, and it'll be a net positive. But obviously it's difficult and everybody's going through challenging times, but I'm an optimist, so I always try to find the silver lining in a bad situation.
Oh, certainly great attitude. We all need that as well. Go ahead, Kurt.
I was going to say, you guys have raised billions of dollars, been in the industry from the beginning, seen the whipsaw market, so I have to ask both of you, at this point in time, do you believe Carol Baskin fed her husband to a tiger?
I'm going with yes. She's not. There's no way. He was a food source.
Joe, what do you think? I assume you've watched it.
I'm only halfway through the season, so okay. I can't give you my conclusion yet. But they all seem pretty nuts, so anything's possible.
Yeah.
Well, we can see the effects of COVID already on the two guys who have raised billions. One looks like the drug dealer from Breaking Bad. The other guy dropped off my pizzas a few hours ago. So its effect.
Go ahead, Kurt. I know you have a list of questions you want to ask. I'm giving you the floor.
Sure. I'll go at Bruce first. Obviously, restructuring at your old baby Canopy Growth, 800 million, I think, Canadian, kind of pulling back some of your ideas, basically, you could say, or things you spent money on. Do you look at it and say, ooh, I would have done that, or I would have done that, or is it personal, or when you see kind of Canopy pulling back on some of the things, what goes through your head?
Well, for the most part, I think, the world's changed pretty quickly. And so I think part of the reason Canopy got to be where it was is every time there was an opportunity, we were reacting first or before others identified the need to react. And so it's consistent, right? Do you wish to be in South Africa right now with a bunch of operations? Probably not. How about Colombia? It hasn't played out at all, as the regulators indicated, in the market size. So I think going asset light is a good idea. And when we were looking at Colombia, it was really a hedge on, it was my view that we were never going to transit much cannabis from Colombia to anywhere. But it's cheaper to have a hedge than to be wrong. And so now that market's played out that way, it goes that route. As far as the Canadian assets, there's just so much product going to be or is available in the market from people who didn't spend any money on infrastructure to create finished goods. And so they're now at a situation where they have no access to capital. They have a bunch of biomass, basically. So why not essentially buy it cheaper and idle some of their resources? So I think it's kind of it's regrettable for the people who lost their jobs. As far as what is the actual number in real cash down, I think a lot of this accounting write-off does capture a lot of goodwill and other intangibles. And so the numbers I've found look a little bigger than the actual reality of the core cash burden that was used to create stuff.
And Joe, Bruce brought up a good point. The supply is going to be there. We had run an article on cannabis.net that the Google searches on how to grow weed, how to sell weed are taking off as we hit a recession. Hence, people who need an extra $500 to $800, $1,000 a month are trying to figure out how to sell and grow weed. As a guy who's in multiple states selling legal cannabis, what are your thoughts if we hit this recession and everybody turns on YouTube and tries to start growing illegally and selling illegally?
I mean, first of all, I think cannabis is a great plant, and I think that, you know, people are going to definitely turn to it more for anxiety and other issues during a time of crisis. We've actually seen that in our own sales, so that's definitely an interesting trend that I think will continue. You know, the reality is in the U.S., the cannabis market's a $100 billion market, roughly, no matter how you slice it. The regulated market's about $12 billion of that right now, so I'm not concerned at all. There's a huge amount of headroom for regulated operators. I think more interestingly, I think as states recognize the massive budget deficits they have, they're going to look more and more to create tax revenue in the U.S. And that only seems to bode well for future regulations. I'm absolutely confident that New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, states all up and down the East Coast are going to eventually turn to cannabis for tax revenue, because it's just not good public policy anymore to keep this stuff in the black market when it can be tax regulated and add jobs and be a net economic contributor to a state that has a massive budget deficit. I think New York's like a $20 billion hole right now.
So Chris thought the same thing, that the events of COVID will help federal legalization due to jobs, tax revenue. Do you feel the same way, Bruce?
Yeah, and even things like utilization of real estate, right? What do cannabis companies do? They tend to need to set up shop to produce. They're looking to do that in jurisdictions where there are already less costly buildings, you know, to grow in, so abandoned or derelict warehousing environments. They use retail, and retail is going to be just destroyed after this. So the retail footprint of cannabis is, you know, pretty flexible. So, you know, congratulations, you're now a governor. What are you worried about? You're worried about taxes, employment, and utilization of existing real estate assets. I think cannabis checks every one of those boxes better than any other option they have.
Joe, that must make you feel pretty good, perhaps coming out of this at some point. We get back to some kind of normalcy, whatever that looks like. There seems to be a lot of movement and talk about how the cannabis industry can help the United States economy recover, add jobs, and perhaps with a change of government at the end of this year, perhaps even some movement on the federal level.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's what I say. I mean, I never try to predict what's going to happen, you know, at the federal level, because it's impossible. What I'm supremely confident in is that every election cycle, we're going to continue to get people going to the ballot box and voting for cannabis. You're going to see Arizona pass adult use this fall. You're going to see New Jersey. You're going to see 3 or 4 more states adopt medical. The people are going to keep speaking over and over again. So, you know, the legislature is obviously way out of step already with the American people. I think this crisis will hopefully move them more in that direction. But, you know, we'll see.
Kurt?
What excites you most, if we have some sort of vision of the future? Is it federal legalization, being able to ship it from a Curaleaf, or what do you see as, like, if everything broke the right way, would get you the most excited about the future?
Yeah, I mean, certainly full federal legalization at some point is the hope. Being able to have a very highly optimized supply chain where we're only growing in a couple parts of the country. Being a vertical operator state by state is obviously inefficient. So that's the goal. To be candid, I don't think that's around the corner. I think that may take a little bit more time. There, you know, the United States is still 50 states, as we're learning through this, through this crisis, with 50 governors that are making policy. So, I think you'll see a states' rights bill first, and that will allow states to make their own policy legally. I think a full federal legalization is still some time off. There's way too many flyover conservative states in the middle of the country that don't have medical policies for them to think that a full federal bill will happen anytime soon.
And Bruce, you've moved on from this petty cannabis stuff. You're now the mushroom king. How has COVID affected MindMed and what you're doing with research? Is it going to be better on the other side for research into like psychedelics that you're working on?
Well, I'd say research generally, right? So part of the thing I was thinking about when Joe was answering is, MindMed is doing clinical trials or research trials now in Perth, Australia. So when you're in Australia, you're doing it. I don't know. I find that there's quite a bit of a similarity between an Australian human, a Canadian human, and an American human. And so if you have a data set that is done on a really equivalent basis of an FDA, but you could not necessarily have done it as efficiently or maybe even at all with the FDA, when that data turns up in America and it is convincing in the case of the trial MC18, where 18MC, I should say, where we're looking at a derivative of ibogaine as a way to basically get addiction minimized, that'll be a pretty, I think pretty big evidence people can turn to. But I think you're going to find that Germany right now is cleaned up from COVID quite a bit, and they're running things like using cannabinoids and certain transdermal delivery mechanisms to try and really effectively treat things like psoriasis. And in Canada, prior to COVID, there were trials running on how do aged care homes deal with the 4 primary ails of being older. Your anxiety, your mobility, your inability to sleep, and diminished appetite. And so I think you're going to start to see data land in the US from around the world that's going to be a very hard argument for the people opposed to it to stick with. And so I'm mainly excited about this fact that we're on a big global planet that doesn't have equal regulatory frameworks, because then you can actually have data to change the bad frameworks. And I think we'd all agree right now it is suboptimal in the US.
Joe, what can you learn from the Canadian experience as far, and I understand obviously having a federal legalization country north of the United States is not the same thing that you have here in Massachusetts or in any of the other states that you operate in, but are there things that you can learn from our brethren in Canada?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, but before I do that, I just want to, pick up where Bruce left off, because I think it's an important point. And Bruce is without a doubt a visionary, and I believe the new area it is as promising, if not more than cannabis. Let's be honest. In the United States, the pharmaceutical lobby is massive and deeply entrenched, and they don't want this evidence out there, right? I mean, we have well-entrenched, powerful, well-funded people that are going to try to suppress cannabis. And so I think Bruce is right. Research around the world will hopefully overwhelm all the propaganda, but that may take a little bit of time. With respect to the markets, I've been saying to some, I'm sure Bruce will agree that the U.S. is just structurally different than Canada. Bruce can speak more, obviously fluently about Canada, but in my observations, the difference we have in the U.S. is we really control the supply chain. And, as a result, controlling your distribution point, being able to brand, controlling your pricing, not through regime, really makes our businesses more advantaged. So I think where, our friends to the north had a full federal program, the problem with that program is it was implemented by the government. And so, that's always a challenge. And I don't think it's gone as well as people had hoped. A lot of the operators up there, frankly, got shortchanged by the government. Rolled it out, how slowly they've rolled it out, Cannabis 2.0, all the differentiated products. The store rollouts have been a mess in Ontario. So it's been a real cheap market up there. The irony is in the U.S. we have no federal cooperation, but we have states that allow us to do what we need to do. Frankly, it's been better for us.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm just going to jump in here and play the role of the show host for a second. You're watching or listening to We Talk Now with Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net, and yours truly, Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. This is a podcast and also a vodcast. The podcast, of course, distributed in all the popular podcast distribution networks like iTunes and Spotify. And we also want to thank CLNS Media for being a pro cannabis media site. They're a sports-centric podcast aggregation site. We certainly encourage you to check them out. And also we want to help and thank our supporters from Rev Clinics, a local dispensary here. Maybe we'll get a chance to actually talk to the Curaleaf people to join the Rev Clinics alongside here at some point. But we have been with Rev Clinics since the very beginning of my podcast, which was In the Weeds when it first started. Now, of course, having Kurt on alongside as We Talk Now co-host, we've taken a completely different step, a big step. And we also want to thank our friends at Weejits.com. And if you haven't checked out the Maze Pipe from Weejits.com, we certainly encourage you to do this because it will cool your smoking sensation. And we all know that there is a virus out there that loves to attack the respiratory system. So we're not saying it can cure it. We're just saying it can ease the influx of smoke into the human lungs. And if you do go to Weejits.com, Weed Talk 2020 gives you a little bit of a discount promo so that you can get yourselves a couple of percentage points off that. Now, back to the discussion. And now I'm going to toss it over to Kurt, who's ready for another question. Kurt?
Sure. Joe, you guys have a big and growing operation in Florida. Great market. Just what were you thinking? The spring break kids, the partying, the people mingling with them a few weeks ago. As a businessman owning businesses, cannabis businesses in Florida, what was going through your head as people were showing that on TV and protesting it? And any thoughts just having all those businesses down there?
Look, here's what I would say. I don't envy any governor or the president trying to deal with this. These are massively uncertain times, just no playbook for this stuff. So it's really hard to overly criticize, From my perspective, the Florida Department of Health has been incredible partners through this crisis. They've deemed us essential. They're working with us to make sure that we can serve our customers. So, our experience in Florida has been incredibly positive. What's interesting about Florida is that there's been a mass exodus of New Yorkers down in Florida. They're almost overrunning the state right now. So I think it's really muddling the data and the spread of the virus because there's such a mix up of the population. It'd be interesting to see if it was just Floridians alone how the state would fare, particularly given the warm weather and a more outdoor lifestyle type of climate. But we won't know because unfortunately they didn't shut off the spigot fast enough, and the state's just overrun with people from the Northeast escaping the cold and the virus.
You're bang on. I don't know anybody in New York I deal with that has a place in Florida that isn't in it.
Right. It's really crazy.
And Bruce, you had mentioned earlier, Canada doesn't seem to have the flare and the kind of the wave coming through. What did they do better or earlier, or what are you guys doing now that's what's so effective compared to the U.S.?
Well, we do have one massive advantage that our country is a little bit larger geographic, and there's only 1 in 10 for every American. So isolation is kind of natural, right? We're already pretty far apart. But I think just the whole thing, this is week 5 for me, where they've been pushing, just stay away. And I think that's pretty much been it. I wouldn't say that there's been anything else materially different. We didn't have a metro center like in New York that went off in a big way right away. It started in Vancouver, mainly, a little bit, then moved to Quebec and to Montreal. But when you get a place like New York, which becomes sort of the center of the action, that is I don't know how you contain that when you think about the traffic through that city. And I averted being there, frankly, randomly. I was out marketing our SPAC on the, what day did they have the headline on the Wall Street Journal saying end of an 11-year bull run and pandemic declared? I think that was the 11th or the 12th. That's the day I began marketing my SPAC. Genius. There was no one else on the road.
Yeah.
But we were supposed to go the next day to New York, and we did them all by the phone, and we ended up doing 4 or 5 more days of marketing by phone. And frankly, if you have a chance to have basically a buy-side person who's stuck at their home do a call and or Zoom with you when you're stuck at yours, way better than being in their office. Like, we actually got to work through the whole deck, have a focused Q&A, and it didn't end in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It was like every one of our calls went really well that way. So I'd say, Canada's been buttoned down, but the reality is until America as well, it doesn't matter if Austria or Germany is doing terrific, who they're going to do business with. they need the U.S. back. So there's a counterparty, and so we're looking forward to you guys getting all healthy and well.
Yeah. So
for those that aren't familiar with what a SPAC is, special investment vehicle, and 150 million, or it was even more. What are you looking to invest in? You're raising kind of a shell to invest in hemp, and tell people if everybody's looking maybe for Bruce to invest in them. What are you looking for?
Well, so even when we were doing it at Canopy, I'm more of an interested person in terms of what the potential of the whole plant, and if you do any digging in about the history of hemp, it's the most bizarre thing that it actually somehow by the 70s got banned because to the best of my knowledge, some of your very early currency was premised upon the necessary fiber from it, and your first flags were made by it, and Mr. Ford had a fleet of cars powered by it. And so what we were looking at is how do we take regions which didn't ban it and prohibit it and the intellectual property that results from that. So if you went to, say, the Netherlands, France, those jurisdictions, unlike Canada and the US, didn't overreact and ban hemp, which meant kind of in a not super spotlight, they continue to work away and say, well, how do we turn this into what it could be? And if you do the analysis, there's about 225 categories of existing products that could be rapidly disrupted by hemp. And that can be the fiber, it can be the herd, it can be the protein, it can be ultimately potentially the CBD. But our whole model was not CBD first, but CBD last, and monetize the plant in a way that makes sense. And so I'm hoping in the 2021 agricultural season in the US, by that point in time, we're going to have processing facilities that will allow people to be on the fields farming a diversity types of hemp. And we'll own all the assets that convert it into the value add elements that disrupt HDPE pellets for plastics to carbon fiber combos to things that would have the ability to convey electricity and de-weight electric cars. And so the plant is way more exciting if you plant the right ones and don't turn it into CBD first and only.
Let me wait to ask Joe something. Joe, at Curaleaf, what's the breakdown, or what do you see it on the hemp derived CBD, or just people coming in saying, I just want CBD, not the THC?
Well, I mean, we operate regulated dispensaries primarily, so the massive overweight is people that want THC. But I will say that a lot of our ratio products, so products that do have CBD in it, are also very popular. A small percentage of our customers come in for CBD only, but that's because you can buy it now in the gas station. I mean, CBD is everywhere. We have a story about.
Don't buy it there, by the way.
No, I hear you, but I mean, it's like the CBD market is so overcrowded that I agree with Bruce. I mean, if you're farming hemp for CBD, it's probably a challenging proposition. But the plant does show huge promise for the environment and for so many other reasons that I also do believe in that crop deeply. Ironically, I think at some point, CBD might wind up being the source of all cannabinoids. That could be the interest. It's so cheap to farm, and it's very clear ways to CBD and the other compounds in that plant and the THC and other products that may be sort of the mother crop that all THC and everything else comes from at some point down the line. So it's so early days in the cannabis industry, and that's the thing I want to emphasize. All the stuff Bruce is talking about around the science and everything. I mean, this is like the first at bat in the first inning. We don't know anything. We are just barely scratching the surface of what these plants can do to the human condition. So there's a long course of discovery we're going to go through together.
And that makes me wonder, Joe, the first time we met, if this is the scratching the surface in the first inning of things, I think we met in a WeWork space in New York City.
Yeah, that's right.
If I recall correctly, because we were having a discussion, which bank do you like? And I said, well, that's not a possible answer. There are none that you should like, but which one can be find of potential utility? And it was a room big enough to fit Boris, you, me, and I think one other guy, but it wasn't much bigger than that. It was
that's right. We
really
had a beer. Yeah, that was probably 2.5 years ago now. It was a good while ago.
Yeah. Now you're doing pretty well, but I wouldn't want to see how that WeWork space is going to turn out.
Just going to say that. You do it better than WeWork already.
Yeah, we've since moved out of that. We moved to 420 Lexington Avenue, believe it or not.
Nice.
Yeah. So we have a New York office there. But, again, I'm sure you agree, Bruce. I mean, this is just the early days. There's just no conclusions to be drawn. You can't really pick winners and losers, and yet there's just so much on the horizon, which is what gets me excited. That's why I love the industry, because I think there's so much untapped potential and promise in it.
Yeah. Joe, quit interrupting me, man.
Hey, Bono called. He's looking for the edge. Hold on.
I'd say, like, Joe, I think part of what you're experiencing is what I experienced, that once you build the biggest one that's moving the fastest, it's hard because a lot of folks in the sector probably would prefer to see you trip because that makes them think they're doing better. But you guys are big enough now and doing well enough that, you know, you've got the burden of being the leader. And so I like the way you're speaking about the regulators, right? There's always a chance to throw negative, and you did not throw negative ever. You reflected positively, and usually it's true.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bruce, like the reality is, consistently, I don't believe that the other operators are our competition right now. This is $100 billion market. It's, you know, we represent 12 billion today. There's enough, you know, food on the table for all of us to eat. So, you know, we try to cooperate as much as we can with other operators, give them a hand, support operators in wholesale and markets. We support, you know, GTI in New Jersey and these Cresco in other states. And, you know, we believe that the industry is only going to thrive if we all work together and really try to get more favorable regulations. And so we definitely feel the burden in being the leader and trying to create a better cannabis industry. But, you know, we don't really fear other companies as our competitors, and we frankly hope they all do well. It's just a very big industry, and I think that we, as an industry, we need to demonstrate to regulators that there's professionalism. We can do this the right way. We can make safe products, and that's going to break down all of the bullshit and the propaganda we've been up against for the last, you know, 100 years in our country.
Yeah.
Well, we're going through something now that none of us have ever gone through, and I know, Joe, you mentioned food on the table. I'm guessing most of us are not having issues with that, while we have hundreds of thousands of people actually having those issues. I want to ask you guys, you're all working out of your houses. How's that work-life balance working for you guys in your households these last couple of weeks that we've all been kind of holed up here?
Go ahead, Joe. You actually have a job.
This is the segment where I bring my wife in to tell me how much she enjoys me being home 24 hours a day. I suspect it's not very good. You know, I went from never being home to being home way too much. You know, my kids are like, "Who the hell is this guy? Why is he telling us?" So we're all kind of struggling. The home front is probably a bigger challenge than my job right now.
And you're working out of your house full time, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just literally, we have to respect the governor's orders. We have to set an example. So we're going out for groceries, and that's about it. You know, for me, you know, the people that are the real, obviously, heroes in our company, the people on the front lines every day interacting with customers and, you know, working through these uncertain times. We've got 57 dispensaries around the country and people showing up to work every day to deliver products. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all of our employees for doing that and for, you know, getting out there and carrying on the mission. It's now more important than ever. So, frankly, I wish I could do it. No fun being home.
Yeah. And the way I did is when I had an office, every Monday I have 11 phone calls with different people from Europe through different parts of the US and Canada and finish on the West Coast. And then I began by adding a call to a party in Australia, which is at 6:30 p.m. my time on Monday. So I always had Monday to get a view of what was happening, and I've kept that. But like today was Thursday, and it involved me using what I've done, Joe, is I live in a property, it's about 2 acres and has trees around the edge. And some of them are not as healthy as they should be. So I allow myself 1 tank of fuel in my chainsaw per day. And I go out and I cut down and cut up the trees. And at this time of year in Canada, none of them have a leaf. So if I'm feeling like I need another tree, I just deem that one unhealthy and down it can come. But that's kind of been it. And if I laugh when you say, Joe, like, you're never around, then you're around too much. Last year, we had about 130 days on the road and a whole bunch of red eyes going to Germany and stuff. I've now been in my house for 5 weeks. In fact, this room I've spent more time on this call with you guys in this room than I had in the prior 17 years.
All right.
So this has become my office. It's actually an arcade. That's a pinball game behind me, and this is sitting on a old school bar top Pac-Man game. But it is really, I think the effect of things like Zoom and this, and a bunch of the businesses I'm involved in, they are now going to probably shrink their actual physical office space to about a third of what we were carrying before. And there'll be gatherings, but there won't be offices all the time for everybody, and there'll be cycles where we get together rather than carry a huge burden for real estate we don't need now.
Hey, Bruce, I was going to actually ask you that because I was feeling the same way. It's really amazing. I really believe this will change how companies operate. Even in our business, we have people traveling all around the country all the time. I think we're all saying to ourselves now, does that make sense? Is that even necessary with technology? We need offices to do stuff the way we used to? I mean, I think it's going to force us into thinking about that stuff more clearly.
Well, and you think about it, you and I are not going to have a sit-down meeting until there's a vaccine. But I bet we talk again before that.
Right.
So the effect of this is that we're going to get used to doing things over the next 6-12 months. This isn't just like the last 5 weeks. So I'm fairly upbeat about some of the tech I'm involved with because of that. I feel quite down on things like office space. Like, I don't know how WeWork's going to come out the other side of this. They have hard contracts is really their only advantage, right? When you were a member, whatever they call it, they set the hooks into you pretty hard. And so other than that, I think a lot of people are just going to give up on the spaces.
There was a power of the face-to-face meeting that's been now replaced by this kind of technology. Is that going to change the deals that are made?
I don't know. I bet you're still going to meet face-to-face to do all the final deals, but getting started on something historically has been a problem of trying to figure out when you can get together to start on it.
Right. And certainly there's not going to be a handshake deal anymore.
No. I think to continue what they were saying, I think this technology is going to get real interesting. One is Joe and I live in the Boston area, traffic, could we get it to where we take 25% of the cars rotating, maybe big companies take a Tuesday and the next big company to alleviate traffic, which would help the environment, and secondarily higher education. As I know Joe's got kids, Bruce has kids there. That is this the breaking point for the $70,000 a year colleges, which has gone up faster than anything, even inflation? That is there something coming where this is the tipping point? Video conferencing, maybe half your time at a dorm or school, but the prices now come down to where you can get a legitimate college education or a post degree through video and through online classes. It's much more legitimate after COVID. So yeah, who knows what happens, to some of these big industries in a year or two. So.
Yeah,
Kurt, I had a conversation with a buddy of mine whose kid goes to USC at the tune of $67,000 a year. And we were talking about, we all recognize education is being delivered in an antiquated way right now, right? It's just, you could have a professor and 3,000 kids take a course over a computer. And so my kids aren't college age yet. They're a few years out, but I'm hoping it's actually a shift in the way that education is delivered, and it becomes more economical because, frankly, it's a bit of a relic of the past now, the way it's being done.
I got 2 young kids too. You and me both, Joe. We're going, just bring that MOOC project from Stanford. Make it $10,000 a year for college. We're in.
That's it.
And of course, I'm the old guy in this room right now, but I am teaching using Zoom at Emerson College this semester. And I've got 30 out of 31 kids every Monday and Wednesday, noon to 1:30. And to be honest, if you really do understand how teaching is done, and I'm a big proponent of experiential learning. I want to give assignments. I want these kids to be reading and writing, reading aloud, writing, speaking, all those things that have disappeared from that face-to-face in our own human communication. I put those into my courses because, they'll do it. First of all, they're bored out of their minds. They're happy to make the time to go to class. And second, it's the kind of assignment that you need to have beyond just this. And you know, we know that the next few years we are going to see a lot of changes. And I think everyone in this room agrees that the cannabis industry certainly is poised to take advantage of some of the new ways people are going to be doing business, some of the new products that will be entering the marketplace, and also, you know, how to create jobs. The industry's a little baby. You guys have been talking about how we're just at the very beginning of it. Well, you know, we all recognize you can tax it. You can bring jobs in. There's so many positives to it now. And if everybody would just get away from this stigma. Are you still dealing with the stigma on a daily basis in your business, or has that?
Every day.
Every day.
Every single day. Every day. Look at Massachusetts. I mean, we have a governor that doesn't recognize that cannabis should be as legal as alcohol right now. I mean, it's just one example.
Right.
So Joe, we've written about this a lot, where Governor Baker's decision was we don't want New Yorkers coming over the border right at the New York-Mass line. To me, with the ordering systems that are out there, there could have been a compromise. I like to call it the Five Guys compromise, where you can order ahead, have it taken out to your car. Couldn't we have found some common ground to get rec? I hope you vote yes on that. But does Baker have anything to stand on as far as saying, well, the lines are too long at rec? We all know that's his fault for dragging his feet for a couple of years, but you can't go back now. We have a virus here. Why couldn't we get a solution? Why couldn't we get a compromise on the, hey, stay in your car, we'll bring it to you, we'll let rec go, but don't stand in line?
Kurt, there in Massachusetts, there are 1,600 liquor stores. We estimate there are 350,000 transactions happening every day for alcohol. 40 stores in the Commonwealth can't operate safely. I don't believe it. Everybody gets ID checked. You can very easily limit it to people that are residents of the Commonwealth. The reality is it's just what we've been dealing with, that cannabis has not been accepted. It's not being recognized as part of the mainstream. And so it's easy to make those decisions.
You know, one of my biggest beefs with this whole thing, guys, and I don't know if you've ever listened to the podcast, but I talk about there's no public service announcement. The only stories that the media, traditional media here runs, are the negative stories about the industry. There's no positive how cannabis has changed my life, how cannabis has saved my life stories. You know, Acreage tried to run one during the Super Bowl last year, and CBS nixed it. That spot that they ran had 3 incredible stories about how cannabis has saved, I believe one was a veteran's life, one had cancer. I mean, there are stories out there, but there's no balance in the reporting of it, because you guys know if it bleeds, it leads in media. But there are so many compelling human interest stories, and they're not being told. Frustrations for you guys not to see a public service campaign?
For me, I think the bias indicates that there's still an opportunity that's bigger than allowing everyone in, right? A lot of the major corporations stay away because of the perceived negativeness. So I think it gives guys like Joe and myself a chance to keep building businesses while that bias is annoying. It's actually kind of like a barrier to a bunch of rational actors who should come in. As far as the media coverage, what I found, so I've been watching everything from how's the view in Ohio so that doctors can have better access to prescribing without having to see people, to what does Ontario do, which is they destigmatize cannabis because it's federally and state legal. They start opening stores and then they close the recreational stores for about 10 days, which were the 10 best days, I'm sure, for the illicit trade, because now you've destigmatized something and told people now that you've got used to it, you got to go buy it from the guy in the puffy coat. So I see weird moves like that, but I continually see progress. And when I say that, this government that I'm talking about in Ontario didn't necessarily want to have the stores open, but there was enough of an outcry to say, no, it has to happen, that they went back on their word and changed their position. And so I'm kind of curious, Joe, a lot of times I'm hearing, obviously seeing curbside, all these things, but what about format? Like when I think of places like New York or Minnesota, it's not just access, it's what you get to buy.
Right.
Are you having good discussions where regulators are sort of looking at or thinking about that a bit more progressively in this weird state?
I think it's a good question, Bruce. It's probably a little too early to tell, but I would say that I'm encouraged that more form factors will come in. New York's a good example. If you look at New York, there's 20 million people in New York, right? Same amount of population is almost the exact same rules, except factors in New York are a fraction of what they are in Florida. So you see this massive growth in the market, right? You have flower, you have vapes, you have concentrates in Florida, and you have 5 SKUs in New York that don't include flower, can't compete with the guy in the puffy coat. But I think that we've made some progress. We launched the first chewable in New York last quarter, so that's a progress. We launched a ground flower product late last year, and so we're definitely having small gains. But I think more form factors will come in, particularly as people think about the COVID impact on people's lung health. I think that's a strong argument for allowing other form factors like topicals, edibles, and different forms of administration. So we'll see. Again, I'm all optimistic, but it's progress is never linear, and it's just not fast enough for.
What about labs being constrained? Are you finding any flexibility in terms of self-testing or limiting the total obligation of testing?
No, we have not seen any relaxation of testing. But what I think some of the most positive and encouraging signs are that again, there's a recognition now by many of these government people really rely on these products. Cancer patients can't go a month without getting these products, and so I definitely feel encouraged in that way. The biggest shame, in my opinion, about what happened in here in Massachusetts is that there are a lot of people, including veterans in particular, that use the adult use channel to buy cannabis legally, and those people are all now shut off from the program. And in the United States, 20 veterans commit suicide every day. Millions of veterans are addicted to opioid. Mental health is a huge issue in the veterans community. And there's a complete lack of regard for, that population in our state. And so, on one hand, you have progress, and on the other hand, you find yourself massively frustrated, with the lack of recognition.
Yeah, and if VapeGate taught us nothing or anything, it should be that the safe channel is the regulated channel. As soon as you close it, you've basically enhanced the risk for people.
Yeah, so, there was a study that came out. Sorry, Bruce, to interrupt you, but there's a study that came out a little while ago that showed people that had serious illnesses during that vape crisis. It was like 10 to 1 in states without legal cannabis. So it was very clearly coming from the channel, not the legal channel. There has been no evidence that it ever came out of the legal channel. And so, by banning vapes in Massachusetts for a couple of months, all you did was force people right back to the source of the problem. And we're doing the exact same thing again.
Absolutely. Kurt?
Let me ask you, what's one thing when this thing gets lifted that you want to do? What do you miss the most? Give me a couple things, whether it's personal business, that you want to go do when they say it's all clear. Go ahead, Bruce.
I like eating in a restaurant, just going with a group and socializing. As much as it's great to have, we get halfway through breakfast and we start the discussion of what's for dinner currently, but I just find the whole process of getting together with a group of people and having dinner and enjoying the evening. I didn't realize how much that was an important thing.
Have you done a Zoom meeting, Zoom dinner with any friends yet? Yes.
Yeah, and it does. Sometimes you forget the Zoom's on, and everybody's scrambling around for stuff, and it comes back. And those will be memorable events, and they're fun. But just going for dinner with a group of people and being at a decent restaurant and having a couple of hours where the time passes, that's something that I look forward to again.
I miss sports, Joe. How about you?
I'm the same as Bruce. The human interaction and being able to just share intimate moments with people and have conversations, that's the thing I miss. I think that's probably true for a lot of people. You don't realize how connected we are to each other until you can't be, and then you're like, shit, I really even going to the office, I just miss being around people in the office and banter and all that. It's just it's pretty, kids all day. It's not that mentally stimulating, frankly.
On a personal note, is it much easier to be locked away with your family when you're sitting on that huge bale of marijuana you're sitting on, or the huge bag of mushrooms Bruce has off camera? Does that help?
I'll trade Bruce some cannabis for some mushrooms.
There you go. Well, I will say one of the things that happened, fortunately, is Canopy launched their tweet and tonics about 3 weeks ago, and they're now starting to fill the channel. And so these are actually amazing beverages. They only have 2 milligrams. They're crystal clear, and they have no calories, no carbohydrates. And so someone said, Bruce, you look like you're a little thinner. Are you exercising a lot? I said, well, that may be a contributing factor, but I think no calories in your beverage is also a positive.
I thought the COVID-19 was like the freshman 15. I went the other way, so.
Me too, unfortunately. A lot of stress eating.
Yeah, seriously, right?
Well, guys, I got to tell you, listening to both Bruce and Joe talk to each other was kind of fascinating to me. I think both of you are leaders of this industry in so many ways. I really think that the leadership of the industry is in good hands. And I want to thank you guys for that. I'm the oldest guy in the room. I'm the guy who's at risk for COVID-19. I get it. But I lived a long time to finally see this happening in my native state. I never thought I'd see 12 championships in 20 years in Massachusetts and have cannabis legal. It's just a crazy, crazy time. But I want to thank both of you for taking the time away from your families. I know how tough that must have been for both of you, especially at bedtime for anybody who has any young kids, right? To join us here for this discussion. And
Joe's like, honey, no, I'm still on.
Yeah, keep it rolling, Jim. I got another hour.
Yeah, it's a 2-hour show tonight.
That's right. Well, we could do this again in a month, guys, because Kurt and I do get together and do these things, excuse me, every month. And we look forward to having you on anytime. I like to wave the flag so that the cannabis industry has a place to go to tell their own stories. And we support that effort here at Pro Cannabis Media, and I know Kurt does as well. And Bruce, you liked us when we first met back in September too in Jamaica.
Yeah, no, and thanks for organizing this. I don't think Joe and I would have gotten around to getting connected properly again. So this has been very beneficial. Thanks, guys.
Sure. And speaking of Jamaica, Bruce, of course, I still have my Rastaman hat and dreadlocks going here. I only pull it out now when I'm talking to you for some reason, or going to a party of some kind. So
I feel like I'm on the Brady Bunch show. Is which square is not a drug dealer? Because I can't tell on this side.
Hey, and for those of you who are listening and watching, we also have 15 more minutes, a bonus conversation with Chris Walsh from MJ Biz Daily. They just cut a deal with LeafWire, and of course, they are always hosting the largest cannabis convention in Las Vegas in December, and for now that is still on, and let's hope we can all meet down there in December of 2020 and continue this conversation.
Well, here we are with a bonus part of Weed Talk Now. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
And joining us as well is Chris Walsh, who is the CEO of MJ Biz Daily. And Chris, welcome to Weed Talk Now.
Thanks for having me on again. I appreciate it.
No, happy to have you here. Last time we talked, we were in the middle of MJ BizCon, the biggest one. I believe it was your 6th in the Las Vegas Convention Center. Man, does it seem like it was only a few months ago? A lot has gone on between December and now, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we used to call, we have a term pot years in the cannabis industry since we started nine years ago, and every 2 or 3 months, as anyone in this industry knows, feels like a year or two. I can tell you that has been accelerated with all the chaos going on now. So every day feels like 3 or 4 months now, and every month feels like a year. So yeah, a lot has changed.
In fact, even this past week or the last few weeks, a few things have changed with MJ Biz Daily. I understand that you've formed some kind of a promotional partnership with LeafWire, our friend Peter Vogel out there. And you guys in Colorado, man, you guys know how to make deals, huh?
Yeah, we've been talking with Peter and LeafWire for a while, trying to figure out if there was an opportunity to work together and how. And we were able to find a nice path forward that really is gonna, especially in this environment, help professionals and executives and leaders in the industry better connect with each other and get the resources and information that we provide to kind of help them navigate this situation and grow their businesses and keep their businesses afloat and really find their tribe together in different segments of the industry in what is now a digital world.
Chris, what's the plans? I'm sure you're making contingency plans. You guys have had layoffs just like everybody else in the industry, but if Vegas can't happen in the fall, is there a virtual plan or a hosting at a different time and place? Kind of what is your long-term planning if we get that far?
Yeah, we had some furloughs recently as we kind of navigate this current situation. We don't really have any idea of what's around the corner, like most of you out there. And so we're really moving cautiously now to make sure that, we can continue to be the leading, resource for connections and information in the industry, and that we're going to come out on the other side of this in an even stronger position. As we look forward, we've run a bunch of different scenarios for what can happen. A lot of this is out of our control. It's out of everyone's control right now. And again, with that uncertainty, we have various ways we're going to move forward to continue, serving as this resource for the industry. So we're moving ahead with MJBizCon now in December. And, we're going to start allotting space to exhibitors on the floor soon. There's still a lot of interest, not only in the US, but from companies in China and globally. And I know that sounds odd right now in the situation we're in, but the cannabis industry is starving for information, for connections to do business together. And so we hope to bring that, we were going to bring that to people one way or the other. So no matter what, we're going to have a digital and virtual component to MJBizCon. We have some plans we're going to announce here in the next couple of days about our virtual event strategy and what we're doing on the editorial side, to provide everyone content and information. And as I said, connection. So yeah, we're pursuing multiple paths, and hopefully we're going to see everyone in Vegas in December. And if something prevents us from doing that, we have great backup plans to still give everyone that value in just a different format.
You're a guy that travels around the world. I think I've sat next to you at probably shows in 4 countries now we covered. All of us are feeling locked in, but what's it been like for you? Because you are on the road. You're a road warrior. How has it been hard at first? You enjoyed it for a little while. Now you're ready to get outside, or where are you at?
Yeah, it's been tough. And Kurt, I've seen you at many events in different countries. Like a lot of people, had a lot of big plans. Was going to take my daughter to Disney World. And by the way, my daughter's really upset with me, so I hope she doesn't, on this. I took her computer away, and she's young and has been on the computer a lot, so she's very angry at me right now. So apologies if there's any interruption.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
Exactly. We were going to go to Disney World, but for work, I was going to go to Brazil. We were going to we had an event in Denmark. We had lots of travel coming up, both personal and for our business. And, traveling is my personal passion, and it's been fortunate that I've been able to do that for business as well. So this has been hard for me on that end, but I always just kind of ground myself and center myself and say, a lot of things could be worse. There's a lot of people in bad situations. I don't know anyone personally who's been affected by the virus. And so I thank, my lucky stars for that. And as hard as it is, it's something I can adapt to, obviously, because it could be worse.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, Chris, the cannabis industry alone, without the COVID-19 virus, is challenging enough. Now you throw in the fact that nobody in the cannabis industry is going to be able to get any kind of federal stimulation money or anything like that. And here in Massachusetts, where we record this program, we produce this program, the governor, Charlie Baker, once again won another battle in court this week, where the judge has actually upheld his ban of adult use cannabis recreational stores from opening during this stay-at-home order. Have you ever thought that the challenge would be including all those things that have to go on with cannabis because it's still federally illegal? Now you throw in the virus. I mean, how much more can you guys handle?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. This industry is resilient. Since we started in 2011, the amount of pressures and stresses and unexpected developments and challenges this industry has faced have probably been as much, if not more, than almost any industry out there. And what I've learned over time is it's resilient and it comes back stronger. And, you know, the silver lining in a lot of this is that although we see what's happening in Massachusetts, which is very unfortunate, a lot of states have basically said cannabis businesses are essential. And if you just think about that in the context of this, it's pretty amazing when you think it's illegal federally and there's still a stigma around it. And, you know, there's still opposition to it or people that are afraid of it. And you have all these states that are saying, no, there's only a couple businesses that are allowed to remain open. And one of them is medical marijuana dispensaries and in some cases recreational. That is pretty amazing. And that gives me hope that when we come out of this, there's going to be a lot of pain and they can't get, businesses can't get federal stimulus money. Some of them can't sell, you know, they don't have as big of a market. Consumer spending is going to drop. It's going to be painful for the cannabis industry too. I think the industry is going to fare better than a lot of other industries. Doesn't mean it's going to fare great, but it's going to fare better. And so those companies that can survive this can adapt, that embrace the change and understand that business has to be done differently. And they've got to get through this period. I think the industry as a whole is going to be good, in a really good position to come roaring out of the gates when we get out of this mess. And I do think it is going to help legalization and acceptance efforts. I absolutely believe that. Down the road, because we're going to need to jolt this economy, and you know, people, governors and federal politicians are going to be looking at where can we do that. This could be one of the ways.
Well, that's exactly the next question I had based on an article we wrote for you, but you just covered that. So you must have been, this isn't your first rodeo, I can tell. As I described for people that don't know who you are in your magazine, you're the Wall Street Journal of cannabis, and you really have your pulse on worldwide. What's some of the good things you think will happen? Obviously, you just covered legalization. What can we tell the cannabis industry from your perch about the stuff to look forward to and what you think will happen?
Yeah, I mean, to reiterate, no one can predict the future. I've learned in this industry, you know, you can be very foolish very quickly by trying to say what's around the corner. But, you know, having been involved intimately in this industry for a very long time, almost a decade, I am very optimistic that it will lead to federal change faster than if this had not happened, and it may convince other states to legalize again as we come out, as they're looking to help the economy. So that's one, you know, potentially very big silver lining. And then, you know, in every crisis, you have to look for the opportunities. And so the companies that do that and the leadership teams that are able to get their head around that things aren't going to go back to where they were 2 months ago, and it's all going to be the same. You got to think about where the puck is going down the road and position yourself to be there. So I think the industry and companies can come out of this stronger, and that's what I'm trying to do with our company. You know, jury's still out on if we can all navigate through this, but I think there could be some good fundamental changes to how businesses operate and the innovation that has to occur in a time like this. So you stay afloat, and then when you get out of this, that innovation carries forward. And the industry might be doing things that it wasn't doing before that are really beneficial for customers, for patients. And one example is, you know, some cities or states have loosened restrictions or bans on delivery. So when we look down the road, if those stick, you know, that's a whole new business model and a whole new way to get the product to people and a whole new connection you can make with patients and customers. And, you know, if that works okay, that might be another silver lining in this, is that will be permanent in some areas and may become a bigger part of the industry in general, which again, I think is a good thing to have more options, creates more business opportunities. So, and you know, I do think cannabis, this isn't going to affect the long-term demand for it. Consumers will have less money, so we all have to prepare for the fact that even though they really want it or need it, they might not have the funds to get it or to get as much. So if we can weather this storm, you know, circle the wagons, get through it, this might even increase demand down the road and get new people into the fold because they are at home and they don't know what to do with themselves. You know, on the recreational side, maybe some people are saying, I'm going to try this. You know, I don't know what else to do. I'm just sitting here. On the medical side, maybe they're more willing to try this to help them. So that's how I'm viewing it.
Is there any way that the industry itself can perhaps come up with some way to help and aid some of the little mom and pops and the little grow farms and the little people that are in the cannabis industry? We all know that there are investors out there, and we know that investment is always a gamble, especially with a federally illegal product. But is there any movement at all of a private bailout fund out there for the cannabis folks, the little guys?
That is a great idea. And I'm not aware, and doesn't mean it's not happening, as I've had to retrench and focus on our business. I'm not aware of any big efforts to do that. I think, unfortunately, we're hit with a double whammy. I think if this was a recession or a downturn, I think we'd all gladly welcome that versus the current situation where there's a recession/downturn and the uncertainty and unprecedented nature of this right now, where no one knows what's around the corner. No one can predict safely what's going to happen in 4 weeks, in 2 months, in 4 months, in 18 months. And so I think it's very hard for people, even if you're doing okay financially, even if you have a big buffer, to commit to something like that. And so I think it's a noble cause, and maybe if we can get some leaders in a room to talk through that, we can come up with an idea. I know now the sense is everyone's, again, if you have money to spend, you are protecting it and you're sitting on it. And as much as you want to help others and smaller businesses and those that might be struggling to survive, even if you're an investor, everyone is afraid right now. And so maybe as we go down this and get some more clarity, an idea like that can take off.
What's your opinion? You mentioned not knowing, and you're right, no one knows the future. There seems to be two trains of thought. One is we're going to open up around May 1st and start playing, basketball and football games and see how it goes. The other is we'll see you in 2022. Just personally, are you leaning, or what do you think is the more future look that you would agree to?
Yeah, and as the CEO of our company, I have to look at all possible scenarios. So I've been very, very close to this and trying to figure out how we should go forward. So, for us, it's preparing for anyway. I don't think, that things are going to magically open up in the next couple of weeks. The problem in the US is, every state has handled it differently. So people look to Europe and say, oh, well, Germany's kind of opening back up in Italy, but you have to compare Europe to the United States. If Europe operate as a group like this, it would look far different. And so the US, while states are going to operate that way, it's not going to be like the US opens back up like in Italy or Germany or a Denmark. It's going to be like a California does that way. And this state might be behind. And that's the hard part of this, is they're all going to be moving at different speeds. And that's going to affect each other's economies and the cannabis industry. So the way I'm viewing it is, there's going to be, hopefully a gradual loosening. And we just all have to, again, batten down the hatches. There's not going to be something, if anyone is, again, thinking that in 3 or 6 months, their business or this industry is going to look like it did in January, I think they're going to have a hard time adapting. We just all have to adjust to this new reality and know that we don't know the answer. So my personal way of doing that is saying we're preparing for all scenarios. We're being conservative because we don't know. And I can't sit here and say, I know. I don't even have a feeling, except that we're going to have to get the economy going at some point. And what that looks like, I don't know. But we want to be ready for whatever that looks like and however that rolls out.
Well, we certainly know we're in a historic time. We thought we were just trying to keep that green wave moving through Washington and into business. And now we've got this big, a pothole in our world that we've got to figure out a way to get out of. And Chris Walsh, I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy day. And I really hope you'll be a kind dad and give your computer back to your daughter.
Oh, it's a constant battle. And just to close out, we did furlough 30% of our staff, but we did it because we don't know what's around the corner, and we hope and expect to bring them back with our new plan forward and our enhanced plan. And so, we're betting on a way to navigate this and hopefully, get back to normalcy over time. If we were approaching a really dire mode, this would have looked different, our internal moves. And I know a lot of businesses out there are considering what to do and how they approach this. And, we're all in this together, and we're all going to get through it together. And I think we're going to learn a lot through this, and we'll be ready for whatever comes down the road.
Fair enough. All right, Chris Walsh, thank you so much again for joining us. For Chris Walsh and Kurt Dalton, I'm the host of Weed Talk Now from Pro Cannabis Media. My name's Jimmy Young. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly, stay safe, and stay sane.
Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
is.
Yeah. You're live. Hey, I'm live. We're live? Like, hello, live? Hi, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Cannabis Chat, our third 2-hour cannabis talk show of the week. Not that I'm counting or anything like that, but this one's always the most anticipated. We call it the Green Rush because we bring in David Rabinovitz with us, and David gets to talk about the business of cannabis. That's his favorite thing to talk about. He's a data analyst, and the cannabis industry fascinates him, and we'll be talking to friends of David a little bit later on this show. But right now we're going to bring in a friend of us all. His name is Chris Walsh. He's the CEO of MJ Biz Daily. Chris, coming from Colorado, how are you? And thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Great, thanks for having me. Coming from my basement in Colorado, and my webcam's been kind of going in and out. Sometimes I have a little red glow, so just be prepared.
That's all right. A red glow is a healthy glow. That's what I keep telling people. But I got to tell you, Chris, a lot of people, you know, the thing about the cannabis industry is that there is socialization. There's always been socialization. It's actually been part, I believe, of the culture for thousands of years. But unfortunately, COVID has reared its ugly head, and you guys have had to cancel your in-person conference, but you're substituting it with quite a few other online opportunities to network and mingle and talk. So you tell me what's coming up and how disappointing was it for you guys to have to cancel?
Yeah, honestly, we've been preparing for this eventuality since March when we closed our office, not really knowing what was going to happen in the world. So we've been putting a lot of time into, if we can't do anything in person, how can we capture the spirit and the buzz, but more importantly, facilitate connections and education and all the things that people rely on in a real world event. And so we've tried to rethink a lot of what we're doing. So it was disappointing, but you know, we're not going to jeopardize the safety and health of our staff, of people in the industry. And we couldn't do it from Vegas regulations, but we couldn't do it safely and effectively regardless. So it is the world we're in today, but we've really tried to rethink what we can do. And we're not just going to take, oh, this is MJ BizCon, let's just put it online and have a exhibit hall that looks like you're there. I mean, we're just trying to focus on the value for people and really put a lot of time into figuring out how we can get people networking and get them that connections and get them to meet the new people and even recreate the spontaneity of, you know, running into someone in a hallway or in a session room, and that ends up becoming your business partner or an investor or whatever.
Yeah, and there's plenty of those stories out there too, which I think is great. I believe you had the CEO of Whole Foods as your big speaker. Is that still on?
It is, absolutely. John Mackey, we have actually been trying to get him for years, and he wanted to speak at our event, but his board in the past said no. Now this shows you how far cannabis CBD has come, that he's actually going to speak at a marijuana conference. So we're really excited. I think he's going to draw a lot of parallels in various ways to the cannabis industry overall.
And that's not all. You guys are working on something else. I think I saw something come across. You know, Tess Woods does a great job for you guys. And I saw something about right around election time, right? Because there's kind of a big election coming up in the next few weeks, right?
Just a little one. Yeah, no, in trying to rethink what we're doing, a lot of the feedback we got from people that attend or exhibit was, you know, we like it, but it's in 3 days, right? And so all this business activity and all these leads come in and all these connections in just 3 days, and then we have the rest of the year, you know, and we're the next event. So we actually are extending MJ BizCon to early November. So people that register by then, there's a series every week of 1 or 2 forums. And so we're gonna have special election analysis and content for MJ BizCon registrants at that time, and connections, and the networking really starts then. And from there, you know, each week we have, you know, something on Latin America, Europe, hemp, investing. So it's not just going to be confined to December 2nd to 4th, which is the technical days of the main event.
Wow, that sounds great. So Chris, what on the sign up, what are the deadlines?
Well, we have a deadline coming up towards the end of this month for our early bird deadline. And that's, you know, we realize the challenges people go through, and that this is a different experience. So what normally costs, you know, $400, $500, $600 in person, we're actually offering right now for $49. And we're also offering a free element that's like a basic package where you get some of the content, including John Mackey's talk, and some limited networking. But the real value is in the next tier. But it's really, we try to recognize that, yes, everyone is trying to work through this. So it's a real good price point, a low price point that's in effect for the next.
Wow. So basically, you're talking about for the price of one to go out for a steak dinner in Vegas, you can actually attend the whole show.
Yeah.
That's great.
Chris, can you talk a little bit about the amount of vendors you're still expecting to be part of the virtual MJ BizCon, and perhaps give us an idea of just how big a hit you guys have had to take?
Yeah, and I won't gloss around it. We've had a tough year all around. I mean, we're a business intelligence and connections and networking company that happens to have a lot of our business in the events world. And so when that magically disappeared overnight with no certainty, I mean, we've had to adjust. And that's a big chunk of our revenue. So we've been navigating this, and we're probably hit one of the hardest in the cannabis industry. Thank goodness the supply chain is holding up relatively well in the cannabis industry, and other businesses aren't experiencing this type of pain. But this has been significant for us. So but as we transition to this virtual environment, we just made the transition 2 weeks ago. We're getting pretty good feedback from most of the exhibitors that wanted to go in person. And so we'll have, we're hoping, 700, 800, 900 exhibitors in this forum, but we're still in the process. And this is a brand new thing, right? So this is some uncharted waters for us too.
Is the list of the exhibitors available online so people can kind of see who's showing up and who's not?
Yeah, it's available on the MJ BizCon site, and you can scroll through and search. And what we're really trying to do is, shame on everyone who ran an event before COVID, including us, for not really focusing on how you can blend digital with an in-person event. So what we found in doing some of these before this now during COVID is you can actually make it more beneficial in some ways. You can never replace in person, and we realize that. So I'm not going to say, oh, it's going to be better, but there are elements that are better. And so networking, MJ BizCon has become so big that it's a sea of people, and you don't know how to meet the right people anymore. So we've been trying to crack that nut for a while. But in a digital world, we can have matchmaking where you can search. It can be AI driven. It can connect you with people. You can have icebreakers, and you can try and find your connections. So on the exhibitor side, it's the same thing. You can easily search for the types of companies you're looking for, and you're going to be able to interact with them, live throughout the show.
So I do remember when Iron Mike Tyson made his appearance last year and attracted quite a crowd. I don't want to call it a mob, but it was certainly a lot of people, a lot of humanity surrounding his booth when he made his appearance. And, there's so many other sports athletes now that are getting into the CBD or the cannabis space or the ancillary businesses that surround that. Any ideas of if you're going to have any surprise people that pop into your virtual world?
There will be some surprises, which I will just leave it at that. But, one thing we've tried to do in the past is this industry had such a stigma. And when we started, there wasn't a ton of professionalism. And I'm not trying to paint the entire industry with that brush, but it looked a lot different in 2011 than it does today. And so from the very start, we said, we need to focus on business. We're not going to delve into consumer or patient. We're focused on the business, and we need to have the highest standards to move this industry along, so that it's accepted by the mainstream and that people view it as real and legitimate. So I bring that up because along the way, we've shied away from having celebrities speak or like kind of marijuana celebrities or people that, have that stigma attached to them, which was seen as a stigma. But we realized that, so a lot of the other exhibitors, a lot of the other companies would have side parties and events or bring a Mike Tyson or a Gene Simmons onto the show floor. But we realized we don't want that. That is a fun aspect. And we want this to be a business show and not attract consumers. That's not our focus. So again, we've shied away from the celebrities, but we realized too that people like that, right, in the industry. So we have some plans to kind of hopefully recreate some of that.
Yeah, And even two of the biggest names from the 70s, Tommy Chong and Cheech Marin, seem to be emerging as their own little brand, and I believe they're involved in some dispensaries now. So while I understand that stigma is still there, but there's also a way, I think, to embrace it from a business perspective too, that even icons are now recognizing the opportunity and want to get involved, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Hey, as you know, we're right in the middle of a historic time in our history here in the United States. We're anticipating a major turnout for the presidential voting in the next couple of weeks. Some have already voted. I have already voted by mail. And there is definitely a division between the two parties when it comes to cannabis. If the Democratic candidate, Joe Biden, does get elected, they are on record of saying that they will decriminalize cannabis as soon as they get into office or within a short period of time. How big an effect will that have on the business, Chris?
Now, I think there's different thoughts of this in the cannabis industry. So not everyone is going to agree with what I said, and I get it. Some say that doesn't go far enough and is really could harm us in some ways. But I really think that, we're not going to get everything we want in one fell swoop. And if we do, that's great, but that's not how these things usually work. And the history of marijuana legalization and legislation is step after step after step after step, and then the lid blows off. And so, if Biden and Harris win and, there's a blue wave coming up, it seems that for the cannabis industry, that could be a good thing. Decriminalization, may not change fundamental issues the industry faces, but I think it's going to be enough to get us to the next big step, or to get us to some kind of fundamental change with banking or something that's key to the industry. And it might not be overnight, and I wouldn't expect all of a sudden by January or February, everything's going to change. But what it's going to do is likely open the door for more mainstream companies and investors to get involved, because it's not illegal at the federal level anymore, and encourage lawmakers to now start loosening up other laws that help the industry. So I do see that as a big, immense positive development. Could play out several ways, and it might take longer than we like, but it'd be better than the status quo, I believe.
Oh, way better. I mean, it's going to be like a huge infusion of a capital. Even without money coming in, if it's decriminalized, the biggest impact is going to be no more 280E. And when you start to run numbers, we know I'm a numbers person.
You are a numbers guy.
The reduction of federal income tax is huge.
Right. And that alone makes a huge difference. And Chris just mentioned opening up the banks. I mean, not being able to have a business and be able to go into a bank without paying exorbitant fees or whatever. And again, this is another reason why our money's at a credit union. Credit unions are more welcome to the marijuana-related business community than others. So I'm hoping, obviously, that that decriminalization will happen, and there'll be some significant changes. And Chris, I agree. I know that there are some people that don't think you go far enough, but are you afraid that if and when that does happen, that there might be factions that evolve in the cannabis industry that perhaps end up working against each other? Or is it at some point that we all have to just understand that we're in it together?
I think the industry has a history of having different factions and not necessarily coming together, as with state legalization, with how the federal lobbying organizations are spending their money and their focus. So I'm not expecting that to disappear at all. And you're also going to have potentially a deeper division between what I'll call the old guard, the people who've been in the industry for a long time and maybe don't want it to change quickly, and the new gold rush people that may be some very savvy business people, which we've already seen coming in the last 2 or 3 years. That the whole industry can change, and it could change quickly in the dynamics of how it works and who's involved. And there will be absolutely friction. And so we got to be careful what we wish for. If you're a purist and a traditionalist and want this industry to stay different and to stay unique, that is not going to happen. unfortunately. I don't think. It may have elements that hopefully we can retain the spirit of certain things, but we all know how the business world works. And when the big guys come in, they're going to change things, as we've seen already.
There you go. Well, Chris Walsh, first of all, we're gonna hold you to this promise. You've moved the 2021 MJ BizCon to October, correct?
No.
Yeah, and we'll officially kind of detail that soon, but we have moved that up next year. Yep, to October.
Oh, really?
Well, see, you were out of the room. He explained that to me at the very beginning. But now that you're back, now you're getting
that
caught
now
up.
you can see what the look of surprise is and excitement. That's great.
So
we're not going to have it on Halloween weekend, right?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
You know, and just so everyone knows, the organizing a giant show like that, we are subject to the whims of the convention center, what space they have available. So we got pushed into December. We used to be right after the election, and then that's all that they could accommodate. So we were trying to get out of December because I don't think anyone likes December. So
yeah, October would be great. Imagine if it's on the amount of costumes we'd have at the show if it were right around Halloween, right?
Oh, that's just what you need is more fun at that show. Hey, Chris. Hey, we'll get together in October. God willing, everybody will be healthy. We'll actually have fans at sporting events again. I mean, we have to move forward at this point because people, we've adapted. I think everybody has adapted, but it hasn't been easy. But I so appreciate you taking the time today to join us, and best of luck. We'll see you in the virtual world for sure.
Thank you so much. Thanks for both having me on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, great to see you, Chris. Thank you.
And we so appreciate working with the MJ Biz. I've met some of the nicest people in the last few years, and that convention just blew me away with the size of it, the magnitude, how people interacted with each other. There was an excitement in the room in that convention center, and I hope I get to go to more than just the one that I've been to, which was last year. And I think I saw you there. Didn't I see you there?
We saw each other there.
It was was it a blur? It was a bit of a blur.
It was there's a lot to do.
Yes.
It took a day and a half. My first time to one of those, it took a day and a half to walk the floor.
Right.
And then, like last year, Burns and Levinson had a wonderful event one evening.
Yes,
right?
they did. That's right. And I definitely was there for that. I remember that. And in fact, Burns and Levinson, we're going to give them a little shameless plug here. They're doing their State of the Cannabis Industry webinar, because they can't do it in a room like it has been the last couple of years, online at the end of this month.
Right, and I think it's going to be a great event. And I want a shout out to the folks at Burns and Levinson who are supporting the Massachusetts Social Equity Initiative. Yep. They have a pitch competition going on. They're assisting some of the social equity applicants with getting their decks in. They provided some comp tickets. They've been really great.
Yep.
And their event last year, I went to it. It was top shelf. People fly in from all over the country just to come to the little city of Boston to hear about cannabis.
That's right. And I think that one was in Waltham last year at one of the hotels at the Westin, I think it was. And I remember being there too. All right, so we're nearing the 420 mark, which is when we get to take our first break and kind of salute and explain to people, David, we can laugh about this, all right? But there is a great bond and within the cannabis industry. And the 420 code started in California. I get to tell a little bit about how it all started with a group of high school kids from San Rafael, California, who used to meet at the Louis Pasteur statue, which was across the street from the high school. And by the way, it's never been explained to me what the hell was a Louis Pasteur statue doing in San Rafael, California. Somebody might want to enlighten me on our chat line on that one, because that is definitely a trivia question that I don't know the answer to. I bet you don't either.
That's one I don't.
But
we're coming up on 420. It's bearing down on us.
But we do know it's time to take a break at 420. And here on the East Coast, we salute the San Rafael group in the 420 Waldos. However, the thing that was part of my growing up around that same time, 1971, was a song called Shanty, written by Jonathan Edwards, a singer-songwriter from New Hampshire. And he talked a little bit about what it meant to him. And sure enough, he performs this song at a radio station in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So sit back and listen to the words of Shanty. That's my version of 420. We'll be back with more of the Green Rush with David Rabinovitz and myself after a little music interlude.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I've forgotten. had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. I'm going to head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WSCA studios.
There you go, WSCH Studios in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Jonathan Edwards live, and I keep throwing it out here. At some point, we're going to get Jonathan Edwards to come down and sing that shanty song live at 420. You can remember I said it on this October 16th and see if I'm right or wrong, whatever, What can I tell you? David Rabinovitz is here. This is the Green Rush Show. And we do this thing every Friday where we talk about the business of cannabis. David is a big numbers guy. He loves to analyze the numbers. He likes to look at the sales figures from the state of Massachusetts or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And the numbers that he shares and talks about are all adult use recreational sales in the state of Massachusetts.
That's right.
And coming up in just a few minutes, a couple of FODs, friends of David. FODs. Well, if you're going to be the the star, Dave. If you're going to be the man, Blake Mensing and Aaron Goins, who've been all of a sudden regulars on the show, two guys that...
Well, there's a reason why they're regulars.
Why are they regulars, David? Let me ask.
Aaron is one of the sharpest minds around.
Yep.
And Blake has just been named once again Massachusetts Super Lawyer of the Year for cannabis for 2020.
Oh, that's fantastic. Good for Blake. I like that guy. Good deal. All right. So do you want
Well, the other 8 guys you didn't like were the ones we couldn't bring on.
Who? No, stop it. He's kidding me now. All right. Now, do you want to do the numbers thing before they come on?
No,
or would
let's
you
bring
like
them on. Let's
Well,
bring them on.
They have to. They actually have to join first.
Oh.
So while we say that,
So then we're
3 minutes away. That's why I have the clock there. I'm kind of trying to keep pace with the show.
Very good.
And now you have this. Now I can ask you a few questions before
No,
we
let's
get
jump
into
in
that.
and we'll do a very quick
3-minute
max overview of what's going on in Massachusetts.
Okay, he's
So
worked
Dan's
very hard
gonna
on
pull
this
our slides up.
PowerPoint. There we go. We got the
So,
first slide.
Our first slide. Here's where Massachusetts sales are. So if you're watching from any of the new markets, Illinois, Michigan, and you want to understand the trajectory, this is the way our sales have been growing over the last 2 years since the program started in late November. That little step that you see,
that flat line.
That flat line was the 8 weeks that our governor shut down the adult use program. But you can see our sales just keep rocketing upward.
Yeah, no. So it's interesting. But I heard all around the country during COVID, sales actually increased for cannabis. But even though in Massachusetts you could not get it on the adult use side, what happened during that time? Medical cards went up.
Way up.
Way up.
Way up, of course.
So again, there was access to the plant, certainly, and access to buy it, but it was not open to the public over 21.
Right.
Okay. So there you go. And there's your flat line, right?
Right. Now,
Okay.
let's see our next slide.
Our next slide. Oh,
Our
that's
next
great.
slide.
Oh, poor Dan's.
Dan's got it.
Dan's
Dan's
got it.
doing a great job.
It's not an easy thing.
So
But you-
here's how much we've grown. This is the first 8.5 months of 2019 versus 2020. You can see how much stronger the market is in Massachusetts this year, adult use sales, and that takes into account the fact that we had that 8-week flat period.
All right.
So it's almost like that top line should be shifted to the left to see how much stronger we are this year versus last year.
All right. Now here's the question.
Yep.
What's the difference in the amount of dispensaries or 1 year over another? Because wouldn't that make the most sense? It's more available in more communities.
As more dispensaries come online, sales continue to grow. But we're going to talk about dispensaries in a moment.
Okay, cool.
So here's what I believe this is our, weekly average sales, I believe, Dan?
Do you want me to read it? I can read that, I have
No, we're
progressives.
going to bring it. Yep, that one there. I believe that shows you what the weekly average sales of the program are. Now that, again, the dip is when the program was shut down, but you can see just how quickly afterwards it recovered.
And then surpassed
True.
where it was.
Right? So now every one of these charts that we've seen so far is starting from the left and climbing upward because it's a good thing.
That's a hockey stick. Or know what they call that, the hockey stick
I wouldn't
projection?
quite say the hockey stick. The
Okay.
first one might have been like the hockey stick.
Yeah.
But you can see how fast it's grown. But now we're going to look at the next slide. This is really fascinating to me.
God, I love the fact that he's so fascinated by these numbers. It's a good story.
It is a good story. But
Yeah.
here's what the average daily sales per store look like. Look at the way it's going down, right? I watch.
Oh, now that's interesting.
Right?
Wait, I'm going to go back. Average daily sales per store. Got it.
So it doesn't mean that this is the revenue level for every store, but when you add up the number of stores and you count how many days a store is open and you add up the sales for that period, let's say that week, and divide one into the other, you can see the way that chart is starting to head downhill.
There you go. And it does look like...
and we're bringing Blake in. So, Blake, good to see you. We're going to pull you We're going to pull you into the conversation in a minute. Dan, can we get that chart back up?
Oh, ding dong. There's Aaron.
Great.
See,
Right
friends
on
of Dave.
cue.
Friends of Dave. FODs. They're always on time.
Yeah.
FODs.
Great. So these are average daily sales per store. And if we look at the next slide is very similar. It has to do with showing what the Now this next one, anybody who's looking to get into retail should look at this next slide. This is the average run rate per store, and here's what it means. Back in November of 2018, when the industry opened, the first 2 stores opened in Massachusetts right before Thanksgiving of 2018. We had a huge rush. We had people come up from as far away as Georgia for the experience. You can see that these stores were running at an annualized rate of above $80 million a year.
Whoa.
Quickly came down by January, and then as more stores open, the average annual rate per store keeps dropping. Now this is interesting, like if you're thinking about getting into the market, you need to understand the first mover advantage. The people who open up sooner will make a lot of money, but as more stores open, you need to have a business model that can sustain even on a lower sales level. So when I look at stores that are being built out with gorgeous interiors that look like spas and very expensive, I scratch my head and I wonder aloud, are they going to be able to sustain themselves when these revenues go down to $3 to $4 million per year per store?
Yeah.
Right?
You would think they would if they're smart operators.
Right.
And I also want to ask, you're done?
No, we have 2 more, but go ahead and ask.
No, so Vermont. Oh, wait. Yeah, then you got to get to the Stephen Wright thing, which I loved. Vermont just opened up.
Right.
There was a study by a Vicente Cederberg research guy. I'm pretty sure his name's Andrew Hemingway. I might be wrong. Blake probably knows him.
Yep.
Predicting 2025, $250 million in sales in Vermont, a state that is 600,000 residents,
right,
but gets 13 million visitors a year because of the skis and the touristing and all that.
So that, that's on par with Massachusetts, right? We've got 6 million. So take 250 times 10, you're at $2.5 billion. My belief is that we'll eventually be about a $2 billion market. Slice some of that off for the number of people coming up for recreation, for skiing.
Right.
Right. We don't have as many skiers coming up, especially not from New York.
No, we have hills.
So,
we don't have mountains.
Right.
It's a big difference between
Absolutely.
Vermont and Massachusetts.
So I think that's probably right in line with where it should be.
Right.
Plus, they're going to go through a lot more pot than we will because they got Ben and Jerry's. And as soon as it becomes federally legal, they're going to start to infuse that ice cream.
Unbelievable how this is all going to happen in the next. I pinch myself. I can't believe I'm in the middle of a historic rollout of cannabis legality in my lifetime. Now, I love this quote, and I love Stephen Wright. So you can pull Stephen Wright up.
So now, back in the very early 80s, late 70s, I used to see Stephen Wright live in Brighton, Alston, at a place called Play It Again Sam's. He would just show up, they'd let him go on stage, he was just becoming famous, and he'd try out some of his material. And I still remember some of the lines, but one of my favorite lines that I think of is, why do we drive on a parkway and park in a driveway?
What does that have to do with your weed numbers is what I think.
Now we're going to go to the next slide, and you'll understand exactly why.
All right, why?
Right?
Then I'll tell you my Stephen Wright story.
So the Cannabis Control Commission in Massachusetts publishes a list of what's going on with licensing that I convert into a table.
Okay.
Up until very recently, they called it the weekly list, which confused me because the list is only published every 4 to 6 weeks. So how do you have a weekly list that only comes out once a month?
Right.
Now they call it the list. But this is a great list, and when we pull our guests in, this will be interesting to talk about because I got Aaron's going to give us some cool insights on this. It just shows how many people are getting into the market, how many teams, and where they're progressing. Year ago, there was a huge backlog of applications. The Cannabis Control Commission clears somewhere around 50 applications a meeting now. So it's predicted, and I believe it, by the end of the year, they're going to get through all of the submitted applications that are ready to be approved. And now it's a matter of how quickly some of these provisionals are going to advance forward. And Aaron's going to have some interesting insight on that when we pull them in.
Without any further ado, FODs, we'll get them dialed up here in a minute, but I want to tell my quick Stephen Wright story. The best thing about Stephen Wright is every story has to be quick because he has he's easy, his mannerisms were so predictable. It was just one thing after another. He spoke at the Rex Trailer funeral. Now, Stephen went to Emerson and had Rex Trailer for on-camera performance.
Really?
And the first time he walked up to Rex Trailer, he says, "Wow, you're not in black and white," because he couldn't believe he was in color.
Right.
Because he'd always only seen him in black and white
Right,
TV. And yes, I'm pretty sure everybody on this call remembers black and white TV.
Oh, I don't know about that, but yep. It's a small world, but I wouldn't want to paint it.
All right. So we welcome in Blake Mensing.
Blake, congratulations.
Yeah. You understand you're an award winner.
Yeah, I was just named Super Lawyers Rising Star in Cannabis Law in Massachusetts for the second year running, which it feels good to be recognized. And I believe I'm the only such attorney that exclusively practices cannabis law in this state. So yeah, I don't know who nominated me, but it's nice to be recognized. I don't know if it's worth the paper it's printed on, but I'll accept it.
and back to back as always. It's tough to repeat, Blake, and you did it,
I did.
and where are we looking behind you? This is obviously a virtual background, but I'd like to know.
Yeah, this one I think is a fjord somewhere. I do not know, but.
Okay, a fjord, like in Norway, they have fjords, right?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, there we go. All right, David, take it away.
And we have Aaron as well, right? Can we pull both of them on the screen or just one?
We should be able to. There we go. Now everybody's one big happy family.
There we are. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, how you doing?
So here's probably the smartest guy in cannabis in Massachusetts.
Blake Mensing.
No, Blake.
Sorry.
Blake's the best attorney, but Aaron has got to be the smartest guy.
Okay, there you go.
How's that make Blake, man? Blake is 2-time Emmy Award winner. I mean, come on, man. This guy is just killing it. Like, why am I even on this podcast with him? I'm just, I don't know.
We're trying to raise up Aaron.
That's right, because you're FOD. You're a friend of Dave. That's the key. FOD.
Hard to beat Dave, man. Hard to beat Blake, I should say.
Yep. Well, now you know how esteemed I hold the level of esteem I hold you in that you're in that kind of company.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
Aaron, share with us you and I had a discussion probably a week or two ago that you had gotten on the phone and started to call people with provisional licenses, and we're finding out how many of them are starting to run out of capital.
Well, not even just starting to run out of capital, but many don't even have capital in place to even build out.
Yep.
I just decided to do a little quick exercise because I was trying to figure out the supply side of the state, seeing how the supply side is so constrained. And, when you add up all the licenses that are in provisional and final, you're probably looking at 7 to 7.5 million square feet of canopy that could be coming online in the next year or two. And so I said to myself, what is that number really? So I'm like, all right, let me just call up a few micros I know. And, granted, micro is only capped at 5,000 square feet canopy, but we can extrapolate from there. And so I believe currently there's 16 micros that are in the queue. 2, I believe, are in operation, have commenced operation. Maybe one of those is in final. So it's anywhere from 16 or 18 in the queue right now.
18.
Yeah, 18. That's what it was. Okay, yeah. Yep. So I spoke to 4 that I'm close with, and asked them how things are going. And each case, they asked if I could help them raise money. And all four of these micros have provisionals. And not only do they have provisionals, they've been sitting on their provisionals since spring and early summer. So then I said to myself, wow, all right, so these guys are sitting on provisionals. They would love to be making money, but some of them have to raise 1.45 million. The highest one has to raise 2.5 million. And this is 5,000 square foot canopy. So then I said to myself, okay, I wonder how many other tier 1s or tier 2s are in a similar situation. I would imagine if you're doing a tier 3, tier 4, or tier 5 and above, you should have your funding in place, or at least have some ideas of where it's going to be coming from, because it's a heck of a capital expenditure relative to a micro. So you have that one component. So I said to myself, okay, what is possibly most similar to micro? Most likely probably be your tier 1, tier 2, and maybe tier 3. So within that range, I have to ask myself, if I called 4 out of 16 licenses, all 4 that I spoke to, I didn't speak to the other 12, but all 4, 25%, are still sitting on their provisional. So then I say to myself, can I apply that same metric to tier 1s, tier 2s, and tier 3s? And I guess the point of the exercise is to really understand the supply side of the state. And if we are forecasting that in the next year or two, you're going to have about 7 to 7.5 million square feet of canopy hitting the market, well, that's actually probably not a real number. Most likely you're lower than 7 million. You might be anywhere between that 5.5 to as high as 7 million range. Unfortunately, it's a large range. I can't really specify any tighter than that. But we have to take these things into consideration when we're trying to think through the supply side. And me and Dave had this conversation, and I think the state is going to be witnessing a spike in wholesale prices this year. And we're going to establish a new and higher base. And my methodology for that is that, listen, you have 7.5 million square feet coming online next year or two. Obviously, cultivation is a different beast. You have to build it out. That takes months. Then you have to actually have your harvest. That could be another 3 or 4 months drying and curing. Okay, so at least a year. All right, so you have that lag. Now, on the demand side, we already know that the CCC is just turning out brick and mortar retail licenses like crazy. Okay, so that's demand side right there. Then we also have the LDL license. If they actually contract with SEs, that will be more demand. Then you're going to have the wholesale delivery license, which I would like to say is absolute wholesale demand. All of these instances are going to be happening most likely in the first half of next year. And when you have such a tight supply, there's only but one place for prices to go, and that is up. And so I can conceivably see a space where we are above $5,000 a pound in this state in 2021. And it's not that hard to get there from here.
Hey, Aaron, let me ask you just a real quick question before we throw this over to Blake. Just for our audience, what is an LDL and what is a wholesale delivery license?
Okay, so an LDL is essentially a courier license. So you can conduct home delivery. However, you have to contract or have an agreement with an existing brick and mortar dispensary, of which that brick and mortar will take in all the orders and then essentially call up the delivery company that they're contracted with them and tell them to come pick them up and drop them off. So essentially like a courier service, like a Uber Eats, something to that effect.
Grubhub or Uber Eats for weed.
Exactly. It's going to be a very low margin game, very hard to make a very fair living. So we fought for a wholesale delivery license. We wanted to have the ability, and when I say me, I'm talking about social equity participants in economic empowerment, since it's exclusive to those two classes of people for 3 years. And so we pushed for a wholesale delivery license. And all that's going to do is allow a home delivery operator that goes for a WDL license to purchase directly from the cultivator and then mark it up appropriately to a retail price and deliver the product and keep the spread. Now you have real margins, pretty much similar margins that a retailer might have, and you can actually go in business, be able to make business decisions, have a lot more flexibility, and determine your actual destiny, as opposed to being tied to a brick and mortar and unfortunately your destiny is tied to them, essentially. So that's really, in a brief synopsis, what the two are.
Great. Now, say, Blake, let's bring you in on the discussion. So maybe add some more color onto this and tell us a little bit about Coyote Cannabis and what Aaron has said, how that's going to impact what your plans are.
Sure. Yeah, I agree that we're likely looking for a spike in pricing. The delivery license category, both sort of flavors of it lead to more buyers. And there is right now, because of the pandemic, I think a restriction and constriction of the dollars flowing into cannabis, as is the case for any industry. So of course you back up, to a 10,000 foot overview, you can't go to, your local bank and say, hi, I'd like a business loan, please. They're not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. In normal times, there was some limited lending that I was aware of in this state, but it's not, enough to get you open. And now that's gone. So, you have a lot of people, who've gotten to what they think is close to the finish line with provisionals in hand. The way I've been operating has been that itself would be, fundraising gold. you'd say to a potential investor, look, we're beyond the mere hypothetical. We've done this, and not everyone can say that. So, I've been involved in, license acquisitions and sales, and just the paper, is going for quite a bit, between $500,000 all the way up to nearly $5 million is what I've seen, across my desk for just those papers, no build out or anything. So, ultimately it takes dollars to get the infrastructure built. It takes time because you need to get the commission's permission, to swing a hammer and put up a wall. There's also been, changes to a couple different contours on the cultivation side, namely the energy compliance plan, which frankly, their guidance document says anyone who's submitted an application on or after July 1st, 2020 must supply this energy compliance plan. So of course, thinking that words should have fixed meanings, I read those words and that date and I said, oh great, I applied in December of 2019. I don't need to do it. I submitted my architectural control form and the commission said, where's your energy compliance plan? So I quoted the guidance and they said, oh yeah, we didn't really mean that. So there's just all of this stuff where you have to guess based on words and a date. That to me should be a good measuring stick, but evidently I have to read their minds as well as their regulations. So yeah, long story short, there's going to be, a new crop of, forgive the pun, of people, entering the delivery market. I would guess most people are going to go for the wholesale model because the courier model, I think, is, so you're sort of kneecapping yourself from the outset by being handcuffed and at the mercy of whatever the retailers want to, peel off for you.
Peel off for you is a very good way to phrase it. My limited experience in speaking with retailers they're very, very excited about signing up social equity applicants to partner with them, as long as part of the sign up, they get a piece of the company. So they're
for nothing,
Aaron understands this better.
Yeah.
He's the leading guy with the advocacy with the Cannabis Control Commission, but the existing retailers are not happy about what's going on with the full service home delivery license class. Understandable, but they're also bearing down really hard on the limited delivery licensees on the deals they're making. They want equity, they want exclusivity, and those people won't make a lot of money. And then you have the platforms that are out there that are looking at the limited delivery folks as just a commodity. And the social equity side of this dictates that the social equity players have a real opportunity to make some money in this industry. So,
yeah, and they're not giving anything for. Okay, so this is where my emotion starts to get really into this, because a lot of SEs reached out to myself and my wife Janelle, and we're very aware of a number of the term sheets that are going around and a lot of negotiations. I won't say the word collusion because that's very tough, but it's the consistency between each and every one of these offers that are being made are strikingly consistent, where that they will say, okay, we're not going to give you any capital. However, we want 9.9% and we'll help you with your ACA.
Right.
And I say to myself, wait, what's the monetary value and quote unquote, what is help with the HCA mean? Because as far as I'm concerned, that 9.9% is worth vastly more than me going out and hiring Blake to help me through the ACA process. And so,
whoa. Use somebody else's name. Blake is a super lawyer in Massachusetts.
No, that's
I
what
got
I'm
to
saying.
stand up for my
That's what I'm
friend
saying. He's a
neighbor.
He's a kick butt lawyer. Actually, he's actually our lawyer. So all just full disclosure, that's how much we think of him. But what I'm trying to say is from a comparative basis, that 9.9% that you're giving up is nowhere worth. I mean, to hire a lawyer, it's not comparable. So that to me is predatory. And I saw one term sheet that almost made me gag, where they actually were going to give a monetary amount, $100,000, 9.9%, but they wanted 2 board seats.
Wow, I bet I could guess which dispensary that was. I think we may have spoken to them too.
And the SE's like, should I take this deal? And I said, no. I said 9.9% and 2 board seats, they're 1 vote away from basically controlling the direction of your company. A board is run by consensus. So all they have to do is convince one other. That's the reason why they want, it wasn't 2 board seats. the terminology was they have to always maintain half of the board seats. To me, they want to always be in position to be able to garner control and steer the direction of this company in the way that they want.
So, just on that last point, those two constructs are calculated. 9.9 is to not offend the commission's ownership control limitations, and half the board seats is just slightly under what is also a hallmark of control. So that was done basically on the advice of a regulatory attorney, where they said, this is how you slide under the commission's radar. And when they have numerical, tests, that's how you can beat it. So there's a lot of entities out there saying, yeah, 9.99% equity, and we'll do X, Y, and Z. And, Aaron, you hit the nail on the head. An HCA is not worth 9.99% of anything. No. It just takes some persistence. And sometimes you'll get no's and sometimes you'll get yeses. For instance, yesterday, I emailed Holyoke for an HCA. I got it this morning. So it's not, you just ask, and it depends on the town or municipality you're in. But yeah, please, any SEs or EEs looking, listening, do not give away 9.9% of your company on the promise of an HCA and no dollars. That's crazy.
It really is.
That's been one of my mantras in the social equity program. First off, if you can't get a host community agreement on your own, you need to rethink whether you should be in the business. Second, you shouldn't be giving away that much of your business for somebody who's basically going to take your hand, walk you into the municipal office, make an introduction, and put in a good word for you.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to. No. So that social equity is dealing with in this environment, sad to say.
Yep.
I want to ask the super lawyer.
Ask the super lawyer. Hey, Blake.
I want to ask the super lawyer
So, Blake,
question.
you represent Aaron?
I do.
I thought I was your only client.
I have never said any such thing to you.
Your fees must be high. Man.
Oh, gosh.
Just one
So
client.
this is probably a question that actually I asked David, and he gave me a great response. So now, Blake, I'm going to ask you the same question.
Oh, this is great.
Okay?
This is good.
Well, I mean, it's
a good question.
It's a good, thanks. I
think,
appreciate
and I
that.
think
Once in a while I get to say it.
And it's important. I think this is really important for the audience to pay attention to, because this is where you start slicing the garlic really thin. You need to understand what it means.
Right, and we just talked to Chris Walsh, the CEO of MJ BizCon, about the future, moving forward. If the side of the political ticket wins, that is promising decriminalization at the federal level in the first quarter of 2021 or whenever they can get to it or whatever, what is the difference between full legalization and decriminalization, and why is that causing such a, well, actually, that's not the question for you. You answer that question, the legalization and decriminalization, then we'll get into the fact that the cannabis industry has factions in it that is not happy with the decriminalization opportunity. So first of all, can you just explain those two differences?
Sure. So 10,000 foot overview, federal law on a given topic, it's what's known as preemption. So it preempts either the field or a particular topic from contrary state regulation. So in the federal cannabis context, the statute is the Controlled Substances Act. So it's very crystal clear, black and white. Every state legal cannabis operator is 100% federally illegal. Medical, adult use, it doesn't matter. The federal law does not draw a distinction. It's just 100% illegal. Now, what we all know is, of course, this industry exists, and there aren't federal raids happening left, right, and center. So full legalization would mean the repeal of the Controlled Substances Act's coverage of cannabis or the reclassification. The CSA breaks things down based on schedules. So in the eyes of the federal government and federal law, cannabis is a Schedule I substance. So they claim that means it's more dangerous to human beings than heroin. That's objectively ludicrous. That's scientifically incorrect. And it's a lie. So federal legalization would mean some movement off of Schedule I. There's full legalization would be, it's no longer included at all in the CSA, Controlled Substances Act, or it's rescheduled to a lesser, schedule than one, where there are different standards in terms of what you can and can't do with it. Schedule I means, that's verboten. You can't touch it with a 10-foot pole. It's bad. You're naughty. Decriminalization would mean something less than that. It would mean we're not going to basically come after you for low-level possession issues. What decriminalization would not do, and I actually see a silver lining in this, is it wouldn't open up necessarily interstate commerce. So these big multi-state operators couldn't say, haha, we now have our tentacles in all these states and we can consolidate it under one single entity instead of having outposts in each legal state. The reason I think there's a silver lining there, it's for people like me. I don't have $100 million. I don't want to raise $100 million. I want to make products that are basically better than what money can do in terms of production. It's about labor. It's about the love. It's not about getting it to the lowest possible unit price. With federal prohibition in some form, I see more of an opportunity for me to get market share to establish a brand than if it's a free-for-all nationwide. Because then you have the companies, it's going to be Anheuser-Busch, Monsanto, Bayer. They're going to come down and plop, $200 million and say, we run this now. And, as a consumer, they're going to produce crappy stuff, but the people still drink Bud Light. And I think it's objectively terrible. So, it's different markets. I'm trying to pick a fight I can win. Quality over quantity, because I don't have the quantity of dollars to compete on quantity.
Well, the bottom line on that, though, hang on a second. And, there's what they call it, de facto and all this in law. The point is, if you decriminalize it, you're not going to get arrested for having a couple of joints on you, which we know has led to way too many possession arrests in this country. I think I saw the FBI report, 563,000 possession arrests last year for cannabis possession. Those would go away, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is still a good thing, right? I mean, it's a step in the right direction. It's not as far as people want it to go, but the Rome wasn't built in a day.
True, but think about it like a parking ticket, right? It's you park in front of a fire hydrant, it's against the law.
Right.
Right? But it's not criminally against the law, it's a civil infraction.
Right.
And that's the difference here.
Right.
They don't put you in handcuffs for a civil infraction, they write you a ticket. So if you get caught, Blake, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if you get caught smoking marijuana in a public space in Massachusetts, it's susceptible to a $100 fine.
Right.
Not handcuffs, not arrest.
Right.
$100 fine. Don't pay your ticket. That's a different story.
Right.
But
hire the super lawyer.
I don't think Blake does that kind of. When you don't pay your ticket, it becomes criminal. I don't think that's what he's doing.
I know that. Hey guys, as usual, the conversation always goes to a higher level when the three of you are together, and I had to bring it back down to earth a little bit and ask that question because we're moving in that direction. It's becoming more and more. Well, I don't want to say those words, but it does seem like there might be a change. Let's just say. In the election.
Yeah,
like you're dying to say something.
In terms of the election, I don't want to get it's too stressful to think about. But I think from a federal perspective, we are at a point about when we legalize cannabis federally, not if. Right. You look at the public polling, even a majority of Republicans are in favor of some form of cannabis being allowed, whether that's decriminalization, rescheduling, or full legalization, is to be determined. But, the genie's out of the bottle. You've got too many jobs, too many tax dollars in play here for this to go away. And then, frankly, just looking at the basis of prohibition, it was based on lies. Schedule 1, part of it says you have to have no recognized medical benefit and a high potential for abuse. The federal government has a patent on cannabinoids for neuroprotective properties. So those things can't be true at the same time. And that, governmental hypocrisy has been exposed, and it's the end is near. I can't predict exactly when, but the end of prohibition is going to happen.
Is near.
All right.
Famous words from Blazing Saddles.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thank you both for joining us. As always, you're welcome anytime, and appreciate your insight and your passion, Aaron. You have great passion for this, and I that never is lost on me. So thank you guys, both of you, for coming in. We're going to move on because we have another guest coming in, but we are going to take a little break, and I have to set it up. Okay, this is important to me because I worked a lot on this. Okay. I put together a proof of performance it's not a sizzle reel, it's a demo kind of proof of performance video of what we've accomplished over the last year here at Pro Cannabis Media.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Thank you. And I posted it on Facebook. And guess what?
Somebody liked it.
No, they took it down. And we're going to talk about that after you see this. So let's take a break, and we'll be back in a minute. No, we won't? Keep talking? Keep talking? That's not difficult for me. I thought I was going to set that up. I'm going to keep talking. They took it down because it violated, they had 3 things that it violated. And again, we try not to talk about, we don't do stoner content, okay? We talk about this as a news item. We try to educate people about this subject. We talk about it from a business perspective, from a cannabinoid medicine perspective, and an educational perspective. And Facebook still took us down. Let's take a look. Thought I'd throw that in there. I'll show it to you. I mean, it's just excerpts from the show and then clips and a lot of, look, see, you got first, see that? You see that? You flashed through. I don't know if you come back. I don't think you come back. Well, hello there. Here we are again, another live stream from the new studio of Pro Cannabis Media. This is Cannabis Chat, and I'm Jimmy Young. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Every week, Kurt and I get together to review some of the biggest stories in the cannabis industry. He and I talk about them. We have a few comments, and then we get reports from Canada, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And this week's no different, Jimmy. We finally have Vermont moving toward recreational cannabis with retail opening in their state. We have an old state and a new state, Colorado and Illinois, both setting cannabis sales records in July, as well as multiple efforts to legalize the cannabis plant in America, including our friend Steve D'Angelo getting involved.
But first, let's go to Deborah Borchardt in New York to check on the financial weed scene. Deborah?
Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Jimmy. Well, things seem to keep going the wrong way for Charlotte's Web.
Whoa, Jimmy Young, in the weeds on the water this week. We've got the CEO of Kushko, Nick Kovacevic, with me. This guy has built his little company in 6 years from $2 million in sales to $145 million in sales.
We can get this thing to be fully legal here in the next few years, I believe, but it's going to take far longer for the stigma to change.
I think you guys are the pro cannabis story.
And I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jody Roberts with Eastern Security State, and I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Laura Beener. I'm the president co-founder of The Healing Rose, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. It's been such an integral part of our success here at The Healing Rose.
And you know what? The best media company out there is Pro Cannabis Media. Look out for them. They'll make you famous.
Hi, I'm George, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. I also love Western Mass Hydroponics, where we've got everything you need from seed to bloom to bud, and then to smoke it afterwards.
All right, welcome back to Cannabis Chat, everybody. I'm Jimmy Young. I'm joined by David Rabinovitz here on The Green Rush. That's what we call our Friday afternoon talk show, where we get to talk about the business of cannabis. And I wonder if that little soundbite at the very end where George from Western Hydroponics said, and then you get to smoke it afterwards, was the reason why Facebook took it down, because they see that as promoting.
That may be it. You know,
promoting drug culture.
Fortunately, it was at the end. Maybe you cut that little clip out.
Well, we could. I mean, I could try it, but I get so. Yeah, that's right. Well, we definitely right. That's right, Dan. We understand the obligation that these social media companies have to have now with censorship, David. That's really what it is. Now, there are certain things that I'm happy that they censor. Okay. Now, needless to say, this was personal. Okay. I'm interested in when we get to Jared Mirsky, right, who's a branding guy.
Great branding guy.
Okay, great branding guy, super branding guy. I'm interested to hear, what he has to say about YouTube in April of 2018, taking down every cannabis-related video, even the ones that were basically just educational, had nothing to do with stoner content, showing people actually using the product. And Max Simon, who I interviewed on In the Weeds, coming up this week from Greenflower, he said it was pure censorship. That's exactly how he viewed the fact he had 250,000 subscribers to his channel on YouTube, and they pulled it with no warning. Now, it's like, and you heard even Nick Kovacevic from Kushko talk about it's going to take a long time for the stigma to come down. So again, we're still out here fighting for legitimacy, fighting for acceptance. And even a group like us, that I am totally focused on my content to not promote the smoking or the partaking or the edibling or the tincturing or the any which way you want to stick it in your body. In fact, there's suppositories available as well. Any which way you want to do it, okay? We're not going to show that, but we can talk about it. We can educate people about it. And by denying the access to the public, this is something I've been consistent about. Everything you hear in the public is about what's wrong. You can get dependent on it. It's the substance abuse community that's out there pushing out information about the dangers of drugs. And they continue to refer to cannabis as a drug. It is a plant. And it's a live plant as opposed to what we have here. I just want to say, okay? Now, you cannot smoke these, nor do we want you to. You can melt them with a lot of temperature because they're plastic. But the point is,
yes, they are.
The public deserves to know the truth after all these years of being lied to about this plant. Okay? And again, I take it personally. I definitely take it personally when I post something. You work 3.5, 4 hours on something, comes out okay, you put it up there, then they say, no, you can't show it on our channel. So I don't know. I just thought I'd rant a little bit as we wait for Jared Mirsky, if he's going to show up or not. We'll see.
He's going to show up.
He's going to show up because he's another FOD.
I wouldn't quite say FOD yet.
He's an FOC. He's a friend of Kurt's. Because Kurt and he hung out together at Canex in Jamaica. Yep. And then that led to that little interview that you sent me, which I appreciate. Isn't it funny how Kurt Dalton isn't here, and yet we always feel his presence? Don't we always feel his presence?
Absolutely.
We're talking about the founder of Cannabis.net, Kurt Dalton. And again, David Rabinovitz is here with us, and we talk about the business of cannabis. So back to the interview that we did with Chris Walsh.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell in his answer that there are advocates on the national level in cannabis that do want it totally legalized. They want the Controlled Substances Act removed. They want it descheduled, and they want it, I'm guessing, everybody would like it to be available for sale in interstate commerce. It will be good for the economy when that happens, yes?
Yeah, it depends what side of the economy you're on. So if you happen to be growing, right? Let's say you've dropped $18 million to outfit a 30,000 square foot greenhouse.
I'm hoping it's a little bit bigger for $18 million.
Well, there's 30 to 50,000 square foot greenhouses a few towns away from where we're sitting that are in that price range.
Wow.
So think about that sort of capital investment to grow a plant indoors. And when it becomes federally legal, you'll be able to ship it over state lines. Right? We already went through that with hemp. States arguing, well, it's illegal, we're going to stop it, and the federal government coming down and say they can move that across the state. You may not allow it in your state, but it's allowed on the roadways to transport through.
You, Mr. David Rabinovitz, were right again.
That's not the issue.
Yes, it is. The issue is that he's with us. It's Jared Mirsky, and he's going
Hey.
to join us here as soon as he says hello to us, and we can hear him.
Can you hear me?
Let's get Jared in. We don't need to,
Hi,
to
Jared.
listen to me fill time.
He is talking. Hi, Jared. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. This is Jimmy Young and David Rabinovitz in studio, and we all have a mutual friend with Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net. And
That's right.
Right? Okay. And you, sir, your reputation precedes you. In fact, I honestly think, were you at CanX last September?
Yes, I was.
I met you. I know I did. Now that I'm looking at you and talking to you, and I'm sure you remember meeting me. Anyway, I'm only kidding. Tell us a little bit about Wick and Mortar and how exactly you got yourself to be known as one of the greatest brand experts in the cannabis space.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on the show. I started Wick and Mortar in 2009, but really got into the cannabis industry in about 2006, 2007. In 2009, when I started the agency, I realized that there was an opportunity to fill a gap in what would become the cannabis industry, which it was really black market at the time. And at the time, I was visiting underground dispensaries, and it just really never felt like a legitimized industry. And so I felt like, what the hell, why not start an agency with a focus on cannabis? And my mission since day one has been to change the perception of cannabis on a global level, one brand at a time. And so I structured my agency to support an opportunity where I could help evolve the industry, destigmatize it, and because it's been demonized for so long. So I've been in the space for a very long time. You could call me an OG, if you will. I used to get paid in weed and cash, and you can't deposit weed in the bank, so you had to figure out something to do with it. So needless to say, the industry's come a long way, as have I, and as has just the overall community as a whole. So I'm very excited about that.
Appreciate that. And before you came on, we had talked to Chris Walsh, the CEO of MJ Biz, and we were talking about still fighting the stigma day in and day out. And I was railing a little bit about Facebook taking down one of our videos that was strictly a promotional video about our content, which is news, information, education, and science-based. When and how long will it take for acceptance? And it'll start perhaps with the decriminalization after this election, if it goes the right way, at least the way that I'd like it to go, since everybody knows I lean which way I lean. How long is it going to take to finally gain acceptance?
Well, if you're talking about being able to use social media platforms as a form of advertising through pay-per-click advertising, where you're actually paying to promote your posts, that's just not going to happen in the THC sector until a federal legalization occurs. And it's primarily because a lot of these larger social media platforms have advertisers that pay them a lot more money than cannabis brands do or could. And so they certainly don't want to lose those advertisers, because they don't want to be in a position where they're also endorsing the support of cannabis while it's not federally legal. But at a point that will start to shift. Mark Zuckerberg had mentioned, his acceptance of cannabis as it relates to the use of medicinal benefits. Yet he doesn't subscribe to the idea of allowing us to, pay to promote our products. It's unfortunate, but it'll happen one day. I can tell you this, though, we've been successful at helping CBD brands, advertise and, push, I guess you could say, posts, so to speak, featured posts and sponsored posts through the various different platforms. It's not easy. It's difficult, and there's very specific vernacular and language you can use, but it's possible.
One of the other things I rail about all the time is you don't hear public service announcements about the benefits or the stories about those who have said many, many times, cannabis has saved my life, cannabis has changed my life. You know the whole thing about Acreage Holdings and their 3 stories that they wanted to run on the Super Bowl, and I guess it was shown in the Virgin Islands, but it wasn't shown in the States. How challenging is it for the industry to educate the public if their hands are tied?
Well, I mean, it's difficult, but there are many forms. I think that the cannabis industry is a very large community of sponges. You know, there's a lot of people who really want to learn. And so I think that with companies out there like Leafly and Weed Maps and perhaps how nerdy you get, you know, you may want to get into, the data side. You know, there's certainly avenues and opportunities that you can leverage in an effort to obtain more education. I think that there's also Green Flower Media is a great resource as well. There's a number of podcasts that you can listen to. I'm launching one myself called Rebranding Cannabis here in the next 2 weeks. Our video version is going to be distributed through Roku, Pluto, Amazon, Apple, and about 8 other networks you can access through your smart television. And then, of course, all the audio versions are going to be syndicated through your standard platforms. But the point is that there are so many avenues in which brands and companies alike can access as it relates to marketing opportunities, but they simply are not. And it's not that they're not familiar with the idea of doing a podcast. It's just some people don't have that creative click where it's like, oh, how can I translate that into my business, right? And so for me, I was like, I know all of these celebrities, athletes, and artists. Why am I not leveraging those relationships to help support them and to help create more credibility for the brands we build and the company that I'm developing, right? So, you know, we interviewed Sean Kemp, and now we may be bringing him on as a client. And, so it just goes to show you that there are ways to monetize these, marketing tactics without measuring the success based on how many views you have, given the fact that there's so many other factors to consider as it relates to generating revenue.
Especially now when you have so many different outlets, and you mentioned quite a few of them, and the advent of smart TVs and how you can get so much content. One of the things we talk about when we talk to prospective, I call them supporters, it is how you can control your message now as a business with a product or a service through social media. And I'm hoping and guessing that that is exactly kind of the same kind of thing that you preach when you talk to clients, that you're your own network now. You're your own brand. Control your message. Yes?
I don't know if he realizes you're talking to him.
But
you're talking to me or are you talking to him?
No. So I'm looking, he's got you on this monitor. Oh. Okay? And so I was faking everybody out, but someone who's as savvy as you picked up on that. Yeah, I knew I was talking. This is what happened. We're a bootstrapped company here, okay? Come on, man. It's the magic of TV. Now you get the question. Go ahead.
Well, now you got to ask it again because I was waiting for him to answer it.
Well, okay, here's my answer.
Answer your question.
Jared, could you help me out with that one?
Yeah, so the question was, how important is it to control your message when you are a brand in the cannabis industry, and now that you have access to all the different social media outlets, okay? And you're already doing it.
Okay, so it's a matter of, first you have to look at building the foundation that supports the ability to be consistent as a brand. Okay. What happens, and I hate to say this because, I have friends and family that have, bipolar disorder, but I use this term wholeheartedly. There's too many bipolar brands in the cannabis industry. They don't have any level of consistency as it relates to how they communicate to their consumers or the businesses they do business with. It's all over the map. And, brands alike often, seen in the space, throughout the country, they try to be one brand to rule them all, right? And so you have to remember that being niche is very important. So when you understand those factors first and foremost, it gives you the ability to create a foundation for a brand that has the substance to really support the customer lowering that customer acquisition cost, simply because it's easier to market something that is niche focused versus something that is made for everyone under the sun, right? And so you have to be clever like that, and you also have to remember that again, in order to ensure that you're able to measure the success of a brand across all of these platforms, you have to be able to A and B test different scenarios, but you have to make sure that the brand and message is consistent. You only want one personality. Otherwise, again, you just may not be or feel as credible to a consumer. Consumers want something that they can rely on and trust. And so, a brand is the promise that you make to your customer. And so it's not the logo, it's not the name, although those are very important messaging tools, right? We have to remember that the customer journey and the experience they have as it relates to your brand is really all that matters.
Absolutely. And you made a great point about how we have evolved from broadcasting, where we are actually had 3 networks and we're reaching the broad masses. And now we've got niche casting, and niche casting picks the exact consumer that you're looking for. Then you go after them, you control your message, and you get that. I love the idea of the consistency of the message as well. So important, and it is something that we kind of embrace here as well. What you doing
and
there?
then there's also Social Club TV, where you can now advertise directly through, as a cannabis brand, you can advertise directly into their platform. And we have our documentary up there right now, and that's being syndicated to a bunch of networks.
And you said it was Social Club TV.
Yep.
What's the
So
name
if you
of
go
the
to the
documentary?
Social Club TV, or thesocialclub.tv, you can check them out. They're owned by a company called Ronin Content, which was founded by Josh Otten. Great guy. I'm actually an advisor of the company, which is why I love sharing them.
Can I ask you a question? You know Josh Otten. I know, I've heard of him. I've actually looked him up, not talked to him, but I think I've reached out. Does he have roots in New England at all? Because there used to be a guy named Les Otten that owned a lot of the ski areas in northern Maine and New England. Any idea?
No, I don't know.
Okay. I just love playing those games, because I'm the old guy. Hey, there we go. Now, see, this would be taken down on Facebook. David, take a look at what he's doing. Not paying attention. What brand? What do you?
I am paying attention.
What strain do you got there? Go ahead, Jared. Talk
Facebook.
to me.
Facebook. It's only CBD.
This is at the point where he pulls out the bong.
Yeah.
Is the point where he's decided he likes talking to you. We went through that yesterday.
Oh, really?
Right?
That's interesting.
Yeah. But I also smoke weed every day, so.
There you go. And why not take advantage of that? And can you share the strain, or do you want to kind of wink and tell me it's CBD?
No, I don't care. I mean, I've got a few different,
nice.
A little strain medley in here.
A potpourri.
It's all the friends that come over. It's all the friends that come over to the office. So like, hey, Jared, take a couple nugs. I'm like, all right, throw them in this jar.
There you go.
So you never know. It's kind of a mystery jar, which is what I love about it.
Gotcha. It's a grab bag. A grab bag, a potpourri, literally and figuratively. Uh-oh, there he goes. He's got something else he wants to do. I like this. Is this your crib, as it were?
That's
my living quarters.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Right. I don't know where my other bag of weed is, but it's around here somewhere.
God, don't you hate when that happens?
But it's Blue Dream, and it's delicious. I also had the opportunity of trying this.
That's a Snoop Dogg wine?
It's Snoop Dogg on the 19 Crimes bottle.
Okay.
You know, if you ever seen the augmented reality that they do on the 19 Crimes labels, but it's pretty impressive. You should check it out.
Did he refer to himself as an OG? He's not the OG, right?
Well, look how old he is.
I'm the first person in the world to start a cannabis-focused branding and marketing firm.
Hey, have any of your clients won any awards for your work?
Yeah, multiple times.
Tell us about that.
Well, Narvona, one of the brands we developed out of Michigan, we won an award with the Global Packaging Awards. We won Best New Luxury Brand, and we were competing against, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Unilever, P&G. So some pretty small companies,
Forbes covered that, right?
Yep, Forbes covered that. And it's, I guess, was such an impressive project that the Global Packaging Awards, decided to use a lot of that design work and the photography that we did for the advertisements of their promotion of this year's awards. So pretty exciting.
There you go. Well, Jared Mirsky, I appreciate you making the time to carve it out of your Friday afternoon and join us. Your reputation precedes you. You do great work. I look forward to that podcast. We'll be able to see it on all OTT channels, it sounds like.
Yep.
And what's the name of it?
Rebranding Cannabis.
Rebranding Cannabis. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And that is...
So our first episode's going to be, I'll give you a little teaser. Our first episode's going to be Ricky Williams.
I know who Ricky Williams. I was a sportscaster for years, so I totally know Ricky Williams.
What's our next episode, Derek? Then we got Dan Harrer as our second.
Yeah.
These have already been filmed. We've just done like 18 episodes. So what was our third one? And then Chauncey Leopardi, who's AKA Squints from Sandlot.
Okay.
You remember Sandlot?
Know any of these, David? I bet Isabella.
Sandlot, the movie, right?
Yeah.
Thank
you. Do you remember the little guy with the glasses?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That kid.
You're talking about a movie that we should remember.
I do remember.
I'm the little guy with the glasses. I'd love to be little.
I do remember that.
50 pounds and I'll be little.
I do remember that. All right. Hey, so, Jared. Good.
Yeah.
Wait, one last thing.
One last thing.
Jared, if somebody wants to get in touch with you to talk to you about what your services are because they need a great branding guy, how do they do that?
You can find me on LinkedIn, very active on there. You can find me on Instagram, also very active on there. It's just at jared.mirsky. Check out my YouTube channel, both mine and Wick and Mortar's. It's just my name, so pretty easy to find. And then if you really want to get in touch with us as it relates to the work we do from an agency perspective versus me independently, you can visit our website, www.wickandmortar.com.
Great. I believe we have that up on the screen.
We do have. We used the right lower third graphic and we spelled everything right, which was the best part. Jared.
Wherever that lower third graphic is, it's over here.
He'll punch it up. Wait, I'm going to look at you. And I really appreciate the fact that you spent some time with us, Jared. Okay?
You bet.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Good job. David, he was terrific. And of course, I do remember meeting him down at CanX and a brilliant guy. It's obvious.
Right.
And now doing, the social. I like the fact that he's got himself a podcast and he's putting it out there. And we're about 6 months behind him.
Yeah, we got a great group of guests today.
Yeah, we have had a great group of guests, but we're not done. We're not done. Hey, there's more. Yes, indeed. In fact, he mentioned Green Flower, right? You heard him say.
I heard him say that.
The CEO and founder is Max Simon. And sure enough, I interviewed Max Simon last week. We're airing it right after the Monday version of Cannabis Chat. That'll be coming up on Monday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. On our, we don't have as many distribution channels as he has yet, but we're going to get there. And this is a little clip with me hanging out with Max Simon, and check it out. And we'll be back after this clip, I promise. And there's a phrase I use a lot that is adapt and improvise. How important is that when you're building a business?
I mean, I always tell people pretty upfront that this cannabis business, this is actually my 6th business. And this has been the hardest business I've ever done by a huge margin, by a factor of 100. And I think that's important because as much passion and excitement there's a lot of obstacles and challenges and roadblocks in this industry that are very difficult. And for us, we have zigzagged and adjusted and pivoted and, changed courses way more times than I would have liked. but it's partially because the industry is changing so fast. And when we, for example, when we had originally started, we didn't have plans to be a B2B training company. It wasn't part of our vision or infrastructure. But the industry started growing so fast. The need for trained, educated, credible workforce became stronger and stronger. And there was a bigger and bigger opportunity expanding day by day. And so we moved into that space to take advantage of something that we thought we could do really well, and it's been great. And I could say that with higher education, and I could say that with the certificates, and there's all these areas. And so it's great. It's a great challenge. It's a tremendous challenge. But I think in cannabis, if you're not adaptable and flexible and open-minded and curious, you're just not going to make it in this space, because everything keeps changing and evolving so fast, and you have to be willing to adapt with it.
There you go. Hey, look at that. And that's Max Simon from Green Flower. He's got an online education platform that when I first got my medical card in 2013 here in Massachusetts, I must have spent 40 hours total, maybe 60, on Green Flower watching those videos, because he brought in experts from the medical community, and they were highly produced videos. They were easy to watch, and I probably learned more through the Green Flower platform than in any patient advocate that I ran into, for sure, until 2018, when, of course, I met the Rev Clinics group, and they've been, my go-to.
Great people.
My go-to group ever since.
Great people.
So we're not done. And in fact, we've got two guests coming up in the next half hour. They'll actually hopefully be joining us very soon. In fact, I think one of them may already be with us. They're both with us. Great. So it is Chris Day is going to be with us. Chris Day. And also, this is also a first, David. It's going to be our first international guest. He's from Peru.
Yes.
And his company is Can Farm, and that's Andres. And we have both Chris and Andres with us. Hi, guys.
Hello, guys.
Hey, how about that? The magic of Zoom television. Nice to see you both. And,
Likewise.
Let's start with Chris, and then Chris, if you'd like to set up Andres, I think that'll be cool because the two of you know each other. Tell me a little bit about your latest project, Project Evolve, and what are some of your goals with that?
Well, yeah, we started Project Evolve sort of in a beta stage back in March. And we do a couple of different things. We position the company itself as a marketing think tank. And then we also help the events industry. But what's relevant today is a project that we launched called the Global Cannabis Network Collective, which is really focused on international markets around the world, working with companies like Can Farm, which Andreas is the CEO of, in Peru, to help sort of accelerate knowledge share and optimize deal flow between multinational cannabis operators to help grow a sustainable, ethical, and robust international cannabis marketplace. So we're excited about it because it's a member-based model. And when members join and come in, they commit to helping each other to grow their businesses. And we've got an advisory board that is representative of every continent in the world that has a legal cannabis market in it. So it's been a great ride since the early part of the year in pulling these together. And Andreas was one of our initial early beta stage members. And we've been able to sort of work together in building some new content platforms and opportunities. We were together yesterday, actually, on our first Global Cannabis Network Collective meetup. And we had CEOs from, I think it was 8 different countries across the platform, of early stage to very mature businesses, all talking about how we sort of, again, accelerate these various markets around the world. So it's exciting for me. I love working with the complexity of multinational markets and all the different nuance that happens both culturally and legally in all these different places. So it's fun to work with folks like that. And I'll let Andreas introduce his own company. He does it vastly better than I do. And hopefully he can plug a little bit of the value and the reasons behind why he's come along for that ride.
All right, Andreas, tell us about Can Farm from Peru.
Hi all. Thank you, Chris, for that kind introduction. Well, I mean, we're very excited to have participated from the very beginning on the initiative of the Global Collective Network, because we do believe from the very initial stages of the company, and this is a collective effort. I don't think that the cannabis industry would have even been born if it was not for different people from different companies putting efforts together to make this happen. And that's exactly the approach that we are taking. At this moment in Peru, we are already importing product and putting medicinal cannabis in access to the patients. And to do so, we have partnered with companies in Colombia, Uruguay, United States, Canada, and we look for, I would say, a wider scope of collaboration, considering not only the commercial aspects, but obviously production aspects, as well as research, because we really take a lot of consideration, all the scientific background that we are putting behind our work.
Fantastic. That is fantastic. You know, it's funny, and Chris, I think you can relate to this for sure. You know, for years, the plant was a social mechanism, let's just say, bringing together different backgrounds. We'd meet around the corner. We'd, meet up at various events, and, you'd pass around the cannabis and everybody got along. It was a bonding thing, right? And now here you are taking that to the global level, if you will, right? You're smiling because I got a feeling that's exactly what you were thinking when you did this, right?
Yeah, well, part of, I've always, since I was small, I had the opportunity to travel a lot globally. And so I've always had this joy that comes from connecting people and cultures and ideas. And yeah, when you look at the landscape, I think, for those of us who reside in the United States, it's a nation that frequently forgets sometimes that there's a big wide world out there, right? And so being able to pull all of these different people and all the different science and research being done in other parts of the world that frankly we can't do here because of the legal framework, and being able to really help further that education, I think is a great payoff. And something that I've really enjoyed. I learn a ton when I travel, whether it's to Europe or South America, and I talk to the scientists and researchers in particular there about what they're learning, in terms of efficacy and cannabinoid research. And we did a whole session about a month and a half ago with some amazing scientists on the GCNC network platform, where we talked for about an hour and a half exclusively about product innovation and what other markets are doing to really bring new uses for the plant to market. So I'm excited that when the US finally legalizes, we'll already know what's coming because we're out there building it.
We were talking about that earlier. Obviously, we're right in the middle of a historic election time here in the United States. And, one side of the fence has already said they would decriminalize if and when they got elected. And David Rabinovitz, who's my co-host here, brought in one of his attorneys, and he gave us a definition of decriminalization versus legalization.
It's not enough, right?
See, there you go.
Not enough.
Tell me why you don't think it's enough, Chris.
Well, I mean, decriminalization is a step. It's nice that we've decided that finally we shouldn't put people in jail. I think we've all figured that out. But if you're going to have a legally structured business infrastructure, you have to deschedule it and you have to change 280E. If you change 280E, then you have a business that can function in a rational way and benefit from the same sort of tax implications that every other business has. And of course, you have to deschedule it because that's the only way that you can acknowledge the research that has already proven there is benefit to this plant, right? So, I've never been one that says, hey, cannabis is the end all be all to solution to everything. But if we are truly a free country and we believe in empowering people to make their own decisions, then they should have the choice to be able to use cannabis medicinally or recreationally. So decriminalization is a political way for people to sort of skirt the real issue. And hopefully some of our legislature folks will, grow a set.
Sure. So, Chris, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So, decriminalization won't allow marijuana to be easily transported across state lines.
Oh, it does nothing for that.
Right. But when it becomes legal, how does that impact some of your international clients with respect to the U.S. market?
I'd love to hear Andreas's perspective to this as well, but my perspective is that for those who have an interest in the U.S. market, obviously it opens up a huge marketplace of, well over 300 million potential customers over time, legal adults that can do that. And that's, currently it would be the largest single market in the world. So everybody would like that, I think. And then for a lot of them, frankly, it wouldn't affect them at all because they're operating in other places, right? I have a client that has a cultivation facility for medicinal cannabis in Australia. They sell in Australia. They have expanded into the UK, have product on the shelves there, have gone into Germany because they've got all the licenses and certifications. And frankly, if the US opened, maybe it would be appealing, but they've also got their hands full in other markets. So there's certainly lots going on in other parts of the world. We are getting further and further behind.
So you're connecting not just people to the U.S., you're connecting people internationally to other countries.
Right.
Yeah, actually, most of our work is connecting people to other countries because we're interested in expanding the global marketplace. And if the U.S. doesn't want to play, then we will do it elsewhere.
And I think, sorry to interrupt, I think that's exactly one of the main missing opportunities here is international collaboration. Obviously, the market is and will be attractive, it opens up. But I have, for experience, right now, companies in the US that are limited in the way that we can cooperate. And we are cooperating with other countries. So I think that there's a lot of US-based companies that are missing on that opportunity.
So if I remember correctly, New Zealand actually votes this weekend on legalization. Or am I right? Chris, I read that in the news.
I think that's correct. I haven't actually checked into New Zealand in the last couple of weeks. I did have a conversation with someone about a month and a half ago about New Zealand and some of the propaganda issues that were going on there around the legalization debate in New Zealand. So I cannot tell you for sure that the election is right now. It is happening soon.
It's this weekend. I swear to you, as a news guy, I reported on it, so I'm comfortable with it. Okay?
I trust you.
Thank you. And it's 49% to 49%, with 1% undecided right now, so they don't know which way it's going to go. The gentleman here in studio, I've been trying to send him little notes, but he's going to remember this. He's going to remember this story. About 2 years ago, he sent me an article about how he believes that cannabis ultimately will be traded as a future on the commodities market.
Yes.
Now you remember, don't you?
Well, no, I believe that for a long time.
Yeah.
I believe that Well, I'll let you continue.
I'm giving you props here. All right.
Sure. You want me to take the prompt?
No, you can take the prompt. I want to say, how might that evolve, and when will that day come? And then they'll set a wholesale price, and that's how it's going to work?
Let's let Chris take that one.
Uh-huh.
Well, I think that, yes, at some point there will be cannabis will be traded as a commodity. I think that's true. I think you'll probably see some iteration of that in the not too distant future around hemp. But, it's still to be determined. I think so many people right now are focused on the process of cultivation. If we look at other industries, tomatoes, any kind of produce, right? There is ultimately this point where there is a brand for a type of tomato or a type of apple, just as you could say a strain of cannabis. And so it's likely that will take place. And then there will also continue to be sort of boutique and niche brands and strains that serve very specific purposes and are grown for, very specific reasons and products. So, I think ultimately, if we get past sort of the odd regulatory system that we've created, it's inevitable at some point.
Here's my view. I don't believe that the U.S. consumer is going to adopt marijuana and smoke it. I think the people who currently smoke will continue, but I think the big growth is going to be in drinks, edibles, and other infused products. And as soon as you want to put pot into an edible, a drink, or some other infused product like a patch, you have to deconstruct the plant. Once you deconstruct the plant into its component parts, now you've got a commodity. And it's going to look no different than corn syrup. It'll be, I need 30 gallons of oil. It has to have this chemical profile, these terpenes, this level of potency, and that's what I want to buy. I'm going to look at the lab label, and I don't care where it was grown. That's what I'm looking for, because I'm going to put it into my cookies, brownies, gummies, whatever it happens to be. Am I right or wrong?
I think there is I think your statement as far as it goes is accurate. I think it limits the true uses available for cannabis, because in that discussion, you're primarily focused around consumables in different ways, right? But the pharmaceutical industry for it is huge. The various uses of other parts of the plant are enormous. So if you look at consumption trend data, that's already happening, right? The edibles are growing in popularity, and other ways of consuming other than flower are growing. That being said, flower is still holding strong. So
flower is, I think, 50% of the sales in Massachusetts.
Still about 50% of the sales.
Right.
Yeah. Andreas, in your country, what's the growth of THC infused cannabis, marijuana, versus hemp? And where are the two markets in Peru, hemp versus marijuana?
Well, at this moment, Peru is only a medical market for cannabis. But that doesn't mean that THC is ruled out of the scenario. On the contrary, I mean, our regulation is open for any formulation as long as it is backed by a doctor that prescribes it. So at this moment, just because it's a very recent market, it is basically what you have in the legal market is CBD products. But we expect that within the next 2 or 3 months, there will be formulations of different kind, not only THC and CBD, but other components of the plant. And it's going to be a very diverse market, still medical, I would say. I don't think that Peru is going to embrace easily any adult use. We have a lot of history on drugs and cartels to be able to move away from that. And this is my view. But I think that on the medical side, it's going to be growing rapidly on different type of formulations.
You know, in the United States, we've got a couple of federal agencies that are continuing to try to figure out what to do with the CBD market. let alone the marijuana market. I'm talking about the FDA, the DEA, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. No one wants to take responsibility in the United States for putting out these regulations. And I got to ask, in Peru, how's that work in Peru? Who's in charge of the whole growth?
Funny you say, Jimmy. I mean, honestly, it's exactly the same situation. The biggest burden is on the shoulders of the health department, which includes the FDA equivalent here. But we have security department, which is the DEA, and we have the agricultural department as the USDA. So three have a lot to say, but health department is the main regulator in the space. But again, it's difficult, it's new, they don't know exactly what to do, so it moves slowly. And but I mean, so far it's been moving, I think, in the right direction. Not the right speed, but the right direction at least.
Hey, Chris, that's kind of how we feel here about the decriminalization movement, even though I know it's not far enough for you.
No, well, and it's not far enough for an industry that employs hundreds of thousands of people. I have, every presidential election, I find it interesting where, certain candidates will defend like the fossil fuels industries, right? And that's fine, but taking coal as an industry that constantly comes up every 4 years as an example of people's jobs that we need to defend, regardless of how you feel about that industry one way or the other. There was a study that came out about a year ago comparing the size of the employment, and cannabis nationally at that time already employed 10 times the number of people. And how many federal, whether it's congressmen, senators, or the president of the United States, do you see saying, hey, we need to defend hundreds of thousands of good paying jobs that drive a high growth industry that continues to be a high growth industry in spite of all the barriers, right?
Right.
We give all of this help and support to these other industries, which have found it very difficult to innovate, and throw tremendous amounts of resources that direction, while we limit the ability for people to do legitimate research with a product that has proven benefits medicinally, and certainly I think recreational is a choice people should also have. So, but what Andreas was talking about going on in Peru, you see that around the world, right? The medicinal market really is the direction things are going throughout Europe, for the most part, throughout South America, Australia, even Southern Africa now has a growing nascent industry. So this is going to happen. It's just at what point do we have the political will in the US? And in the meantime, we work diligently other places to make sure that the world is ready.
There you go. So here's a question, crystal ball, if you will. In the next 10 years, and David's a numbers guy, he's already analyzed the adult use sales market in Massachusetts for the past year over year on this show. Which of the various commodities inside the cannabis plant, hemp, medical marijuana, or recreational marijuana, which one has the biggest upside? Global. David answers first.
I know. I'm gonna let him go so I can see whether I'm right. If he says what I'm thinking,
I think I know.
My hand goes up.
Okay.
If he doesn't, I'm going to very quietly fade.
What do you guys think?
You want to go first, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated question.
That's what I do. It's a talk show.
Yeah. I mean, clearly industrial hemp has enormous uses.
Bingo.
So that has great potential, and it's not fighting the same level of propaganda. So since we're looking at a 10-year time horizon, that's big. Medicinal cannabis also, if you look at the progress, as Andreas said, although it's slow, it is moving throughout Europe, throughout South America. North America is coming along. I think medicinal cannabis also, and all the uses that come from the plant with the different cannabinoids has great potential, but I don't think it would be safe to project that at this point. There's too many unknowns. And recreational is going to be a case-by-case decision by each country. So that will limit. But Andreas?
Mentioned Chris, but I mean, I think there's a slight difference, which is, I mean, obviously hemp, I don't just say hemp, not only industrial, I mean, hemp as a general has
Sure.
a lot more possibility to penetrate in different verticals, in different industries. So the penetration that it can have to economy is wide, is very much larger than what you have with medical. Now, we are a medical-oriented company, and we believe a lot on the impact that we create through health. But I mean, although we believe in that high level of impact, we have to realize that you're going to probably touch much more people on the global scale on the hemp industry, diversified industry, than through a medical cannabis industry. So I will put hemp as number one. And the same as you say, I think recreational is a game that's case by case. So I will bet on medical on the second.
Absolutely. I'm with them both on the hemp.
Yeah.
We're going to put hemp into concrete to have hempcrete.
Yep.
And when you put hemp into concrete without rebar rusts, right? That's why we have so many infrastructure problems across the United States. You can take hemp and make clothing.
Right.
If you would like a hemp T-shirt, Masscan sells hemp T-shirts with the Masscan logo on them. And you can use hemp to make auto parts. So
there you go. It's got so many different uses and everything. And yeah, it can still be fun in a cookie.
Yeah. You know, one thing about the uses that I think is interesting also, I was sitting on the sustainability conference a couple of weeks ago that was focused on all these different usages around the plants and hemp. And we were talking about sort of the choice that was made and how we have built our economies, right? Around renewable resources or not. And the fact that in a lot of ways we made the wrong choice. And now we're starting to move in the other direction back to a more sustainable approach to the way we live on the planet. And I think cannabis is because in many ways it's a very, very old industry, but in its current form, very nascent. You know, there's a great opportunity for it to be truly the first truly sustainable and impact-centric industry built from the ground up. And that is something that I personally take great pleasure in helping to highlight that. And I know, Andreas's company is built around that idea in a lot of ways, and many, many others in the industry are. And that's something that's often lost in the debate around legalization in the States, because we're so infatuated with what happens when somebody consumes THC as opposed to the bigger picture. So it's worth pointing that out as a future benefit.
There you go. Hey, Christe, how do people find out about Project Evolve?
Well, our web address is alwaysdriveinnovation.com. And if you put /cannabis on it, you can hear and see all about the Global Cannabis Network Collective. I'm easy to find on LinkedIn, and Twitter is @CDayOnTheEdge.
And Andreas, did you like the photo I sent you?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, Pelé is a huge, iconic figure in the area.
I'm a soccer nut ever since I was 7 years old, and I'm much older now. And in '94, during the World Cup in the U.S., I had a media credential. So not only did I get to interview Pelé, but also the Argentine national team practiced at Babson College, which is the town right over, actually in the same town that this studio is in Wellesley, Massachusetts. And I got to interview Diego Maradona, Fernando Redondo, and Gabriel Batistuta. And I'll tell you, I did not understand a word of Portuguese. So I had to recruit somebody to tell me who's going to be the voice of Maradona. And I made this guy's day, needless to say. So I love the game. I love all South American people, and I include you in that. Chris, thank you so much for joining us here on Friday's Cannabis Chat. You're welcome here any old time. And appreciate it. Thank you both.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
You bet.
Bye.
Take care.
You guys have a great weekend. Bye.
There you go. Thank you. You too. So, David, we got through another week here, and I got to tell you, it flies when you do good content. So, and you get a big star today because you did a great job of putting together a great show. So, thank you.
The quieter I am, the better I know the show is.
That's right. Well, you know what? Quiet is something I'm still mastering. Let's just say, okay? So again, I want to thank everybody who works on this show: Dan French and Isabel Turner, Karen Solomon, Sarah Galt, and also our web guy, Jacob Spielberg, as well. Remember, coming up next is the this week's edition of Weed Talk News. Kurt Dalton is on assignment, as we say, and we sub in the main man himself, Ry Russell from Weed Buds Radio. That's coming up right after this show. A reminder again, keep it in focus here, people. It's a whole new world of weed. Let's all use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We'll talk to you next week on Cannabis Chat on Pro Cannabis Media.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis News. Kurt Dalton is on another assignment tonight, so we go to the bullpen and bring in the main man himself, Ry Russell. Hey, Ry.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. I know I'm no Kurt Dalton, but hopefully I can live up to your esteemed audience's expectations.
You absolutely will, Ry. And we're going to start this week in your state of Maine. It's just coming off its first week of weed sales in vacation land. So what are the big sales results in week one, Ry?
We are off to an incredible start. Opening day was a huge success here in vacation land, with 6 stores generating almost $100,000 in total sales and over $9,000 in sales tax generated for the state. So we'll wait for the official report for the first closing week.
It's so amazing, isn't it? You read about Colorado and Illinois setting all these monthly records of millions and millions. Massachusetts does at least 1 million a day now. And the state of Maine took them 4 years to get to that starting line. But hey, at least it's going in the right direction now, right?
It's about time. We are ready for it. And this is just the beginning.
And I got to ask you, how has the media coverage been? I checked a story from my old station, WGME TV 13 up there, and it seemed a little balanced, although they used that M word an awful lot.
Well, it is fairly balanced up here. However, I think that there's still a lot of ambiguity felt by the players in the market. And so I think there's still a lot of uncertainty of what the regulations are, how is enforcement going to be handled. But like all emerging markets, we're going to see some early adjustments and a very successful launch.
Well, our next story is also about another New England state, Vermont, and they passed legalization last week, and some predictions now are being released about that market. But first, let's go to New York with Deborah Borchart's Green Market Report. Deb?
Thanks, guys. Well, we are just beginning to get into the earnings season. Markets were closed on Monday, so it was a shortened trading week. This week, Apria reported its first quarter revenue of $69.6 million for fiscal year 2021. This is a 23% increase over the prior quarter and their 6th consecutive quarter of growth. They did report net losses of $5.1 million for that quarter. Harborside released preliminary third quarter 2020 results. The company said they expect revenue to come in at $18.5 million. Keep in mind, in June, their revenue was $15 million, so things are going in the right direction for Harborside. You should be aware that their ticker symbol has been changed. It went from HSDEF to HBORF. And the Valens Company reported third quarter financial results for the period ending in August. The company said net revenue was $18.1 million. That is a 10% increase from their third quarter in 2019 of $16.5 million. They also had a net loss of $3 million. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchardt with the Green Market Report. For Weed Talk News.
Since Deborah was reporting on the earnings of many of the biggest cannabis companies, the public ones, you have to wonder who's going to jump into the Vermont market as it opens up. Now, Vicente Cederberg's Andrew Livingston put out projections that the market in Vermont could reach $250 million, but it might be 2025 or 2026 before that happens, right? Vermont only has a population of 600,000, but they call themselves the Green Mountain State for a reason, right? Ooh.
Absolutely. As far as licensing is concerned, I see a lot of the same challenges that we've faced and are facing here in Maine. That being said, Vermont is a beautiful state known for its tourism, with estimates of 13.5 million or more visitors every year. So even with the pandemic, people are looking for remote places, and often they're looking to reconnect with nature and unplug from the digital world. So some reports, I'm reading one report right now, Jimmy, that says we shouldn't be surprised if Vermont can quickly rise to 800 million, maybe even $1 billion market.
Wow, that's huge. And if state that only has 600,000 people in Maine, you just told me has 1.5 million now. So what are the projections for the whole market in Maine going to be?
Well, I think what we're finding, the medical market made a huge leap and major advancements last year. And I think with the addition of the rec market, I think it's going to quickly become Maine's top grossing export.
Wow, that's going to be interesting to watch as most of New England now. And how would you like to be in New Hampshire? They're now surrounded by 3 legal states. Seems to me that governor might want to get a little revenue going in the right direction, but New Hampshire is a strange one of the New England states. No disrespect to some friends up there. Right?
The Granite State.
Are you afraid that New Hampshire might invade Maine someday or what?
No, I don't think so. The Granite State is a beautiful place to visit, but I like being up here in the Great White North.
There you go. All right, there are now 4 other states in the U.S. who will be voting on legalizing the adult use of cannabis in a few weeks. That's Arizona, New Jersey, Montana, and South Dakota. Now, on the other side of the world is New Zealand. And sure enough, they'll be voting on legalization this weekend. And right now, it's a dead heat. Right, New Zealand trying to become the 26th country to decriminalize, if not legalize, our favorite plant.
Well, polling is a split, 49 to 49, leaving 1, maybe 2% undecided up for grabs. This is going to be a nail biter.
And I'm going to just ask, you've never visited New Zealand, have you?
I have not yet.
On the bucket list, as it is mine. All right. From the research world, this fact really has been known for quite a while. And make sure if you go in for surgery and you're going to get general anesthesia, please declare to your anesthesiologist that you enjoy cannabis. Why? Well, you might just wake up in surgery. A study at the University of Colorado Hospital among 118 patients who had surgery for a broken leg, that group that used cannabis needed much more anesthesia than those who did not partake. So, Rai, have you known anybody who has awakened during surgery?
Luckily, I personally do not, but I saw this article this morning and I'm really glad we're talking about it, Jimmy, because this is truly one of those, there are those that know and those that do not know types of things. And you don't necessarily want to be one of those that did not know. So if you're going to surgery, this is information to please share with your doctors.
Absolutely, 100%. And they're not there, by the way, to arrest you or hassle you or judge you. They're really just there to, well, take care of your body in whatever way it needs to be taken care of. So put trust in your medical community. Now, let's go to the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., for the D.C. Cannabis Report from Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast. Phil?
Vote Pro Podcast, here with the Weed Talk News D.C. Report. New Jersey Senator and one-time candidate for president Cory Booker raised the issue of racial disparities in marijuana enforcement during his questioning of Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett on Wednesday. While he didn't ask Barrett any specific questions on cannabis policy, Booker did point out the disparity, saying, quote, "There's no difference between blacks and whites for using drugs, but blacks are multiple times more likely to be arrested." The Senate Judiciary Committee will vote on the Barrett nomination on October 22nd. The Supreme Court this week declined to hear a case challenging the constitutionality of the DEA's Schedule I classification of cannabis. The suit was originally filed back in 2017 by a coalition of medical cannabis patients and activists. While fewer than 1% of petitions are granted a hearing by the High Court, the decision is nonetheless seen as a stinging defeat by legalization advocates. Representative Earl Blumenauer of Oregon, one of several members of Congress who signed an amicus brief in support of the lawsuit, vowed to continue the fight, however, saying, quote, "It's more important than ever that we pass the MORE Act." Washington, D.C. Councilman Robert White introduced a bill this week that would expand opportunities for people with felony convictions to participate in the medical marijuana market. In introducing the bill, White said, quote, "There is no reason why those who've paid their debt to society should be locked out of this industry any longer." The legislation would end a ban on participation by most so-called returning citizens and create programs to encourage cannabis entrepreneurship among the formerly incarcerated. That's the Weed Talk News DC report for this week. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
A new report released by the FBI shows once again how law enforcement officers target persons of color for weed possession. The Uniform Crime Report claims that there were 545,602 people in the U.S. who were arrested on cannabis offenses last year. Now, amazingly, that same study reported that the number was more than 495,871 who were arrested for violent crimes. Now, what's even more disheartening is that 92% of cannabis arrests were for possession. Rye, black people are 3.6 times more likely to be arrested than white people. Another reason why reform of the federal laws have to happen. Right?
This is just I do agree. This is just bonkers. The fact that we're still talking about it, these numbers speak for themselves. It doesn't matter what report you read. We need reform, and we need it within this next administration.
That's right. And a lot of the new laws that are coming out are expunging records. We know the job that the Last Prisoner Project and Steve D'Angelo have done. They're getting more and more people to get out of jail and get their records expunged. And that, I believe, is only the next green wave that will happen. But right now, let's go north of the border to Canada for Solomon Israel's Canadian Cannabis Report. Solomon?
I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily International, and this is the Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. Cannabis producer Aphria has reported growing recreational marijuana revenue for the quarter ended August 31st. The company's gross recreational revenue hit nearly 70 million Canadian dollars for the quarter, but that was offset by a decline in international revenue, and net revenue declined on a quarterly basis. Aurora Cannabis has sold off its stake in Australian medical marijuana company Can Group. The company told Marijuana Business Daily it still sees potential in Australia's medical marijuana market, but for now it's focusing on core markets in Canada, the United States, and more mature medical marijuana markets abroad. And the vast majority of leadership positions in Canada's regulated marijuana sector are held by white males. That's the conclusion of a new analysis from the University of Toronto's Centre on Drug Policy Evaluation, which included 700 executives and directors of Canadian marijuana firms. All told, 84% of those leaders were white and 86% were men. You can read those stories and more at mjbizdaily.com. I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily.
The MJ Biz Daily Factbook for 2020 is now available, and did you know that the median salary in the cannabis industry was $58,511 in 2018, while the median salary for U.S. workers as a whole was $52,000. That's according to Glassdoor data, just one of the many facts you'll find in the MJ Biz Daily Factbook. You can get yours online at mjbizdaily.com/factbook. A reminder that the CEO of MJ Biz Daily, Chris Walsh, will be joining David Rabinovitz and myself on the Friday edition of Cannabis Chat on the Green Rush program on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media live at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And speaking of upcoming programs, our friends at Green Flower are hosting an online conversation that is hosted by Max Simon, their founder, and two people from Normal on Thursday, October 22nd at 11 a.m. Pacific and 2 p.m. Eastern. Jen Michelle Padini, their development director, and Keith Stropp, the founder of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, will join Max. Now, you can register on their website, green-flower.com. Max Simon is my guest on In the Weeds this week, and we release that show on Mondays on our PCM affiliates and social media outlets. Now, one final story to talk about this week, and yes, it's back to the great state of Maine for this one. I know Bangor, Maine is a little north of where you are, but there's a police officer on the force in Bangor who has quite a following on Facebook, and sure enough, he used that forum to enlighten Maine people about the new laws. Do you know about this guy, Lieutenant Tim Cotton?
Lieutenant Cotton is quite a local celebrity here. And the Bangor Police Department, believe it or not, they have been producing some of the greatest social media content of any police department in the nation. And it's terribly clever. It's super funny, and the public loves it. It's genuine, it's real. And what I found funny about this post was the disclaimers at the bottom of it. They recognize that you can sometimes in today's world get attacked from all angles. So there was a funny disclaimer, and we'll have to check it out, but it said that if you don't agree with the views or messages of that post, that it's okay because the writer doesn't want to do this job anyway. So they're hilarious.
Yeah, I totally do. And, you know, it's very interesting as we sit here and we laugh about this, and it got national attention. But it's this kind of a public service of information, an exchange of information, where he's legitimizing the fact that, hey, it's now legal now. It's okay if you get the munchies. It's okay if you partake. Just don't do it against the law, like don't smoke it in public, and make sure you use it responsibly, and don't drive. And those are the messages that the public needs to hear. We understand that. But a lot of times when these public service announcements that are being produced by, let's say, the Massachusetts Cannabis Commission, when they come out very patronizing and pretending that it's, oh, you know, it's still a dangerous drug. You have to be careful with it, and you do, but you don't have to be arrogant about it or patronizing about it. Just accept that it's here and teach people about the substance. Do you agree with that, Ryan?
I 100% agree. I don't think anybody in today's world needs a lecture. We're all just trying to exchange information peacefully so we can live our best lives.
Oh, I like that. Live your best life. That sounds like the Green Nurse Group. But anyway, that'll do it for this week's Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. And
I'm Ryan Russell.
And where are you from?
I'm Ryan Russell from Weed Buds Radio. Thank you so much, Jimmy, for sharing the love.
You bet, right. Thank you so much for filling in with Kurt. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks